Oh, there I am. That's great. So I'm here. So that's good. Fucking hell, looking ridiculously old. Anyway, and also like hot. Not hot as in like sort of like actual temperature hot. See, when you get older, you get things like this that happen. Yeah. Anyway, so Kai Havertz here. So can I bring this? Do you know what? I'm going to keep this on my separate screen. I can do this, can't I? Yes, that's fine. That's great. So let's have a look at this. So AI. That's a indication of how well things are going already with this guy's commentary. One of the best businesses we have done already. That's like terrible English. Made us impossible to stop going forward against high pressing teams. Made us impossible to stop going forward. How did he make us impossible to stop going forward? We didn't win anything. If we were impossible to stop going forward, we wouldn't have won anything. So what the fuck are you on about, bitch? Like, seriously, what are these people on about? But anyway, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look at what people are saying about this, yeah? Let's have a little look at what people are saying about this. So, yeah, on this day in 2023, was it this day? Okay, this is like an anniversary thing, yeah? On this day in 2003, Arsenal announced the signing of Kai Havertz from Chelsea for reported. Reported, it might not be true, but it probably is true because Arsenal are shit at fucking negotiating deals that are good. In case you may not have noticed, we're pretty crap at that. Anyway, let's scroll down. This is my first reply. Look, again, remember, this is a joke account. Basically waiting for the day as a super sub and we win the league. Yep, that's not going to happen. The thing is, right, when you scroll down all these replies, there's an embarrassing amount of people who are supporting this. So this guy gets as well. Mikkel Luther King. You have to be a fucking troll. I refuse to believe anyone is this retarded. Well, yeah, this is kind of what we're saying. This is kind of what we're saying. By the way, I need to put this stream link out. 1 second. I'm going to put this stream link out. Where is it? Mm-hmm. Here we are. I'm going to put this stream out on X. Let's cook X Mutants all night. Join in here. And the link. X Footy Mutants. Join in here and the link. There we go. Beautiful. So, I will stick the link in the chat. The link is going to be here. So, anyway, back to this. Back to this reality. Back to life. Back to reality. So, yeah, this guy is basically a joke account, in my opinion. there's a lot of things that he posts which are just kind of like completely ridiculous. So, I mean, if you just like, it's not even just about Arsenal. I don't want to, it's not just about football. I don't even want to really get into the whole politics and all this kind of nature of things, but there's lots of things that this guy, because he's basically what I'm trying to do here is I'm just trying to sort of make people aware that this guy is not a serious poster. So if you're trying to take things seriously, he is not a serious poster. So, yeah, you're obviously not a serious poster if you're saying that one of the best businesses we have done made it impossible to stop going forward. If you're saying made it impossible to stop going forward, like, well, we were possible to stop going forward because we were stopped going forward on many occasions. So if we were impossible to stop going forward, how was it possible for a lot of teams to stop us going forward? This doesn't really seem to make much sense, my friend. Anyway, we move on from that. We move on. So this guy kind of like posts this stuff all the time, and it's sort of nice for people to be aware of the fact that he's just, I don't know, is it trolling or what? I don't know what he's doing. Okay, hang on. This guy's just replied. This guy Tim has just replied. Let's have a look at this reply. So he's saying 20 goal contributions, led the team in scoring the last season whilst missing 3 months. He's certainly been at least okay if you want to judge him really harshly. Well, it's not been good enough, though, has it? 20 goal contributions. This is a thing that happens these days. This is a thing that happens these days. Instead of goals, instead of assists, what they judge things on is goal contributions. So they make up um, these new sort of guidelines, these new sort of parameters. And it's kind of irritating because it's like these are new parameters and these are ways of just saying that, well, he wasn't as good as like previous strikers, but now we have this different way of looking at things, and so we're going to kind of like try to sort of like sandwich him in a way, wedge him in a way that's going to make him look good, and that's kind of not how it works. You're either good enough or not. You either win us trophies or not. You either score the goals or not. You either make the passes or not. If you're a defender, you make the saving tackles or not. If you're a goalkeeper, you keep a clean sheet. You make a load of six saves or not. It's really not that difficult. However, for other people, it seems to be difficult enough that they are not able to kind of like get their heads around the fact that basic football skills are what win you titles, games and titles. To be fair, so okay, led the team in scoring last season. So that was a great effort. So what did that? He led the team in scoring last season whilst missing 3 months. So what does that say? What does that say? What does that say in general? You know, what does that say in general? It's not that difficult to understand, is it? It's not that difficult to understand. The understanding is the whole thing is a bit of a clown show. I'm not saying that we're absolutely terrible and we're going to get relegated and all this kind of silliness, but it's not good enough for Arsenal Football Club. Anyway, let's go back. That just caught my attention. So, what's he done? What has he done? Let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at more. Arteta, let's have a look at this. Can we see this? Can I make this bigger or not? Blah, blah, blah. No. Okie dokie. Arteta low-key always signs players with good hair, decent looking guys. He's not one signed a ball guy. None of his players are allowed to go abroad either. Early signs that you're required to Turkey. So it's funny that this person is saying things like this because is like this person is a very pro Arteta person. So what I've noticed in the past like couple of days is they're actually sort of doing things that are sort of like not anti Arteta, but they're kind of like moving towards an anti Arteta stance. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit weird. It is very weird. Um, yeah, I thought there was an issue with my stream at the moment. I'm just checking it. Bear me 1 second. I thought there was an issue with my stream. I don't think there is. Blah blah blah. Okay, I think my stream is okay. Yeah, this person PD at 1_2 spaces is usually somebody who is very, very pro Arteta, but I've noticed from their tweets in the last few days that they are getting very anti Arteta. Well, not anti Arteta. They're getting to be they're getting to be somebody who is speaking out a little bit more against Arteta, and I'm wondering if they're sort of succumbing to the sort of general media ethos of, like, this is a very bad. This is going to be a bad transfer window. Why are we not? Why are we not making the moves that we should be making, and all this kind of stuff? So it is kind of interesting to me that there's a lot of people who are pro Mikel Arteta who are slowly starting to display signs of being not anti him, but kind of like questioning him. Now, what I would say is, like, I'm not a massive Arteta fan. However, it's only June the 29th. So I'm willing to cede some ground. See, this is what I kind of like get a bit annoyed about when it comes to discussions and chats with fans that don't necessarily agree with you. It's like, I'm quite willing to cede some ground to the degree that Arteta has done a good job to where he's got Arsenal too, and he's done a good job in terms of some of the players that he's brought in. Someone like Gabriel, for example, has been really big for the club, and he's kind of like kept faith with Saliba, even though I'm not massively convinced that Saliba was his player in the beginning, if you know what I mean. So I'm willing to kind of cede that ground. But when you speak to a lot of people who are very pro Arteta staying, it's kind of like they're not necessarily willing to cede the ground that, well, even though he's done a good job to a point, we are not at the point where Arsenal Football Club should be after like 5 years, 5 or 6, in fact 6 years nearly, of a manager being in charge who is getting paid a lot of money. He's now getting paid like the fourth, I think it's the fourth, not the third highest paid management wage in the world. So it's like there's this kind of like tension between the two sort of like ranks, and it's kind of only going to divide even further this season if we don't win anything. However, I do think that at the end of this season, if he does not win any kind of trophy at the end of this season, I do think that the Kroenkes will. I I get a bit of digression there, but I do think the Kroenkes will probably pay off the last year of his contract. There is a part of me that thinks that he's got 1 year left at the end of his contract in May, and they will just let him run it out. However, I'm not sure how he can actually justify it. I'm not sure how he can actually justify it, as he has been here this long. If we fast forward to May, 2026, bloody hell, 2026, crazy to even be in that year. If we fast forward to that point, are they going to be willing to do that, or are they going to actually see the light, sort of thing? Anyway, we'll move on. So this person PD is very much a person who's very pro Arteta, and this person even is going to be kind of like this person even is going to be starting to be someone who is posting not anti Arteta things, but things that are bordering on the negative. And this is very unusual because I'm on Twitter quite a lot looking at what these guys are doing. And for this person, who I think is a woman from that photo, is that a woman? It does look like a woman to me. Sometimes these days it's difficult to see, and that's not me being funny, but it's like, it's sometimes difficult to see. But nice jawline, and there we go. 4,000 followers, so more than me on Twitter. So there we go. But this person is usually posting very, very pro Arteta. Whatever decision the club makes, very, very pro. Nothing negative to say, all that kind of stuff. And suddenly, over the past week or so, there's little like negativisms, if that's even a word. I've made it a word, creeping in. Big up to AJ. Let's have a look. Yeah, big up AJ. Good to see you, man. I love the fact that you have the old crest as well. I love the fact that that cannon is facing the right way, and we've got Victoria Concordia Crescent. Victory through harmony. Like, what harmony do we have now? What on earth is our football club? Is exactly right. Like, what on earth is our football club? Does our football club have Victoria Concordia Crescent? I'm not necessarily sure that we do, to be honest with you. I really don't think that we do. So, but my point that I was kind of going on about is that there's quite a few people in the Twitter space now that who were very kind of like pro Arteta and pro what the club is doing, who are starting to change a little bit. And funnily enough, for me, it's kind of like based on what's been happening in the transfer window. Funnily enough, for someone like me who's quite anti Arteta and anti what the club does, I'm actually quite open minded because I can see logically that the window shuts on the 1st of September. So, like, weirdly, I'm someone who's not actually that bothered about this transfer window at the moment. I know there's kind of like some symbolic stuff about getting things done early and all that kind of thing. However, like, I'm not really sort of panicking or whatever at the moment. Look, if we have this conversation in mid-August, then yeah, cool. Then if we're in the same situation, then yeah, then we're in trouble. However, at the moment, I don't think it's worth. Look, this club. Let's be real, right? Let's be real. I'm going to take a little sip of my self-made drink, which is vodka and salted caramel milkshake. It's very nice if you like salted caramel milkshake. So I think this club stresses us out enough. So my opinion is, let's not let it stress us out even more than it needs to. There's still until September the 1st. If we're going to get to the middle of August and we still haven't signed a striker, we still haven't signed a left winger, then sure, let's get pissed off. But I understand people need to make content and all that. But look, let's not get too crazy about things, and let's not get too judgmental. Look, I know that, like, given our history of transfer window idiocy, we kind of feel like we know what's coming. But let's just see if we're correct, because we've got a new cog in the system in Andrea Berta, and perhaps we need to trust him a bit more. Anyway, let's have a little look. So, la di da. Let's go back to it. So, what the fuck is all that about? Anyway, so need to oh, this guy. Here we go. So this guy. I don't know if you're on Twitter. If you're on this guy here, Monty, AFC Monty. How is he posting a picture of Wenger? So this guy is the most underwhelming. This guy Monty, right? This guy Monty. He hasn't blocked me somehow. God knows he's got John Cleese like that. Okay, that's fine. He's got 10.5k followers, man. Shit. 10.5k. 10,500 followers, man. I've got like 400. 10.5k followers. That's not that much in Twitter terms, but still. Because the reason I kind of like pause, I sort of like reflectively pause, is because he posts such absolute bollocks, but he knows what he's doing. And this is kind of my point. There's a lot of these people who are on X who know what they're doing. They know what audience they're playing to. They know how to wind people up, like the last guy, AI. So if you look at this, unironically, I've not even seen this before, but I know what this guy Monty is like. He actually DM'd me. I was actually DMing with him, and I actually said to him to come to Finsbury Park and I'll buy him a drink. I didn't mean that to seem confrontational, but like we had like a little bit of an argument, and he was kind of like, oh, blah blah blah. I was like, well, look, I'm happy to have this conversation with you face to face. If you live in North London, I'm quite close to Finsbury Park. We can go to the 12 Pins pub. I'll buy you a drink. I'm happy to buy you a drink and everything. And then he was kind of like, oh, and then didn't want to meet up. But it was okay in the end. Like we kind of like made up in the end. But okay, what's he saying here? So he's saying like, unironically, this is a large reason as to why Arsenal are so badly hated and poorly treated by Sky. first non-British man. What? So he's trying to say that why Arsenal are so badly hated and poorly treated by Sky and English media is because this guy's posted first non-British manager to win the league. Do you really think that Arsenal are sort of hated and poorly treated because Wenger was French? Like, what kind of... Sorry, like, I'm pausing for a second because I'm trying to sort of get into the... Like, what kind of mindset are you... That's kind of thrown me a little bit because I'm reading this without reading this before. This is all ad hoc. This is all like, ad lib. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. The reason why Arsenal are so badly hated and poorly treated by Sky is because we have this mad superiority complex that sort of pervades out of our very pervasive and prominent fan base who say all these kind of stupid shit, which if I scroll down, you're going to be saying. If I scroll down, you're going to be saying. Where is it? There's a load of shit. There's a load of shit from him. This guy, I think he's deleted a few of his posts, saying we're the underdogs again. Oh, here we go. This is the one I was looking for. Look at this one. AJ. Because, let's have a look. What's AJ saying here? Because for me, if the Texans get 4%, I think we are in trouble. Yeah, what is our attack going to look like? What is it? Because, we're the 29th of June now, and okay, what we're being told is a lot of the transfers aren't being done because July hasn't happened yet. So, okay, let's see how the first few days of July happen. But if nothing happens by, let's say, July the 10th, suddenly we're closing in on pre-season because pre-season starts like there's a sort of pre-season which starts mid-July. In fact, our pre-season has started already because you've seen the pictures of the guys in the training camp. I think we're over in Spain. Sorry, I might have got that wrong, but we're over somewhere pre-seasoning because Arteta said the players demanded it because obviously the players need to play and train way more than they did last season because they aren't injury prone enough, because that's going to work out well. So don't be surprised when our players get injured don't be surprised when we're picking up injuries in fucking November and all this kind of shit. We factually fly out for pre-season July the 19th. Well, there we go. Yeah, so that's in like sort of 23 2 days or so. So this guy is saying, I don't even know why I'm giving him this a little bit of time, but this stream is about poking a bit of fun. We just like having to poke a bit of fun at these people who are on Twitter proclaiming to be like oracles of some kind. So he's saying, like, I've been telling you, I fully believe this will be the greatest transfer window in our history. I'm looking at these things some of these things for the first time. So okay. The greatest transfer window in our history, and the one that finally bridges the gap to us winning major honours. Yeah, it's been a long fucking time. I was 21 years old in the 12 Pins pub in Finsbury Park. The last time we won a major honour. Actually, do you know what? I count the FA Cup as a major honour, but like the last time we won a league title, the Invincible season in 2004, May, Leicester, the last game, I was in the 12 Pins pub on the stage. I'd lost my friend. He wandered off outside and wandered off somewhere. We were both really pissed. He got really pissed and just wandered off. I found him later. It was all fine. And we continued to celebrate through the night. If you'd have told us back then, in 2004, that's 21 years ago, obviously, you can do maths, that, boys, enjoy the next few nights, enjoy the next few weeks, because you guys are not going to win a title for at least another 20 plus years. You're not going to win a European title for at least another 20 plus years. So you guys, Rob, drinking your Stella, and Pete, shout out to my friend Pete, just did a marathon today, just completed it a few hours ago, drinking his Guinness at the 12 Pins pub. You guys enjoy what you're doing for the next few nights and weeks, because you ain't ever going to win a title or a European trophy for the next 20 plus years. We'd have fucking laughed in your face, because at that point we thought we were going to completely dominate. Like, imagine we'd just gone invincible. We just lost the Champions League. No, sorry, the Champions League final was the next year. We'd just gone invincible. There was every reason for us to be pissed up in Finsbury Park with thousands of other Arsenal fans out in the street thinking we were going to like dominate. We thought we were going to dominate for years to come. And then look what happens. Look what happens. The Cronkies take over. The fucking Cronkies take over, man. And that's what's been a massive, massive issue. It's been a real massive issue. I know it's a very trite and cliched way of looking at things, and I know many people have said it, and it's an easy thing to say, but it's the right answer. How can you say to us that you are moving us from the beautiful stadium, which blessedly I came to London just in time to see a few games at, and a night game as well. I saw a night game at Highbury against Lokomotiv Moscow in the Champions League at Christmas time as well. It was a beautiful, beautiful night. It was a 2-0 win for Arsenal. It wasn't the best game, but it was at Highbury. It was the dark sky under the floodlights. It was just before Christmas. I remember after that, I got the bus. I went over to Enfield, and at my university, they were doing the Christmas celebrations. Chesney Hawkes was singing, I Am the One and Only on repeat. It was a beautiful, beautiful time to be an Arsenal fan who was able to go to Highbury, especially in a night game, which was so special. And, I was fortunate enough to see Fabregas's debut as a 16-year-old against Rotherham. I need to check that. I'm not sure if it's Rotherham. It was in the Carling Cup, or I think they called it the Worthington Cup at the time. AJ, do you know off the top of your head Fabregas's debut? Was it Rotherham or someone else who plays in red? It might have been Middlesbrough. I think it was Rotherham. I'm going to check now. I am going to check now. Fabregas debut. No, you idiot. It's not Spanish debut. Rotherham. Yeah, I was right. 1-1. Yeah. So, Rotherham. Yeah, it was Rotherham, and I was sat in the East Stand. £10. 10 English pounds to sit there and see Fabregas. I remember thinking he's got a really weird name and a really weird fucking mullet, because he had a mad mullet. Little did I know he was going to become one of our greatest midfielders, one of the greatest midfielders ever to grace the Highbury turf, and one of the greatest midfielders ever in Arsenal's history. So yeah, I was fortunate enough to come down and see those things. When they made the move to the Emirates and they said all the things that they said, and it all just became a bit too corporate, and you kind of got the feeling that it wasn't going to go right. And when you look at it, fast forward, I think 4 FA Cups? Is it 4 FA Cups? Since I was dancing around, pissed off my face on Stella, celebrating the invincible win in 2004 at the 12 Pins pub in Finsbury Park, what have we won? We were promised European titles, more league titles. And what did we get? 4 FA Cups. That's not me trying to devalue the FA Cup. Me personally, I'm 41, of a slightly older generation. I love the FA Cup. I still love the FA Cup. That's another thing that pisses me off, because we won it originally. It's kind of like we won it originally under Arteta. He came in, he won the FA Cup, and I was like, oh, fucking hell, he's won the FA Cup. Fucking hell, this guy's amazing. Arteta's. I was posting it on Facebook and social media. Arteta's, blah, blah, blah. And then what happened? We won 2 FA Cup games since 2000. Since we won that final, we've won 2 FA Cup games. One of them was against Oxford. It's like the devaluation, the sort of like disrespect to the FA Cup. I know we got a couple of tough draws. I know we've had a Man City here and there, but it's not good enough. I mean, that alone, like, because Arsenal, do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what's funny to me as well? Some of the things that people say, I wish I could bring this up quite quickly, but I can't, unfortunately, because it means going back in the X history and all that. When we went out to Man United, when we went out to Man United in January, which was a terrible defeat in so many ways. It wasn't just because you had a missed penalty, which was a dive from Hazard. Hazard? I wish we had Hazard. Havertz. Havertz dived. We got a penalty. Odegaard missed it. Kind of justice. The rest of the game, we didn't really do anything. 10-man Man United for a significant chunk of the game, and then we lost. I came on X afterwards, and one of the guys on here, I wish I could bring up the thing now, I wish I'd have saved it. It's way down in the history, so it's going to take ages to find. One of the guys said to me, well, we don't need the FA Cup. We've got enough FA Cups anyway. We've got enough FA Cups anyway. I would say that's complete bollocks. Do you know why? Because we only won FA Cup ahead of Man United. Yes, we are still technically the FA Cup kings. We're only one FA Cup ahead of Man United. If they win the FA Cup next season, they're level with us. So how is it that we have enough FA Cups? If it was Arsenal 40 FA Cups, Man United 12, or whoever 12, then you might say, all right, okay, yeah, we've got kind of enough FA Cups for now, blah, blah, blah. Even then, I would kind of disagree with it. But to say that in the context of us only being one FA Cup ahead of our next FA Cup competitor, to dismiss it just like that is fucking crazy to me. It's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. That is true. Even then, like, anyone with like a true, even then, like, I gave the example of 40 and like we're saying 40, but even then we're both wrong. Even then, you should still want more, shouldn't you? So you should still want more. It's not like we've got enough. It's not, let's just keep winning them. Let's just keep winning them. It's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre mindset that's succumbed, or that the fans have succumbed to over the past sort of few years. And I fully believe, and do you know what? I'm just going to go for a quick bathroom break. So if you just bear with me for 2 minutes, I'll talk about this in a second. I'm interested to know your thoughts, AJ, if you can hang around for a few minutes. I fully believe that a lot of these fans don't think that we're a big club. They don't perceive Arsenal as a big club as they would maybe Liverpool or Man United. But anyway, hold that thought. I will be back in just one tick. Yep. Okay, and we're back. So yeah, I even had this. I wish I could. Again, I wish I could just like bring this tweet back up. I should have saved it, but I even had this conversation with someone the other day on X about how they literally thought that we weren't a big club, and it was kind of like because I made the sort of like off the cuff kind of comment and say, well, you don't really seem to believe that we're a big club if your expectation. So my sort of take on it is, if you believe that Arsenal are a big club, and we are the third biggest club in England, and as we know, AJ and other people listening, um, worldwide, this is a very big club. This is a club that has a lot of supporters worldwide. This isn't like Brentford. This isn't West Ham. This isn't Tottenham. Do you know what I mean? Yet we are being treated like that by our allegedly own fans. This is what kind of annoys me, and this is what I think kind of like gets to the heart of why a lot of fans, especially online, say a lot of things they do, because they're viewing us through a lens of a team that isn't the Arsenal that you or I or anybody with an ounce of common sense and an ounce of history or an ounce of experience knows Arsenal to be. They are viewing us as another Tottenham, another West Ham. And that's kind of sad to me. That was the kind of like that penny dropped for me. That penny dropped for me a few weeks ago. I think I might. Sorry, AJ, if I'm repeating myself, because I know you were on the stream the other day when we did an hour or so chatting about things like this. So I can't remember if I mentioned this, but it is kind of something that really saddens me a little. I say a little, but quite a lot, because yeah, exactly, yeah, and it is weird because like it was weird. How can I phrase this? It's weird to think that. It's weird to kind of like think you're observing that, but when the people confirm it to you, it's when someone says to me like, well, we're not a big club. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like there's a lot of behavior online like we're not a big club. Okay, but no one is actually explicitly set. The people in those specific behaviors are not specifically saying that we're not a big club. But then when you start getting people come in and actually literally saying these things, Arsenal's not a big club, Arsenal's this and that, that's when you start to realize, oh shit, we're in a bit of a predicament. And that predicament is because we haven't won anything. And what do you expect? I'm not saying I don't blame them, because people should read history. Look, I started supporting Arsenal in 1993. It was a bit of a weird way of supporting them because in 1993, we beat Sheffield Wednesday in the final of both the FA Cup and the Coca-Cola Cup, which is obviously the League Cup at the time. So I wasn't really into football at the time, but I said I was an Arsenal supporter to piss off my cousins who are Sheffield Wednesday supporters. And Arsenal beat Sheffield Wednesday in both the Coca-Cola Cup and the FA Cup final. And it just stuck after that. It was just something that stuck after that, and I couldn't change it. And that's one of the beautiful things about football and sport in general. You kind of can't change it. You can change your wife, you can change your house, you can change the country you live in, you can change whatever you want, your job, your career path, or even your fucking sex now, allegedly, but you can't change your football club. And, I said that initially to piss them off, but then it just stuck after that. So, you know, I've seen what we've been capable of since, 1993. And I grew up with us winning things and being a not necessarily fully dominant team, but being, you know, one of the main guys. It was us and Man United for many years, even though Man United now are like, it's funny to laugh at Man United now. It's funny to say like how fucking shit they are, because they're absolute bollocks now. It is quite hilarious to see what Man United are doing. However, it's kind of like, I kind of wish we could go back to the time, or at least not go back, but I kind of wish at least it was Arsenal, Man United again, because this whole sort of Liverpool, Man City bollocks, and maybe, oh, maybe a third team might get involved and all this kind of stuff. It ain't quite the same. It just ain't quite the same. It's very much not the same as it was back in the day. And people, yeah, people, especially under age of 30, don't know how big this club is and therefore don't have the stand. Yeah, exactly. I cannot disagree with that in any way. And the point I was going to make, actually, thank you, AJ, for that, because I went off the track a little bit and forgot what I was going to say, is when I started supporting Arsenal in 1994, after the Coca-Cola Cup and Sheffield Wednesday stuff, I was 10 years old. I didn't have the internet back then. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have access to information like we do now. I said to my parents, I'm going to be an Arsenal supporter, blah, blah, blah. My next birthday, my parents bought me a hardback copy of the Arsenal history. I read that fucking thing, which was thick. I wonder if I can find a picture of it on Google. I read that fucking hardback thing, which was long. Looks like there's a lot of updated versions, but not the original. I mean, we're talking about something that I received in 1994, so it's not so likely that Google would have it. But basically, yeah, it was it was whatever the Arsenal hardback printed history was in 1994. My parents gave that to me for my birthday. And of course, I read about everything from Dow Square FC in 1886, how we were originally a pub team, essentially. We were an original pub team, all the way through the war times and Herbert Chapman era and everything coming through to the present day, which was 1994 at the time. I had to do that via a book that my parents had to go to like Waterstones in Leeds to buy. Guys and girls these days have access to the fucking internet. Have access to the internet that you and me can just click on a fucking tab whilst I'm talking to you. We can just, so whilst you're talking to me, we can just click on a tab and go da 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 and search. And yet they can't fucking do that. They can't even do that. And that's a real shame to me. It's a real shame. And that just sort of like that just sums up the ignorance. That just sums up the ignorance of the modern Arsenal fan. And that just sums up why they feel that we're not the team that we all know that Arsenal really are. So anyway, let's keep looking through these posts. So this guy, as I was saying, is a crazy person. I've been telling you, I fully believe this will be the greatest transfer window in our history and the one that finally bridges the gap to us winning major honours. Really? Okay. Kepa, 5 million. Mosquera, I don't think he's been signed. I'm not even sure if that's true or what is going on with that. But anyway. One second. Just bear with me 1 sec. My phone is going crazy. Hang on. My phone is doing weird shit. There we go. My phone is back doing fine things. So, I fully believe this will be the greatest transfer window in our history and the one that finally bridges the gap to us winning major honours. Kepa, Mosquera, Zubimendi, Norgard, Hato, Eze, Rodrigo, Sesko. So you really think that is what is going to be our transfer window, yeah? Okay. This is very prospective, Monty. Very prospective. And this is what this guy is like. This is what this guy is like all the time. Look, I think it will pretty much be those exact incomings, but we will get either Rodrigo or Eze. Do you know, I don't know about this. So, Rodrigo or Eze. Okay, so look, obviously Rodrigo is the preference. However, I don't think Rodrigo is realistic. I think Rodrigo is one of those things that just the media pushes out, and there's a bit of this and that, and maybe like the agent pushes some stuff out because he's looking for something with Rail. We know he's looking for talks with Rail about his role with the team and all this kind of stuff. I don't think either are coming, to be honest with you. I think Eze, oh God, like, it's difficult to say, because if I say I think Eze is the better choice, that sounds crazy. But I also think Rodrigo is the better player. So that sounds kind of contradictory. I would be happy with either one. Eze has Premier League experience and is sort of actually literally versatile. Rodrigo is Rodrigo. So, he's a starting player for Real Madrid. So are you going to fucking turn that down? I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Come on. It strikes me as one of those juxtapositions that we are not going to see through. It just strikes me as one of those things that we are not going to see through. So, however, like I said at the start of the stream, let's not get crazy. September the 1st is the end of the window. Look, let's not get crazy and let's not get too judgmental. So I'm kind of like, I've shown this guy is just the way he is. This guy just knows. This guy, Monty, is one of these posters who knows how to wind people up, just like the AI guy is. So we move on. Why did Arsene Wenger not need 7 seasons to win the league? Well, because he'd already won a league with Monaco. He'd already won the league with Grampus 8. This is what pisses me off when people start saying about, like, well, we've had the 2-2-2. This is one of the stupidest. This is why I wanted us to finish third, just so they could shut up about this 2-2-2. Unfortunately, because it doesn't really matter, we finished second. I mean, I don't care if we finish second or third or fourth, So, unfortunately, we finished second. Unfortunately, in the sense that now Top Gooners are going to say, well, the last time we finished second 3 times in a row, Wenger won the league. Yeah, but Wenger had already won a fucking double at that point. We already had a proven double winning fucking bloody manager. I mean, it's not that difficult to understand, is it? I mean, look at this. Like, when was the last time we had this, man? Look at, can I blow this up? Look at, can I blow this up? Fuck's sake, man. I wasn't in London for this. Yes, AJ. If we this, look, if that happens, fuck me, man. I don't even know what to say about that. That is craziness. But look, this is what we used to have. And people want to tell me, well, okay, Kai Havertz has like 15 goals, and he was injured for a lot. And Arteta's building something. It's been 6 years. The project is building. It's been 6 years. It didn't take Wenger 6 years, as far as I recall. Wenger came in from Japan, having won a title with Monaco and Grampus 8, and in his second year he won a double, and in his fourth year he won a double. And what's a very important point, and you can check this from the squad statistics, squad lineups, his second double was won with pretty much a complete rebuild. The only players that were left in his second double, which was only 4 years, 4 years, Arteta's been here 6 years. Wenger's second double was 4 years since he came here. The only players that remained from 4 years previous were Tony Adams and Ray Parlour. There may have been some players who were on the bench I might have forgotten, but broadly speaking, it was a massive rebuild. And then we won the title. And we won the title at Old Trafford with Sylvain Wiltord and Kanu up front. Not that they were shit players, but they weren't Henry and Bergkamp. I think Henry was on the bench, and I think Bergkamp was injured, or that may be the other way around without me checking. So, yeah, we're talking a completely different fucking level. And look, I have massive problems with him and the way things, the way things transpired in the end. But, I'd still take a washed up Wenger now. I'd still take Arsene Wenger now with a shitload of money over Mikel Arteta, because I don't The problem is, if you chuck a load of money at Arteta, it's still Arteta, isn't it? So what I think about this is kind of like a win-win for us after all this sort of slightly negative talk. It's kind of a win-win because Arteta either wins something this season, which obviously we all want him to do, or he doesn't, and he goes. Because, like I said before, I don't think he can survive winning. I don't think he can survive another season without winning anything, even if he gets the players that he wants, as such. And I think that Edu. I'd be interested to know what you think, AJ, about the Edu situation. For me, Edu was kind of has been made an initial scapegoat for our failure. Whether he is the actual reason remains to be seen. It remains, the future needs to play out for us to see if he is the reason. Because at the moment, Arsenal seem to be saying, well, Edu didn't get the players in. That's why Arteta couldn't get the players that he wanted, and that's why Arteta couldn't get the team to win. However, if Edu's gone and Arteta gets the players that he wants, and we still don't win, then was that Edu's fault? How much to blame was Edu in the end? So I think it's peak for for um, for Arteta at the moment. Let's have a look. Still down. Oh, this is a stupid. This video here. I don't want to like gloss on that. Some stupid woman. Anyway, if Saudi were willing to offer, if Saudi were willing to offer 90 million for Matoma, they'd be likely to offer over 100 million for Martinelli. I think if Saudi offer over 100 million for Martinelli, take it. Take it. I mean, it's not that I love Martinelli. I don't love Martinelli. I really wanted him to succeed, and I really thought he had a lot of potential. But you have to be realistic. It's just not working, and it's about football. A lot of football is about momentum, and when the momentum is not shifting in your way, it's difficult. It's difficult to get it back your way. And if Saudi's going to come in with 100 million bid, which I don't think is right, it's not going to happen. I would take that personally. I would take that. The man with zero haters. I don't think that's true. I think he's got a few haters. But anyway, there we go. He looks a lot better now that he's retired than he did when he was here. Oh, Clinical Kai. This guy's always interesting. Because humans are blessed with the gift of seeds. That's okay. Well, Salah's. We'll look at this bit in the bottom here, though. That's the thing. It's all about the trophies. But at the end of the day, I suppose there is kind of a point to this. I don't necessarily always agree with this at Clinical Kai guy because he's got fucking Kai in his surname, in his screen name for a start. Because Henry is obviously who you're going to take. Henry Salah. You're going to take Henry. I've been fortunate to see Henry play as well. Like right in front of me. Like first row settings. And all I can say is he was just fucking fast. He was a quick motherfucker. But yes, let's have a look. My feed is full of things that are not always Arsenal. Let's keep going. Well, yeah, this is it. Like, this is what people forget. Arteta got a lot of players, and it's like, well, people want to say, "I'll get Calafuri off the screen." Fucking people want to say, in fact, I'm going to get this bitch off the screen as well. What can I put on the screen which isn't that bad whilst I talk? Da-di-da-di-da. Let's find something to talk about before. Oh, Lee Carsley's the under 21 manager, isn't he? Where's the Arsenal tweets? Where have all my Arsenal tweets gone? Anyway, let's put that in a sec. So, yeah, he got like 30, I think maybe 31 players. But yeah, 31, 33. He's got like 30 players. And how many of them have been successful? Gabriel, Party, I guess to some degree you could say Raya so far. Timber, um, not sure about Odegaard still. It's kind of like the jury's out. If you look up front, you're struggling. The main players who have been successful and who have kind of carried the team are players from before. Saka, Saliba, Martinelli, up until recently. You know, people like to say that he's rebuilt the defence. We're still looking for an established left back. Miles Lewis Skelly, for me, needs to be moved into midfield. I don't think he's going to be moved into midfield. I think our midfield situation is a bit of a tricky one as well next year, because if Party is going to go, I don't know what you think, AJ, about this whole kind of like Party situation, but there seems to be a bit of disrespect on Party, and like there seems to be a lot of people. There seems to be a lot of people kind of like glad that Party's leaving. I'm like, why are you glad that Party's one of the proper mainstays? Yes, he's made a few mistakes, and that fucking yellow card in the Champions League, yeah, that was a big mistake. Vieira, one of our greatest ever players, tried to flip the ball over his fucking head for Ryan Giggs' goal. That long run goal. Let me see if I can fucking find it as well, because people forget this shit. Not that I have anything against Vieira. I loved Vieira. Vieira is a great player. If I can find this, this is going to be tricky to find. Giggs' goal against Arsenal. Giggs' goal FA Cup. Oh yeah, there we go. If you look at this, if they got this right, this started from a massive Vieira mistake. I don't know if they're going to have this right. Let me see if I can do this. I'm not sure if I can share it. Oh, it's a 5-minute long video. Why? I just want the goal. I want the last goal, you dickheads. These are all like, oh no, hang on. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh no. It's not got it. Balls. Anyway, point being that even Vieira had a few mistakes in him which led to goals. So, like chastising Party for doing some mistakes, it's not, it doesn't really count for anything when you look at his overall game. If you look at the overall effect that he's had, and like, would you rather have Party in midfield or not? Well, right, yes, we'd rather have Party in midfield overall. Like, going on the duration of the fucking season, you would rather have Party, right? And I don't think that Zubimendi is going to come in and do the Party role, toe the Party line. I don't think it's going to happen, man. I don't think it's going to happen. And I don't know how we're going to. I mean, look, Zubimendi is a very Arteta type player, which is fine for him. In fact, that Ryan Giggs, it wasn't the Ryan Giggs goal. Actually, now I remember it. It was the one that led to the other goal. Oh God! All right. Anyway, my point being that Vieira used to make mistakes. Our big players used to make mistakes. So you can't just say, "Oh yeah, Partey made mistakes here and there." Yes, he's made mistakes here and there. No football is perfect. Aubameyang missed a penalty against Spurs, wasn't it? That messed up our Champions League qualification ambitions. No player has been absolutely perfect and unstoppable. Omri hasn't. Adams hasn't. Vieira hasn't. So I don't really understand what these people are doing. These people have some Party hate, and I don't really get it. I don't really get where it comes from. Norgard is a weird one, man. It's a very Arsenal signing, isn't it? It's a very Arsenal signing. Look, if it works, it works. I mean, like, look, I don't know. It's just one of those things where You think a club like us needs to be moving a little bit better than this? A club like us needs to be moving a little bit more, like, we need to be moving with a little bit more intention, like signing people from Brentford. Okay, so moving back, you could sort of say that, well, Van Dijk got signed from a smaller club. He came from Southampton and blah blah blah. So I get that. So I guess maybe we have to wait and see. So I'm kind of like a balanced person like that. I'm not going to immediately sort of like jump down people's throats and chastise and all this kind of stuff. I guess we have to see. But the thing is, like, I guess the thing for us is it's just been so long since we won something major that we all just want this great team to be assembled of players that we know that will get the job done. We don't want question marks. Norgard is a question mark. Zubimendi is a question mark. Sesko is a question mark. We don't know. We're not fulfilled that these players are title winning players. At Goikarez, we're a lot more confident. Something like that. A Rodrigo, we're a lot more confident. That's why these kind of players need to come in. And I don't see why this is controversial, because we used to do this. We used to do this years ago, and now it seems like, well, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. And I think the reason for that is that fans, they know fans can be finessed. Fans are not so bothered anymore about what we're bringing in, who we're bringing in, and all this kind of stuff. And it's just kind of irritating because the whole thing feeds into itself. It's like the torus shape of the universe. It's like the whole. I don't think the universe is a torus shape. The universe is a 4-dimensional hypersphere. But like there's a lot of torus shapes, and the torus is kind of like a donut, and it all kind of like feeds into itself and goes around in a circular kind of motion. And they understand that the fans have lowered their standards, so they understand that they can get away with it. But what is very ironic about that is that they're then paying our manager, who is not succeeding, the fourth highest paid wage. I think it's the fourth now. It used to be the third. The fourth highest paid wage in the world. I don't like, if you're the fourth highest paid person at a job in the world, you're expected to deliver results. Results in football mean trophies. And there is no debate about that. This isn't taking Aston Villa from relegation to the top four. That is a result for them. In that relative context, they don't need a trophy in that relative context. But when it's Arsenal Football Club, results, when you're getting paid 15 fucking million a year, when you're only getting paid second to Pep Guardiola in the English league that you compete in, you need to either win that league or win a cup or win a European trophy. I don't see how it's so controversial. I don't see how it's controversial, man. Yo, big up, man. I seen you on the other channels. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, why are people backing him? Is it because they're so brainwashed? Is the brainwashing that bad? Is the cult that bad? They have a very cult-like system, and it's kind of like pushed forward by phrases and terminology and words that we all know, like trust the process. The latest one was unprecedented, wasn't it? It's unprecedented that all these injuries happened and all this kind of stuff. And it just kind of like, it just has all the hallmarks of a cult, and it's like so easy to see. Listen, I'm kind of tired of it, and I think that personally, this is the make or break season, like I said before. There is no way that this ownership, because if you think about it, right, people can kind of like, I know people like to say that, well, they're happy that Arsenal are in the top four and they're getting the Champions League money, and I do agree with that. That is a salient point. That is a accurate point. However, the Cronkies will also be speaking with people who will be like saying to them, so what's happening with Arsenal? Like, your man's not winning. they will be getting feedback like that from their hierarchy. Believe me, there will be people feeding back to them like, well, why, this team is winning, that team is winning, you're doing all right with them. You sack the manager here or there, because obviously they've got like 4 clubs or whatever they have, 4 different teams. But then they've still got Arteta. And Arteta is like keeping us going, he's keeping us going in profit, but I don't know how long they're going to allow it to happen. I certainly think maximum in the worst case scenario, it's another 2 years. There is no way he's getting a new contract. But I do think that this next season, come this time next year, he'll be gone. If he doesn't win anything, he's gone. Even a Carabao Cup. I think a Carabao Cup will not be enough, because I think that the fans will. You're already seeing the fans start to revolt. I mean, I've already showed on here that there's plenty of fans who used to be very prominently pro Arteta on Twitter, who are suddenly now making like not so overt aspersions, but they're casting sort of subtle aspersions about him not being up for it, not being good enough, not signing players, blah blah blah. The club being a bit of a shambles. Everyone's starting to kind of fall apart a little bit. They need to rescue it with this summer, and they need to rescue it going into the season. And to be honest with you, the fixture list is another thing. I actually like the fixture list. I think it's a good fixture list. Bro, I have got like 2 fans on here at the moment. Hence, I don't usually do streams like topless. I'm like, I'm not trying to be like zesty or anything, but I'm here in North London. It is, what are we saying here? What is he saying? He's saying about 20, 22 degrees, and it's 133. Yeah, it's 20 degrees here, and it's 133. And I'm from Yorkshire, and I'm used to it being like our peak summer was 27 degrees. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is peak summer. So that's just after high noon, because the sun isn't the warmest at high noon. It's actually the warmest just after high noon at about 3. Between 3 and 4 is when the sun is warmest. Little science thing for you there. It's called thermal lag as the sun comes down. But yeah, Jesus Christ, being here in North London, I'm in Turnpike Lane, and when it's about 3:30 at this time of year, fuck me, because this room is forward, it's front facing, so it sort of faces that. I mean, this kind of concept is a bit weird to me because the sun is big, but it's kind of like because of the various like degree things and all that. This room is front facing, and so the sun just bears down on me. And so when I'm here at like 3 p.m., 4 p.m., fucking hell, man, in summertime, but 31 degrees turns into like 38, 39 degrees. It is a fucking nightmare. And these houses in Britain, what people don't realize who don't live in Britain, these houses are built for winter. E.g., they're built to retain heat. So they're built to retain heat in winter, so we don't get that fucking cold. So unfortunately, when it comes to summer and when it comes to it being 31, 32 degrees outside, that fucking heat gets retained, and suddenly this place turns into a fucking oven. Mate, honestly, and I'm on a ground floor flat as well, so I can't go out to work or I can't go out to anywhere and leave windows open. Otherwise, trust me, windows would be open. So I come back to it, like I've just been out before I come back to do this stream, and I come back and it's just like a block of heat. It's almost solid because the heat molecules are so close together. There's almost like a solidity to the heat. It's fucking mad, man. Whereabouts are you? Yeah, no, I'm not. Listen, I'm not going to go that far. Yeah, whereabouts are you? Oh, deep south. Okay, deep South London. Deep South London. Yeah, I mean, fuck, man. I don't know if it's. Well, I don't know. I hope it's. I was supposed to be down there. Do you know, I was supposed to be in Brixton. I was supposed to be in Phonox tonight for Players' Night, Drum and Bass Night, Hype and Hazard, and all that. I just wasn't up to it tonight, to be honest with you. I've been working on an EP. I do music production as well as my 9 to 5, and I've been so tired recently that I just couldn't. yeah, I just didn't want to go down. I just thought like I'd fucking chill here, maybe do a live stream. And I've completely forgotten what my fucking point was about about Arsenal. So if anyone can fucking remind me what the hell I was on about, I have absolutely no idea what my point was before I digressed about the weather. Um, but yeah, oh yeah, I think we're just sort of saying like about how Arteta, it's a make or break season. It literally is a make or break season. I don't mean that to sound like a cliche. I just don't think that he can survive not winning anything. Even you get someone like Igal, you see Igal on the streams, and he gives it all that about like his support for Arteta, and then he gets asked, okay, so what does Arteta need to do this season for you to be happy with him? And then he replies, oh, well, it needs to be he needs to win either the league or the Champions League. It's like, so whoa, hang on a second. Hang on a second here. So you've just given us all this lip service to how good Arteta is, how good his recruitment has been, how good the progress has been, and all that. And then someone on the panel has come and asked you, well, what does he need to do this season to stay in his job? And you've just said he needs to win the league or win the Champions League. That's a pretty lofty ambition. Like that doesn't make any sense. I don't. This is why I don't understand these. I don't understand these guys because like they say all this shit about Arteta and how good he is, and then when you question them, they're like, oh well, yeah, he needs to win the league or he has to go. Well, you can't. That's incongruent. You can't. It's like me and AJ were talking about before. It's like you can't think Arsenal are a big club and at the same time think that what is happening now is okay. You can't think Arsenal are a big club and then simultaneously think that going 5 years without a major trophy is okay because it doesn't make any sense. It's incongruent thinking. It's like you can't like if you like name me and they can never answer this. Name me another club, a big club. So that's a Liverpool, a Man United, a Barca, a Real, an Inter AC, Bayern, whoever it is, PSG. Name me another big club that would keep a manager for 5 consecutive seasons, regardless of context, without winning anything and triple his wages. They can't do it. They can't do it. They either don't respond or they just say that they're just going about injuries or they'll like trot out one of the excuses. And this is the thing. I beg this season we don't have injuries. I beg that we don't have controversial refereeing decisions because I want there to be no fucking I beg he gets his players. I don't want there to be any fucking excuses anymore. I'm pissed off with excuses. Well, I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to catch up on that. Oh, actually, I did see someone had clipped something up. I didn't click on the link. Yeah, the gate crash pot stream. This is London. I got cut back to back like a DJ set. Yeah, I mean, like that doesn't surprise me because like I remember I'm not a big streamer. I enjoy streaming and talking to people who come online. I enjoy when people are in the chat and it's always good to play off. I mean, my whole point of the stream was to go through X and point out like stupid shit that's on X, but the vast majority of the stream has been me and AJ talking, and now I hear you and Mia talking. So this is just playing in the background randomly. So I'm not saying that I'm a big streamer, but I was on. I think it was North Sides, or I think it was North Sides, or maybe Aaron's calling show. No, I think it was North Side's show one time. And like Igal was on there, and I just came on and I kind of like just said that I kind of literally said actually what I just said now, that you can't think that we're a big club and simultaneously think that what's happening at the moment is acceptable for a big club. He kind of just went, I think we're doing okay. I think we're doing okay. Well, what the fuck do you mean by that? And then someone else jumped in and it kind of moved on from that. And, me being not, I was the most sort of like least prominent YouTube person on the panel. I was kind of like, I didn't really come back in, but like, I just said, what do you mean we're doing okay? I mean, I get like you can say we're doing okay, but like relatively, it's not okay, is it? Like there's two ways of looking at it. You can look at it as like second, second, second. It's oh, we're very, very close. We're going to get there someday. But also, you can look at it, which I think is the more realistic way of looking at it, in the second, second, second means that you can't win. You are having trouble to win. There is something about you that can't get you over the line. That's why you keep doing second, second, second. That's why it's not second, first, second. Wenger went second, second, second after winning a double. And then he won after the second, second, second. He won a double again with a team that he completely rebuilt. That was a proper rebuild. Wenger did a proper rebuild. This guy is still rebuilding. He's still it's like a continuous build. Bro, I don't know, man. I just like honestly. Yeah, I mean, Igal has gone nowhere to hide when the season comes to pass. I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting this time next season. What is his excuses going to be? There's going to be some excuse. That's what pisses me off. That's what pisses me off. Okay, this is what I was talking about with this guy as well. I say it's a guy. Is it a guy or is it a girl? I swear this is a girl, right? This is a girl. This is a bird, right? This is definitely a bird. That's a bird, right? Or whether they're using a girl's, I don't know whether they're using a girl's image, which would be like a decent ploy. Arteta low-key always signs players with good hair, decent-looking guys. He's not one signed a bald guy. None of his players are allowed to go bald either. Early signs and you're required to Turkey. Like, what the fuck? What is this? Like, who is like what? Like, are you that bored? Like, what are you posting this for? Why are you so bored that you're posting this shit? Seriously, is this the height of like football analysis that we're looking at here? 17.1k views, 680 likes. As I fucking look at it, it's kind of crazy, man. In fact, he made Gabriel go bald. To be honest with you, this is just craziness, man. I'm sure there's going to be some. Let me have a little look here. What's this guy saying? Still kind of. There's a nice picture of our beloved there. Still can't believe this happened. Chelsea robbed us of 65 million and got Palmer. Suffered with this guy playing for my club. Got to survive 2 more years. What are the comments saying to that? You must be foolish to think. Look at this. This is what. I don't even need to read the rest. I will read the rest, but look. I think I know what's coming. I think we know what's coming. You must be foolish to think Havertz wasn't a good signing for us. Sure, he might not be as good. What does that? What does that even fucking mean? That's not even English. Sure, he might not be as good as what? Dickhead. But you definitely cannot deny he came through for us during Jesus' injury. He came through and did what? He did score a few goals, but what happens? Kept us in the top 4. Oh, fucking great. Oh dear, oh dear. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, he had a nice purple patch. It doesn't make me forget the rest of his performances. Yeah, look, I mean, come on. Anybody who watches Arsenal on a day-to-day, as like weekend to weekend basis, understands that Havertz has a few good moments, but those few good moments are not enough to make a great. Those few moments doth not a great player make, and it's like what we were talking about at the start of this stream. It's like the lowering of the standards means that someone like Havertz is elevated as a fucking as some sort of genius player. That is craziness to me. Why is there a monkey in the middle of the stream here? Okay, he's getting given bananas. That's lovely. I that's fine by me. So, if you were Andrea Berta, who would you push to sign? Okay, guys, this is one here from Guna. How do I pronounce that? Jesus Christ, Guna Euricus. Oy, I hope I pronounced that okay. So, um, guys, if you were Andrea Berta, who would you push to sign? I am probably gonna go with Rodrigo. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think of that? Leao, Eze, Rodrigo. I hear the Eze argument. I definitely hear the Eze argument. I would say Rodrigo. I am tempted by Eze. I am tempted by Eze because I've said for like about, to be fair, it's kind of like more about like standing by what I've said, because I've said for about 2 years at least that it's a no-brainer that we should go for Eze. I just feel like it's just such a no-brainer. It's just one of, I don't really understand how no one else has gone in for him. I don't know if there's some other thing that I'm missing in terms of contracts, or like the player's personal preferences or agent or whatever legally, or something that I'm missing. But why is somebody who is talented as Ebere Eze still at Crystal Palace? And Eze is how old? How old is he? Because he's not that young still. Ebere Eze is, I think he's like 20. Am I going to get this wrong? Am I going to look silly? Is he 26? He's 27. Actually, yeah, he's just turned 26. So he's literally, his birthday is today. So literally, Eze's birthday is today. He's turned 27. I thought he was 26. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's so unwary. So with this, but would we? How much? Okay, so but how much do you think we would command for one net for Ethan though? This is me trying to pronounce the fucking name. How much do you think? How much do you think we could get for Ethan though? Because yeah, I don't know. Like, because Eze is going to cost. What would, I don't know what Palace are asking for Eze. Because they're asking for like 70 million for Eze. So what are we going to sell Ethan for? If we sell Ethan for like, yeah, we could. I reckon we could sell him for like 30. That's half of what. That's roughly half of what Palace are asking for Eze. So that pays for half of Eze. So that's like what? Yeah, 35 Rodrigo, 100 and. I would like us to do that. I do think that's yeah, that's kind of possible. That's kind of possible. But if it's the right thing to do, Arsenal won't do it, and we all know that. If it's the logical thing to do, like when was the last time we made a logical? When was the last time either of you, AJ or Tetra is a loser? Sorry, I don't know your real name, so I'm just using part of your street name. When was the last time that either of you got excited about a signing? And I'll actually have to little think about mine. I think it was probably Sanchez, or maybe Aubameyang. Probably Aubameyang, to be honest. Bro, this is the singularity. This is the sort of like negative singularity of the Arsenal downfall. That moment when David Dean left the club, for me, that's when it all went pear shaped. Yeah, I mean, I think Aubameyang, and then prior to that Sanchez, and then prior to that probably Ozil. But I wasn't so. I don't know. I wasn't so worked up about Ozil for whatever reason. I really, yeah, I did. I did get excited about Sanchez and Aubameyang just because we needed that because Aubameyang was kind of like coming in. He scored something like 40, 41 goals. This is why I like the goal. Like fucking hell, it's amazing what these Arteta fans will do to defend him and his choices, to defend Arteta and his choices. Like, you've got a guy like Goikarez, who's got 97 goals in 102 games. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, you could say, oh, it's an inferior league. Ronaldo came from that league. Oh, Nunes came from that league. Yeah, but Ronaldo came from that league. So, you can't judge, can you? 97 in 102 is still a fucking excellent return, which, Nunes didn't have. So let's not go down that road. Bayern have just signed a guy from, I think, was it Wolfsburg? I might be wrong. It's not Sesko, anyway, which is the point, a striker. So why didn't they go for Sesko? People will argue that, well, because Sesko is a done deal with Arsenal. Okay, let's see what happens in 3 days' time then. Because if Sesko is a done deal with Arsenal, then I expect that to be announced pretty much the 1st of July. We've been waiting long enough for something like this. It's just like, why does it have to be such a long, drawn-out affair? Why is it always such a sort of torturous thing with us? Like, it's just mad to me. It's just mad to me. Oba or Alexis, yeah. Party as well, to be fair. Yeah, Party was one that I thought as well. Because my second team, I think AJ knows, but you probably don't know. But like, my second team is Real Betis. I go over to Spain pretty much every April, March to catch a Real Betis game just before it gets too hot over there, because Seville can get very, very hot, and you don't want to go if you're a Caucasian Yorkshireman like me. You don't particularly want to go to Seville post April time because it's a little bit tricky with the sun, the blessed sun. So yeah. So anyway, I've been a Betico, Anglico Betico since 2001, and an Arsenal fan since 1993. So Arsenal is like the wife since 1993, and like Betis is kind of like the mistress in a way since 2001, for want of a better analogy. But yeah, what I mean by all that is that like I kind of seen a bit of La Liga, and I was very happy for us to get Party, because I could, I've seen him for Atleti many times, and we kind of haven't ever. How do I put this? It's like we haven't quite taken advantage of how good it is. Like we look in certain games, in peak situations, we can see how good Party is. And yes, he's made mad mistakes, like the fucking mistake, like his performance in the Champions League was it the quarter? Yeah, the second leg of the quarter. This last season gone was just fucking ridiculous. However, I don't think we have built a team that's been strong enough for him to take advantage of his capabilities. And for fucking another fact, for someone like Thomas Partey, who has his ability from midfield, who has that box to box ability, who has that ball carrying ability, who has that strength, who has that vision, who has that ability to retain the ball and get it pinged off to people properly, for us to play him at right back was an absolute piss take. And I'm sorry, like, I was so pissed off when I saw that. And I know people were pissed off. I was so fucking pissed off to see us doing that. Thomas Partey should never be playing at right back. And I know he can play right back, and he played 7 games for Atleti at right back. It was emergency circumstances by Simeone. I don't think there were emergency circumstances by us. And, what he brings to this Arsenal team, he should not have been devalued and devoted back into that. Anyway, I don't want to rant about the fucking Partey situation, but like the Partey situation pisses me off, because I just think he's one of our, if not our best player of the past year or so. And I go online and everyone seems to fucking take the piss and think that he was, and it's almost like good riddance to him. I'm so glad he's going. I'm so glad Zubimendi's here to take over from him. What the fuck are you talking about? Zubimendi's not the fucking player that he is. Zubimendi's not got the ball carrying. So I used to play that position. I used to be a kind of Partey type player. Zubimendi, like, it's not the same concept. It's the idea of like what Party does in getting the ball back, shadowing, shielding the back four, and then bringing the play forward. That's not what Zubimendi does. So if anybody is under the illusion that Zubimendi is going to replace Party, that ain't going to fucking happen. It's going to be a different type of forward momentum, which I'm not sure is going to be as successful as if we have fucking Thomas Party in there. Sorry for the rant, but fucking hell, I'm just pissed about this Party situation because so many fucking people seem to think that Thomas Party is not that good, and I don't understand that. Can either of you guys, can AJ, can you not, can you explain to me why so many people seem to think Party is not good enough? Because I don't fucking get it. Yeah, he makes some mistakes, like we said before. Vieira used to make mistakes. Vieira used to do this stupid thing where he used to flick the ball over his shoulder and lose possession, and then the other team would go and score. But Vieira is one of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life. I saw him up at Blackburn. I saw his debut. No, I didn't. I correct myself. I didn't see his debut, but I saw one of his first games away at Blackburn. Just when I think it was maybe his second game, because I used to live up in Yorkshire, so I used to go to Blackburn away, Bolton away, Old Blundell Park before they went to I can't remember Bolton's ground now. Anyway, the old Bolton ground, Blundell Park. Went to Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, Leeds United. There's one more I can't remember. But anyway, I used to go to a few Bradford City. I used to go to a few grounds, away grounds up in the north, and I saw Vieira play. And I actually saw claim to fame, two claims to fame. Actually, so let me find this image. I will find you a funny image. Two claims to fame. I saw Wenger's first ever game for Arsenal. In fact, without Googling, oh yeah, look. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is the thing. They all get kind of obsessed with this. So, yeah, Party is going to be a massive miss, like you say. So, what I will say, so without Googling, guys, because I like, if you don't get this, it's cool. I always ask this to people because I was actually there when it happened. I don't necessarily expect guys to know the answer to this, but can you remember without Googling, or do you know without Googling, what was Arsene Wenger's first ever game for Arsenal? And who was it against and what was the score? And whilst you think about that and give me the reply, I'm going to find you an image that's going to be funny, which is from another infamous Arsenal moment, which is the Paolo Di Canio referee push moment. I don't know if you remember that. I will be getting the image in just one sec because I was there in the front row for both of those things. I was there in the front row for both Arsene Wenger's debut as Arsenal manager and the infamous Paolo Di Canio push on the referee. So I don't know if you guys are aware of that. If you're not, we can talk about that in a sec. I just need to find these images. If you just bear with me. Let's have a look here. Boxes are going crazy where I am. Here we go. The fox outside is going mad. Okay, I can do it from that. I can probably do it from that. That's fine. Yeah, do you know what it is like? Do you know what I found? It's like best not to get into the It's best not to get into the conversations that we get into with people in public. So I went up the road about like 2 weeks ago, and there's a pub just up the road from me called PG O'Connor's. I live in just by Wood Green, and there was a guy in there who's one of the Haringey Borough managers, and he was saying to me with a completely straight face that Arteta has done a really, really great job. And I was thinking, you're a manager. You're a manager of a team. And you're saying to me that 6 years of being manager of Arsenal, you've only won one FA Cup. And you're saying to me with a straight face, he's not drunk or anything. It was only like 4, 5 p.m., just like maybe his first or second drink. You're saying to me with a straight face that you think that Mikel Arteta is doing a really good job with Arsenal. I was really shocked because I didn't actually get to that question until about maybe 15, 20 minutes of talking to him. I was really enjoying talking to him because he seemed to be really insightful about football. He's like one of the managers at Haringey Borough, and he was talking about like how Haringey Borough have been doing and how they're going to try to sort of improve next season. He seems to be very tactically aware. He seemed to be very tactically sound. He seemed to be very sort of intellectually sound about football. And then we got onto the subjects of Arsenal and Arteta. He's a Tottenham fan as well, by the way. And he said that Arteta is doing an amazing job without being tongue-in-cheek. He wasn't tongue-in-cheek. He wasn't like trying to take the piss as a Tottenham fan, like, oh, he's doing a great job. He actually really meant it. And he actually seemed quite visibly offended when I pushed back against him, because obviously I pushed back against him. And he seemed like to not know why I would say that. But I was kind of like trying to, well, it's Arsenal. We haven't won a major trophy now. Let's say the FA Cup was the major trophy. We haven't won a major trophy since 2020. I mean, like, do you think that's acceptable for Arsenal? And he was kind of like quiet. He didn't say anything. And I was like, well, then that's the kind of thing I was trying to explain to him. And then the whole conversation got a bit sort of fractured after that. And this is kind of like why it's a little bit tricky with people, because it's kind of like, you know, you have a conversation and you think you're having a good conversation about football. And then for some reason, when it comes to this fucking Spanish guy, this Spanish fraud that we all know, that it becomes a dividing line. It becomes a dividing line where, like, this guy that you just met, who you're getting on with, suddenly doesn't like you because you don't like Mikel Arteta. It's like, what the fuck is what the fuck is going on? So anyway, so two things. Number one, the answer to the first question: Arsene Wenger's first game for Arsenal was away in 1995. I think August. I might be wrong. It might be September. Away at Blackburn Rovers at Ewood Park. I was there. I was actually sat with my dad in the Blackburn end, unfortunately, as a, I think, 10-year-old, 11-year-old. And it was 2-0 to Arsenal. Ian Wright scored in both ends, in both halves. The second thing I talked about was the Paolo Di Canio push. Now, I'm going to share the screen. Can you see? And I'm going to stop sharing Twitter for a second. Here I am. I don't know if you'll be able to see this. What the fuck is this bullshit? I don't want this bullshit. Oh, fuck off. I don't know if you can see this. Okay, yeah, you can see this. So, see this here? This is when Paolo Di Canio. Can I make this bigger? I don't know if I can make this bigger. I can make this bigger for me. No, I don't like that. Fuck that. So this is a game against Sheffield Wednesday. I can't remember what year it was. It was around the same time. I think it was was it pre-Wenger? I can't remember if it was pre-Wenger. All I remember, it was 20 quid to get in. Guess who this guy is here? Do you see this guy is here? Yeah. See this guy in the stylish brown beige top? Yeah, it's yours truly. And this is me watching Paolo Di Canio push the referee over against Arsenal. Let me see if I can find a video of this, because I don't think you guys have seen this. Let me stop sharing this, because this is mad. If you've not seen this before, it's kind of mad. So it's one of the funniest moments in football history. Di Canio referee push. Oh yeah, okay, it's here. Okay, brilliant. So let me. What's the best one? Bear with me 1 second. I'm just trying to find the right video for this. I think this is. Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so let's go with this one. Yeah. Come back. Pause there. Right, let me share the screen. So basically, this was a game against Sheffield Wednesday that Arsenal had. Oh my God, receding hairline. This is a game against Sheffield Wednesday, way back in the day. Yeah, hope you can see this. Yeah, let me put this in a new window. I can just, it's easy if I do this in a new window. Anyway, here we go. Check this out. This is madness. I was in the front row for this. Red card for Di Canio. Boom. Referee takes a dive. Bam. We've never seen anything like it. Look at that. Paul Dirk. Nigel Winterburn doesn't want something. Doesn't want that. Nigel Winterburn doesn't want that. So look at that. That is crazy, isn't it? Fuck off Di Canio. Down to the ground. Nigel Winterburn comes in like a big hard man, apparently. And then look at Di Canio. Oh, Winterburn. What? Doesn't want anything of it. Doesn't want anything of it. That was mad. That was absolute madness. Absolute madness. Yeah, I mean, teletext, man. Oh my God, teletext was something else. Yeah, I used to get all my fucking news was from teletext. Did you ever used to do Bamba Boozler as well? Bamba Boozler was something I used to do on Channel 4. Bamba Boozler was this kind of like quiz show you used to do on teletext on Channel 4. I have no idea what number it was, but yeah, it was kind of like madness. I could never get anything right. So yeah, let's see what else is going on around here. Is there anything football wise? Oh God, what's this guy saying? Only lost 2 league games when he started as striker, but people will say he's ruined the project. Oh God, here we go. Only lost 2 games when he started as striker, but people will say he ruined the project. Okay. Ruined what project? What project do you mean? What, the 6-year project that's been going on and not really doing anything for 6 years? It's been kind of like meandering. Yes, it's improved a little bit, but it's not really amounted to anything. Is that the ruin project that you're talking about? Salah _ LFC Salah? What the fuck are these people on about? Is this like, mate, I don't know. I don't know what mentality these people have. It really does really drive me mad. Like, it is clear to anybody that watches football that Kai Havertz is, I mean, I don't even need to tell you guys, do I? That Kai Havertz is not a starting striker. It was clear to Arteta himself that Kai Havertz is not a starting striker because he started as a midfielder. But he's ruined the project. Okay. But he didn't have a project. There was no project to ruin, really, essentially. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, God, what's DT saying? Oh, fuck that dickhead. This guy kidnapped his wife, so he can fuck off. Yeah, anyway, enough of that. Best right back, what's this guy saying? Best right back player comparison, Reece James or Ricardo Calafiori. Best right back, I don't know. I think he's taking a piss there, isn't he? Taking a Z-piss. What else is going on here? Come on, give me a bit more football stuff, please. Yeah, my Twitter feed is full of a lot of random shit. Ornstein said Arsenal want to sign 3 attackers this window, providing we actually manage to do that. Eze, Rodrigo, and Cesar would actually transform us. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? We all know that this is not going to happen. Like we will be so lucky to get, like, Do people understand how lucky we will be to get even one of these players? A lot of this is just media. For me personally, I think it's Sesko. That's not what I personally want, but I just think that Eze, Rodrigo are just PR media tools just to keep us all kind of like talking and chatting and happy or whatever as everything rolls over. There's no way we're getting Rodrigo. There's no way we're getting Eze, which is criminal, to be honest with you. But there is a total way we're getting Sesko, which is the fucking worst option, because obviously we're going to get the worst option. Absolutely unfucking believable. Absolutely unbelievable. Anyway, we go on. We go on. Kids these days. Oh no! Do you know what? Right, let me just pause this for a second. So, what I find amusing about Twitter is there are so many compilations of player like genius play and whatnot, and like these are the highlights of this player's play and all this kind of stuff. You watch the compilation, and usually they're shit. So let's have a look. Is this going to be another shit one? Actually, is this actually a United one? This is a United. Okay, so this is a United one, so we're not going to watch that. But like the thing is, it is true that there is so much stuff that goes online about like compilations and stuff like that that they're just so shit. Not one of our clothes will go for this club. That's another United. Why am I getting linked to so many United things? This doesn't make any sense. Like, piss off. Where's the Arsenal stuff? Where is the Arsenal stuff? And Gilberto would have signed Florian Woods. Oh, this guy's always quite funny. Football is for everyone, including idiots. Well beast. And then like fucking hell, this is the guy who yeah, this is the guy who says quite a lot of shit. Suffering from success. Wait a minute, did England wait a minute. Am I out of the loop here? Did England win something? Did England under 21s win? Did England under 21s win? I thought it was a semi-final. Oh, it's a final. Fucking hell. Oh my god, I'm so thick. I didn't even know, man. I knew England were playing Germany, obviously, but I didn't realize it was a fucking final. Oh, and we won it in the 92nd minute as well. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Fucking hell, what a dickhead. All right, yeah. Well, bollocks to those Germans then. Obviously, fuck those Krauts. Is that going to get me demonetized? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to get me demonetized for this link. Anyway, this stream. But anyway, no, I'll say that again. Fuck those Krauts. Anyway, so yeah, balls to that. This guy Wellbeast, yeah, he posts a lot of weird fucking shit, man. The man with zero haters. Yeah, I don't know if Wenger is a man with zero haters, to be fair. But anyway, 2 years ago, Arsenal signed Kai Havertz. Whoops. With hindsight, do you think it was correct move? No. I think that's fairly obvious. What? Oh my god! It's like this is the thing. This guy's got 270 comments. What are the comments saying? Do you think it was a correct move? Yes, he is a big game player. Right. When did that happen? When did he is a big game player, hardworking, F9 type striker has done a great. Arteta's done a great job with him. What are these people like? What are these people seeing? Like, what do they see? This is what I don't understand. What do they actually see that makes them think this? I don't know. That's very strange to me. Yeah, but Wenger, I was around for the early Wenger days. I don't respect the late Wenger days. That's the thing. The Wenger days Wenger should have gone 2000 and what was it? 2008 when we got beaten 8-2. That's when Wenger should have gone. And Wenger well outstayed his welcome, and also Wenger was actually taking money from player sales as well, which is what people don't realize as well. We only had to pay off the stadium 20 million per year, which was not that much. It didn't financially cripple us as much as people were led to believe by Arsene Wenger. So I do understand the angst against Wenger, especially like sort of post 2006 and 7. He should have gone in like 2010 type time, but he went in 2018. Like, imagine that. And that is where the damage was done. That 8 years, that 7 years, however you want to debate it or so, that was when the foundation was laid. And funnily enough, that's when the Kroenkes came in, by the way, as well. That is when the foundation was laid for the pathway of accepting mediocrity, or at least accepting what was relative to Arsenal as mediocrity. Arsenal were becoming, again, a club that since sort of like the late 80s into early 90s and forward were the top team, one of the top dogs that were challenging with Man United, from like the mid 90s onwards for the title. We were getting a European Cup, we were getting blah, blah, blah. And then from about 2008 onwards, it started to decline. And then we allowed that decline to happen. And that decline was allowed to happen so much that it got to the point where everyone was kind of fine with it. Oh, well, we're top four. At least we're making top four and all this kind of stuff. So Wenger was a big part of that. So I totally get the angst for that. However, that guy gave me some of the best memories personally of my life in terms of football. So it's a kind of double-edged sword for me. It's a kind of balancing act. You know what I mean? Say I was there through Wenger, good and bad, but more awake and conscious of the bad. Yeah, because it's like there was like, it seems like when you look back on it, if you think Wenger went, 2018, I would say like, it's kind of half and half, like, because he came in like 1997, 1998, and he left in like 2018. I would say there was like 10 years of good until about 2007, 2008, and then like 10 years of bad. However, we did still pick up 4 FA Cups, which for us is still not good enough. I mean, I need to make that clear. It's not good enough. And when these people say to me, I don't think you were here before, why not? But when people, I was saying to AJ before, when we went out to Man United this season in January in the FA Cup, there was people on X, and I wish I could bring the tweet up, but it's from ages ago. It would take me fucking ages to find it. But there was actually people saying to me that, oh, it doesn't matter. We have enough FA Cups anyway. Can you imagine the mindset? Like, can you explain to me? Do you know what that mindset? What is the mindset of a person who's allegedly an Arsenal fan, who allegedly thinks we're a big club, who's allegedly supposed to be upholding the values of Arsenal Football Club, Victoria Concordia Crescent from 1886 and all that kind of stuff? Can you get into the mindset of somebody who is saying that, oh, we've got enough FA Cups? Because it's not even fucking factually correct. Yes, we are the FA Cup leaders. We've got one more than Man United. That doesn't mean we've got enough. It's an absolutely that was one of the most fucking insane things that I've heard in the past year, and I've heard a lot of insane shit from fucking Gooners, man. I've heard a lot of insane shit. Like, why do you not want to win more trophies? Why do you not want? What is this thing about? You get it online now, especially when you see like, what are you worried? Why are you saying about winning trophies so much? You just enjoy the ride, just enjoy the journey, just enjoy supporting Arsenal. But how can you enjoy like? The enjoyment of supporting Arsenal and supporting a football club ties in with winning things, especially when you're Arsenal, you're supposed to win things. It's almost like it's kind of like another excuse. I don't know. I think a lot of it goes beyond football. I think a lot of these people, they have accountability issues in their own lives. And because they lack accountability, because they lack an ability to take blame for things and to see that their own actions lead to consequences that they may not necessarily like and outcomes they don't necessarily like, because they fail to see that, they then kind of like project that into their support of Arsenal Football Club and like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Oh, well, it's just about the journey. Oh, well, we're trying our best. Oh, well, the trophies don't matter. Oh, well, why are you obsessed with trophies? You're a glory hunter. I didn't join Arsenal Football Club. Like, let me make this very clear. I didn't join Arsenal Football Club as a glory hunter. Yes, I joined after we won the Coca-Cola Cup and the FA Cup in one season, but I only did that to piss off my Sheffield Wednesday supporting cousins. I didn't do that because I was like, oh my God, Arsenal are amazing. They've won 2 trophies in a season. I didn't do it because of that. I was blessed enough to then see another season, the next season, us win the Cup Winners' Cup, our last European trophy, which, by the way, had prestige. It actually had as much prestige as the UEFA Cup, which people tend to forget. However, I digress. That is, something that people tend to forget. But anyway, yeah. So I didn't come into this as somebody who was seeking glory just because we won those two FA Cups. I was just saying I was an Arsenal fan to piss off my cousins, and then it just stuck because like it sticks, doesn't it? Like it's one of those things. Like you can whether you're an Arsenal fan or whether you're whoever you support, whether it's a rugby team that you support or a cricket, whoever you support, you can change where you live, you can change your gender these days, you can change your wife, you can change whatever the fuck you want to change. You cannot change the football club that you support. And too often these days I don't see that level of commitment, not in the sense that like people are going to like I'm not saying in the sense that people are going to sort of like stop supporting Arsenal or whatever, but I just don't think that people understand what it means to support a football club anymore, especially a team like Arsenal. I don't think that people view Arsenal as a big club, and that's what kind of worries me because the more that proliferates and the more that kind of like catches on with people, especially with the way online narratives are and how close, not close, but how easily connected people are online. I think that could become a really big problem. I think it's already become a problem. This is why people like us who want to win trophies, who want to win things, who put winning first, get backlash. And we get told that, oh, well, what are you talking about winning? You're just a glory hunter. It's not about being a fucking glory hunter. I grew up on us winning shit. That's all. It's not that difficult to understand. I grew up on us winning shit, therefore I have that expectancy. If that isn't happening anymore, I'm not going to necessarily change. Why should I change that expectancy? I need to uphold that standard to keep it going. If Real Madrid or whomever, Barca or Bayern or whomever, stopped winning trophies on the regular, do you think that their fans are just going to go, okay, that's fine, whatever, that's fine, we're just trying to do our best and all that kind of stuff. Man, it pisses me off, man. I'm just going to go for a little bathroom break. I will be back in literally 2 minutes, guys. Just give me 1 sec and we'll continue. Da dee da. Second. Yeah, and by the way, Man United fans think the same. I mean, and it's not an age thing because, like, I'm 41. I started out supporting Arsenal when I was 10. I go to the gym just down the road from me, and there's Man United fans in there who are 24, 25. They have the same ethos. They have the same, you know, understanding of what Man United are supposed to be, just like what Arsenal are supposed to be, just like the understanding that we have. And it's interesting because, like, a lot of younger people, I mean, I'm not sure how, like, what ages you guys are, but like a lot of the younger people seem to be are the ones who accept, thank you, some seem to be accepting of what's happening at the moment. And okay, well, we're just trying to do our best. And this idea that Arteta has brought us back from the dead and all this kind of stuff. Um, it's interesting that there are still some young fans who do not they do not subscribe to that kind of like prevailing reality, and there are still some people out there who actually understand what's going on properly. And that's kind of encouraging because I would like nothing more than to get back to. Oh, something's going on with my computer. Just bear me one sec. Just bear me one sec. Sorry. Where's my phone gone? I don't understand how something weird is happening with this. Sorry, just bear me one sec. Oh, fuck it. It's being stupid. Anyway, that makes sense now. Sorry, what I was going to say was I would like nothing more than to get back to the times when it was Arsenal v Man United, and they are the same. And do you know what it is? Is they're 24, 25 years old, and big up to them. Big up to Jan and Tarzan, weirdly. I still don't know his real name, the other guy. They call him Tarzan. They want to call him Tarzan, call him whatever he wants. But anyway, these are two guys that I speak to at the gym. They're very sound. They're really cool guys. They're Man United fans. They're both 24, and I'm 41. So, but they have that old school mentality. They understand that what's happening at Man United is not proper Man United. And my thing, what I was trying to say is that, like, it would be so good just to get back to that old Arsenal Man United proper Premier League rivalry. Because Liverpool Man City, it ain't kind of the same. I guess you could say, I guess you could probably say, if Liverpool were to sort of be vying for the title with Man United, that's kind of something that would be similar because Liverpool and Man United have that Derby-esque quality. But the Premier League really has the Premier League really developed into being about Arsenal, Man United, because 1992 the Premier League started. I think Leeds were the first team to win it, and then I can't remember who won it in '93, but then Blackburn won it, and then pretty much from Blackburn winning it, it was Man United and Arsenal tussling it out until about 2005-ish. This is all very rough, but like pretty much correct. 2005-ish when Chelsea came in, and then Man City came in after a few years. So, you know, we kind of I would like to just get back to that. I'm not like, as much as I laugh about Man United being shit, and they are shit, and they're worse than us, and like we should be at least glad that we're not Man United. Um, I'd still like us to get back to that time, because that was a much better time, because you had a proper rivalry. There's something about being involved in a proper rivalry. It adds an extra dimension to reality, because the reality that we have now is that there's perhaps multiple teams that can win the league, and maybe some people would argue that that's a better thing or whatever. But from an Arsenal fan perspective and from a Man United fan perspective, I think we both would like to get back to the point where we were both just like, fuck everyone else. It's us two going for the title, because that's what it was. If you look at the history, if you look at the history of Premier League titles, I'll bring it up just a sec. It pretty much became a tussle between us two. Um, just bear with me. I don't know why I don't have the ability to talk whilst typing so well. But yeah, I mean, there's something we stopped them three-peating, and then it's kind of like they got pissed off with us and they won two in a row. I think they won. Uh, Give me the chronological order. Why is it so difficult to find a chronological order? That's so dumb. Google is like, honestly, Google, my opinion is that Google is slowly dying out. Unless Google as a search engine that is usable is slowly dying out. It will potentially die out if they don't fucking sort it out. Because it's much easier just to sort of like open Chat GPT and fucking talk to it and ask it questions. But essentially, yeah, in the late 90s, starting around sort of like 95, 96, Man United and Arsenal had this tussle where, you know, Man United win the title for a couple of years, Arsenal win the title for 1 year, Man United would win it for another year. So it was the Fergie versus Wenger era, and you missed that. And one of the reasons you missed that is because there's a lack of characters, and it's what I've said for a very long time. In fact, I've said this since about the year 2008. There's a lack of characters in football in general. If you look back to the late 90s, if you look back to what transpired through from the late 90s into maybe the mid to late noughties, you had proper characters. Even the Arsenal team back in the sort of like late noughties, at least you had the players like Fabregas and these kind of like, what characters do you have now? Like, I mean, I don't even mean for Arsenal. Like, who are characters now? Yeah, I listen. I don't know why he's called Tarzan. I look. I asked my friend Jan. I was kind of like, "What's his name?" I keep like talking to him, and I know he's one of your best mates, and he's like, "Oh well, yeah, we just call him Tarzan." It's like, we just call him Tarzan. What do you mean we just call him Tarzan? I need a bit more information about that. Like, what's the meaning behind that? And he was like, "Oh yeah, well, he's just a mentor to a few people." It's like, well, that still doesn't really make sense of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't really like quantify a person being called Tarzan by saying that, oh, well, he's a mentor. That still doesn't really make much sense because, I mean, like in the terms of completely logically terms, Tarzan was like the original, like one of the original humans. So how can that be a mentor? It's all very kind of like hazy. It's all very weird. I mean, it could involve a sex dungeon. It could. I mean, I'm not ruling out sex dungeons, to be fair. And this is Wood Green, so Wood Green is beset with issues. Anyway, I am not sure what the hell I was like talking about there, but anyway, no, it's all about characters. So the 90s and the early noughties to late noughties were a very wonderful time for football because not only I think was it played at a bit more of a pure level. Of course, it was a bit more dangerous to be a footballer. Look, if you've ever watched the Battle of Old Trafford, my God, like, could they even put up highlights of the Battle of Old Trafford? That game would get about six players sent off. If you've not watched the Battle of Old Trafford, when you finish watching this stream tomorrow, Monday, whenever you get a moment, go on YouTube, watch the Battle of Old Trafford because it is a fucking crazy game with a lot of crazy tackles. I think it's on YouTube. I think maybe you get extended highlights or whatever. It's the sort of game where like maybe I can find the highlights, man. But like I don't know if I could get like fucked up by it, but yeah, I mean like it's a crazy, crazy game where it's just like if it happened these days, everybody would get sent off. Um, but yeah, so there was bear with me 1 second, sorry. See if I can get this. Yeah. It's do you know what? Fuck it. Let's put it on. I think that's gonna get me. Do you know what? No, that's the aftermath. Do you know what? Fuck it. Bollocks to it. Let's share the screen. Let's get rid of this. Go, just 1 second. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. Let's go. I literally don't care. So
Keep the ball now. And Nistelrooy jumps into him now. Did Vieira kick out then? It looks as though Steve Bennett thinks that he did. He's off. Well, I know what the problem is. I mean, this is taking a long time to blow up. But they're not finished yet. They ain't finished yet.
The good old days where you had Andy Gray in that as well.
They're furious at Van Nistelrooy.
I need to get used to the fact that I need to mute these things. Where is it? No. This is not. No, this is not the one I was thinking of. Bollocks to that. Oh, do you know what? This though, we can watch this and enjoy. We can watch this and enjoy as Arsenal fans. We all know what's coming here. Jens Lehmann doing his best to scoot around. And I was okay. So boom, before this happened, there used to be a pub in Tottenham High Road called the Cockerel, and the Cockerel was a very Tottenham pub. So me and my Arsenal supporting friends went to watch this game, which was 21st of September 2003. Fucking hell. Boy, that makes me feel old. Anyway, 2003. And I remember us being there, crowded around the TV, just as Van Nistelrooy was about to strike this ball. Just at this very moment, there was about me and Russell and Pete. There was us three Arsenal fans, and then about 200, 200 is too much, sorry, about 100, either Man United or Tottenham fans, and then this happens. And then we all go fucking mental. That's one of the most mental times I've gone in the history of Arsenal in supporting Arsenal Football Club. And then at the end, obviously, and there's Edu there. Edu's doing something decent. And Sugar Ray Parler, the Romford Pelly, and Martin Keown, who go on to sort of like, sort of disobey us in a way, go against the Arsenal way. And there's the bad boy Lauren. Yeah, man, good times. Good times. Good times. Back in the day. So, yeah. My point being that there's just not like the characters that there used to be in the league anymore. And I think that plays a massive part in how football has sort of almost to some degree underdeveloped now. You don't have characters, you don't have expression, and you just have robots who are part of systems who are not really, yes, they can do a certain thing as per instruction, but those robots are not going to give you moments. They're not moments players. This is what we lack. This is what we lack. Oh well, I'm sure we will talk again, but happy pre-birthday pre-season. But so with this, right? What I want to say about this. So I don't know if you can confirm or not, and maybe I need to get a camera and looking at the actual screen. But my thing at the moment is that my main laptop is here and my screen is here. So apologies for looking away. But I'm 26 the day we fly out. So does that mean, is that our actual pre-season beginning? Because I know that Arteta was talking about, and I'm massively against, having like a pre-season. Is that the pre-season, or because he was talking about bringing them in early or taking them out early as such? Or is that actually our planned pre-season? Was it always planned to be the 19th? I genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know, my friend. Genuinely don't know. Eric Cantona, man. Do you remember the Eric Cantona kick? If you ain't seen it, I'll try and bring that up as well. I will bring that up. Eric Cantona kicked one of the most famous kicks. He kicked a fan. I don't know if you saw this. Eric Cantona. What the fuck am I doing, dickhead? Absolute wanker. Eric Cantona Kung Fu kick, Selhurst Park. Let's watch that. Boom. Let's get rid of this. If you ain't seen this, this is mental. Eric Cantona. Why is YouTube being a bitch? Come on, YouTube, stop being a bitch. Here we go. Eventually, you will stop being a bitch. No, you won't. I think stupid. Do you guys remember the Cantona kick? Why is it not making? Why are you not working, you dickheads? Images. Oh, okay, let's just go for an image. Fuck it then. Let's do the image instead. Easier. Okay, so yeah, Eric Cantona kicked a Crystal Palace fan. So it was absolutely brilliant. I can't remember what the Palace fan actually said. I can't remember what was alleged that he said. But yeah, this here and doesn't fucking load. Hang on. Yeah, this. And it's like he actually literally kicked a fan. I've never seen anything like this crap in all my life. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so was that the thing? So it was kind of like, okay. So what he gave, so he was like pissed, he was like slagging off his mum and stuff. Okay, that's interesting. I can't remember what the excuse was at the time, but I had never seen anything. We've never seen anything like that since. But Eric Cantona was different gravy, man. One of the greatest players I've ever seen play football, to be honest with you. Just so absolutely well. I know it seems a bit of a weird thing to say when I've got a picture of him kicking a fan in the ribs, but generally speaking, on the football pitch, he seems to be absolutely in control and on top of everything. So, yeah, there is that. But yeah, so Eric Cantona, absolute legend. Yeah, what can you say about that? Really? I know that what happened was, I know that Fergie used to just let Cantona do whatever the hell he wanted, basically, because he was Eric Cantona. That was kind of the excuse. So the excuse was like, well, Eric Cantona can do whatever the hell he wants. He can dress however the hell he wants. I think they went to the FA Cup one time, didn't they? And everyone was dressed in suits, and Cantona turned up in like sort of like jeans and a t-shirt, and Alex Ferguson was like, well, he's Eric Cantona. What do you expect? And it was like, okay, well, yeah, he's crazy. So like, this is the thing you get with geniuses. Because Eric Cantona was kind of like a genius with the football, and this is the kind of like aspect that you get with geniuses. They kind of do what they want, but they do it in a way that's not necessarily that offensive, but they just sort of like do what they want. And like sometimes you just got to allow it because that's just kind of like how the consciousness flows and all that kind of thing. And would you necessarily want to, like, if you're going to a cup final and everyone turns up in suits except for Eric Cantona, but you've got a cup final to play against whoever, are you going to necessarily start chastising Eric Cantona for not turning up in the right outfit? Because point being, it's not like to be like submissive. Point being, like, you want Eric Cantona to win you the game. You want Eric Cantona to play the way he usually plays. So if you're going to kind of like have a go at him and blah blah blah, and people may disagree with this and all this, but I think you kind of got to let these guys, to some degree, do what the fuck they want. Like when you got these kind of, it's like Eden Hazard. He didn't train, but he got picked. And when he got picked, he played fucking amazing. So that's it. Let's have another look at these idiots. What's going on with these idiots? Goiker's PR tanked so bad his agent needs to find better social media handlers. Goiker's, I mean, I don't know what's going on with this. Like, it's to the point where nobody cares. Like, who cares anymore? Like, do we really care that much anymore? I don't really like. We just want a result. I think it's got to the point where we just want a result, isn't it? It's like we don't really care. Like, I took a break from football content for a week, and I was just like so happy because I just watched podcasts about other things that I was interested in: ancient civilizations, UFOs, conspiracies, aliens, science, quantum physics. I watched a load of different things that I was interested in that wasn't football, and all the time that I would have taken up watching great football content creators were blessed to have, like, you know, your Lee Gunners, your Curtises, your Dan Potts, Turkish, and everyone. Like, big up to all them, like, and you know, go watch them. But I just needed to take a break from it all because it just got so fucking samey and it got so fucking like laborious, like hearing the same shit over and over again. So I don't care that much anymore. And I took a break away from it for a week because I do another podcast and it's called Truth Shock. So I'll put a link in the chat. Go subscribe to my other channel. I do this with my friend James. We talk about sort of controversial scientific and cultural topics on usually it's Sunday and Tuesday or Sunday and Wednesday. So, you know, we do this little thing where we do like a weekly analysis. We do this thing where we just a weekly update on the end of the world because the sun at the moment is got like a mad activity, and we go into a load of things about kind of like the universe and you know, the government, conspiracies, aliens, etc. And I realized that kind of like I get more enjoyment out of that. I was getting more enjoyment out of that anyway at the time because it's kind of like, especially when it's off season for football, you just see the same regurgitated shit over and over again. And it's hard to kind of like not even get into it, but it's hard to kind of like just keep going with it. You just like, okay, I've heard this all before and blah, blah, blah. Just give me a fucking signing. Okay, so I understand we can't get a signing right now. Fine, I'm just going to wait. I don't care that much anymore. I don't care about like watching every single fucking day for every single fucking update on loads of different players and loads of different names that we've been linked to that we're not going to get because you know that 95%, it's like relationships, 99% of relationships fail. 99% of players that Arsenal are linked to fail. They don't come to the club. So what's the point? We're just waiting. Really, what you're doing is you're waiting for us to see shirts. Us to see shirt or signing with whatever, someone over a desk, all this kind of stuff. I like AJ says, honestly, just give me a fucking trophy. This is it. Just give me a fucking trophy. That's all we want. That's all we want. Is that too much to ask? Is it too much? It seems to be too much to ask at the moment. Sometimes I question how I made it through the off season because it's the same over and over. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. It's like, this is why I needed to take a break because I was kind of like, fucking hell, I've got all these other interests and everything. I do want to try and, I definitely do try and want to grow this channel and get a bit more professional on the channel. But at the same time, I feel like I've chosen the worst time to do it because it's the time where there's kind of no real stuff to get into. I can't like analyze games. I can't talk about player performances. I can't talk about manager tactics because there's nothing going on. And it's kind of like I suddenly had this verve to start a channel because I enjoy going on call-in shows with Northside and with Aaron, and big up to them. Go and subscribe to Northside London. Go subscribe to Aaron. And I got this sort of like verve and sort of vigor to put the camera on and start talking about football and do like this thing that I'm doing with Twitter, which Yeah, I haven't even done that much of because which is brilliant. This is what I like. This is what I like about having a chat. God only knows if I had about 100 people in the chat, I don't even know how I would actually be able to sort of like cope with all the comments because I tend to be somebody who responds to comments and doesn't get on with what I'm allegedly trying to do. um, but yeah, so um, yeah, I was just like, fucking hell, man. There's not so much going on. And why did I choose this time to do it? And okay, the Club World Cup's going on, but I'm not really that interested in that. I don't even know. The Club World Cup for me, even, is like, what is the Club World Cup in terms of like, how do you even bloody. You basically qualify for the Club World Cup by being like buying into it. It's why are Chelsea in it? Why are I can understand because previously the Club World Cup used to be there used to be a Club World Cup which was very small, which used to be like just the winners of like the Champions League and the South American equivalent, the North American equivalent, and the Asian equivalent, blah blah blah, which was fine. Fine, we come together as like 8 teams or whatever. But these days it just seems to be you just buy yourself in. I mean, I meant to look into this, to be honest with you. I meant to look into this before, and I was kind of like, how the hell do teams actually get into this? And I see Arsenal content producers saying, oh, well, Arsenal should be in it. No, we don't want to be fucking in it, man. We don't want to be in the Club World Cup. Why do you want to be in the Club World? Why do you want to be playing football in what is essentially kind of a meaningless, almost like Charity Shield-esque endeavor in the middle of summer when our players need to be resting? Surely, especially for us, our players need to be resting. This is certainly a time when we shouldn't be looking to play our players more, which is why I was pissed off with Arteta for talking about doing the pre-season. It's just like, for fuck's sake, man, what the hell is going on? Cup Winners' Cup. Cup Winners' Cup is the winners of UCL Global within the Club World Cup is the winners of the. That's my old school thinking. Cup Winners' Cup is the winners of UCL globally within 5. Okay. So Chelsea are in it because they won it within 5 years. Did they? Fucking hell. Chelsea Champions League. Oh yeah, 2021. Fuck yeah, you're right. Yep. Absolutely factual information. Yeah, we don't. And that's one of the things that pisses me off. We've got FA Cup heritage, yeah. We're the FA Cup kings until Man United win one more. We've got 3 more Premier League titles. We've got 3 more highest division titles than Man City. They could catch us up soon. So we've got that. We've got the FA Cup. But like you say, man, we do not have the European heritage. For us to be calling ourselves a big club like we do not have the European heritage. We do not have the European heritage to realistically call ourselves a big club. And that's kind of sad because, like, how can look back in 2005? This has been said before. I know I'm parroting what other people have said, but back in 2004, 2005, when we moved to the Emirates, we were told that we were moving because we were going to win these things. We were going to win the Champions League. We were going to win more leagues. We haven't won even a Europa League. We haven't even really challenged. I mean, yeah, we got to the final. In fact, you could argue that Emery did better than Arteta certainly in Europe. He's done better. I would argue that Emery did better than. I mean, I don't know. It's a little bit of a difficult argument to argue that going to a Europa League final and losing 4-0 is better, 4-1 is better than going to a Champions League semi-final. The thing is, they're both still losers. You're both still losers. So, like, how do you even... I don't know. What would you say, man? What would you say? What would you say, why not? Would you say that going to a Europa League final and losing 4-1, is that better or worse than going to a Champions League semi-final and losing? What would you say, man? It's a slightly difficult one because, like, I don't know, because I have to answer that now, don't I? I should answer that. Because I suppose my answer is I see them as kind of an equivalence, to some degree, an equivalency. I guess the argument would be that to be in a Champions League, you have to do more. So to get to a Champions League semi-final, you would have to have done more. I guess the semi-final would maybe be the more preferential one. But at the end of the day, you're still a loser. Either way, you're still a loser. And it was very interesting. I think those players, this isn't Emery revisionism, because Emery made a lot of mistakes and Emery should have been sacked. We drew 1-1 at Brighton at home. I took my then girlfriend to that match and we were shit. And we just needed to get a win from that game to qualify for Champions League. And that was really the game that fucked us. So I'm not trying to say that Emery was amazing, although I do think he's a better manager than Arteta, and I think that's provable. I don't think that's really deniable. Because I think if you give Emery the time and money that he's been given, Arteta's been given with Arsenal, and I think if circumstances were different to the degree that the players would show a bit more respect to Emery, I think that was a bit of an issue. I think there was a bit of a respect issue because maybe the language barrier and his general personality and all that. And I think, I don't know, I'm not inside players' heads, but maybe there's some regret there. I think that things could have been different. I think things could have been different if he'd have been given more time. I think the comparisons between Emery and Arteta are a little bit, in fact, quite a lot, like disingenuous, because they're just, it's like, like apples and oranges, it's like apples and fucking pizzas. It's like Emery had so much less time and so much less money. So, I don't know how you can compare the two. Anyway, Emery never bottles that season. Arteta did a 90. Oh, Jesus Christ. AJ, honestly, that season, that still haunts me. Like, man, that still haunts me because if you remember at the time, he signed, I believe he signed Kivior at the time in January, and he proceeded, instead of playing Kivior, who wasn't injured, correct me if I'm wrong, he proceeded to play Rob Holding when Saliba got injured. You just signed Kivior. I swear down, Kivior wasn't injured. You just signed Kivior for, what was it, like 30 odd million, 25 million, whatever it was. Can't be more than that. And you insist on playing Rob Holding, who is on loan at Sheffield United because he can't get into the Crystal Palace team. These are some of the things that people forget about Mikel Arteta and his management technique and his management vision, or his kind of like observations of football reality. He was playing Rob Holding over Kivior, who he'd signed for like 20 odd million or whatever it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I'm correct in that. And because I always thought, well, what are you doing? You've got this guy sat on the bench. Is he worse? Is Rob Holding that good? And yeah, Emery wanted Zaha, got Pepe. Pepe wasn't that bad, but like he just wasn't used properly. He wasn't an Arteta player, basically. He wasn't like an Arteta player. Emery wanted Zaha, got Pepe, wanted Partey, got Lucas Torreira, wanted Gabriel Magalhaes, got that Greek centre back, can't spell his name. You probably mean, do you mean Panos, or do you mean fucking hell, what's his name? Uh, uh, oh my god, what's the other Greek guy we had who wasn't very good, who partnered Mustafi? Oh Jesus Christ, Socrates. I think I'm right that Arteta played holding instead of Kivior when Saliba got injured. And this is one of the big mistakes. Arteta made two massive mistakes in that time period. If you remember that January to February time period when we were on top and we were that 93% season, I think Saliba got injured around early February. The two mistakes that he made were, and they were massive mistakes, and it was because of inexperience. And this is the point of it all. Like, you don't get an inexperienced manager to manage a club like Arsenal. You get an elite, proven winner of a manager who doesn't make these kind of mistakes. But you had Jesus come back when Trossard was player of the season, but Jesus came straight back into the team and didn't click because he was fucked still from his injury. Keep Trossard in. That would have been the logical thing to do. That a manager probably would, a different manager probably would have done. And then also Kivior coming in, I don't know, maybe you would argue that Kivior wasn't like Premier League proven yet, but why are you paying like 30 million for him, 25, 30 million for him? If he's not ready to come in this kind of situation, why are you playing Rob Holding? Rob Holding, who's gone out, like I say, what is your player talent idea about? Rob Holding, who's gone out to fucking Crystal Palace and then gone out on loan to fucking Sheffield United. He could have won a trophy this season. He's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. Emery wanted Saliba, Kieran and Gabriel Martinelli, and looked how they worked. Look, Kieran Tierney is the one that pisses me off. Kieran Tierney's a bizarre situation to me because he's like, I don't understand. Like, it's one of those things where he's so quite clearly such a quality left back that for him not to be even getting a sniff in the team and getting these kind of like really almost beyond tertiary roles. I don't know what the word beyond tertiary is, but like, to get these roles where he comes on with like 3 fucking minutes left and all this and 10 minutes and 20 minutes at best is really scandalous. I think it's absolutely scandalous what happened to Kieran Tierney, because for me, he was on his way to becoming Arsenal captain. He was, at least he was an Arsenal captain contender. I don't want to be too ostentatious, but I mean, I think we can agree that he was a quality left back who was doing a quality job. He rarely made mistakes. He put in great crosses, but he didn't invert and he didn't play in that style. But then you can look back and say, well, okay, he didn't, but the players that did, what did they get us? So you, instead of playing Tierney, you played players that did invert. Right, great. But what happened? Like, what happened? Did we win anything by using these inverted players instead of Kieran? I'm not saying Kieran Tierney is the key to us, would have been the key to us winning the league, but I'm saying that playing these inverted players instead of him didn't work. So, you know, when we did have Kieran Tierney in the team, we won the FA Cup, for example. We won something with Kieran Tierney in the team. And he was actually quite integral to the balls played through in the semi-final and the final, if you remember the games. Kieran Tierney was integral with linking up with Aubameyang playing balls through. I know also Pepe was integral in that as well. Interesting. Tierney, Pepe, players that were pushed out for some reason by this manager. And, you know, look, I'm not oblivious to the fact that Arteta has done good things with Arsenal. I'm not oblivious to that. I'm not oblivious to the fact that, yes, we're not 8th anymore. Yes, we're challenging for the title. But there's levels to this thing. You get to this level, that's fine, but you have to have ambition to go above that level. And this is what I don't see with Arsenal fans a lot these days. They're quite happy for Arteta to take us to a certain level, and then they're just happy to kind of stay there. And they actually say this quite overtly. They'll say that, well, we're happy just challenging. We're happy just challenging, blah, blah, blah. It's crazy to me. It really is crazy to me. Oh, by the way, this guy's a dickhead, this guy Alex Cole, by the way. Anyway, can you name the score of this iconic goal? I'm not sure. That is... I have no idea. Can you guys know? I'm not sure who that is. I'm a very juvenile person, and I always found Cum Ho Tires to be an amusing advertisement board. Anyway, enough of that. We're posting this to piss off Chelsea fans. What's this? Why would this piss off Chelsea fans? It's because it's Havertz scoring. Oh, great. Oh, this Havertz love is just like, why? What is this Havertz love all about? He can do some okay things. He's not a shit footballer, but also But this is the kind of point that I make to Arsenal fans quite a lot, who are kind of like debating with me or whatever, like about these footballers or this manager. It's like, I'm not saying that they are necessarily shit. It's just that they are not Arsenal standard. And what I get from their replies and the debates that I get back to me is that their impression of what Arsenal standard is has dropped below to what my expectation of what an Arsenal player is and what they should do. And this is where I think it's a problem. And I think we touched upon this earlier. This is where I think this is a problem, because then the more people that think like that go to the games, that go to the pubs, that talk to each other, that talk to each other online, that interact with each other online, it grows more of a apathy, or whatever word you want to use, towards what we're doing. And then it gets to the point where, oh, well, yeah, we're just challenging. It's fine. I'm happy to challenge. I'm happy to just challenge and all this kind of stuff. Well, yeah, this is kind of what I said the other day to someone. We've basically gone back to because they were saying, oh, well, Arteta's brought us out of the... I need to plug my laptop in so we can keep going, so I don't lose battery. Every time I plug my fucking laptop in, something weird happens with my mouse. Does my mouse work? It actually works. Fucking hell, crazy. What was I saying? I don't know if I was having a positive effect. This is venue. Yeah, so Jesus Christ, a lot of the time when I'm talking to people about this kind of thing, they'll say, well, they brought us back from the Banter era. No one's laughing at us anymore. I don't know if you guys have had this before. Like, we used to be laughed at. We don't get laughed at anymore. They genuinely think that we don't get laughed at anymore. I mean, have you not been paying attention? They've been laughing at us for like the past 1 or 2 years at least now, because we can't fucking win anything. Because we've kept a manager for 5 years who doesn't win anything. And this goes back to my point of nobody, like, when all's said and done, my question that nobody can ever answer, despite how much of a top gooner they are, or whatever you want to call them, the question that nobody can answer is, which big club would keep a manager who doesn't win a major trophy for 5+ years? It's like 6 years now. Let's say 5 years. Which big club would keep their manager without winning a trophy for 5 years? Would Man United? No. Liverpool? No. Real? No. Barca? No. Atleti? Maybe, because Simeone's a bit of a different situation. Maybe Atleti. Inter? No. Juve? No. AC? No. Bayern? No. Dortmund? No. PSG? No. Rangers? No. Celtic? No. Fucking idiots, man. Fucking idiots. Exactly. this was exactly my point. We are still bantering because I had like this thing. Someone said to me, Arteta was to the effect of, Arteta has brought us away from the banter era. I'm like, well, no, he's brought us out of the banter era where we were kind of like finishing fifth, eighth, whatever, because of him. And he's brought us into this new banter era where we're basically back to where we were when Wenger couldn't win anything. So, like what you just said is so no, we are Banter FC, just a higher level of Banter United. That is kind of like basically going back to when we were like 2007 or 8 till we won our first FA Cup after that, which was like what 11 or 12. So we're basically back in the first Wenger banter era. But a lot of fans don't seem to understand that, and that's what irritates me. Because like if more fans would understand that, then like then maybe we would have a chance. It's like what a lot of content producers talk about. If more people would understand this, then we would have more of a chance of moving this club forward. But because there's so many people who are offline who unfortunately don't see things the way that we do, and I'm not saying that we're perfect, and I'm not saying that if we took over the club, we'd do a perfect job. But I think that we are, oaring in the right direction. We're rowing in the right direction down the right stream because we're the ones who want to. I mean, I just don't understand where this. I don't understand where this ideology of like not being bothered about not winning anything anymore has come from. I can only assume it's come from a younger generation who aren't used to us, who haven't seen us win things, and who are just like so happy with where we are now. But just pick up it. I mean, you've got the internet. It's kind of like I alluded to before. Like I didn't have the internet when I was 10 and I started supporting Arsenal. I got a book and I read it. Like you've got the internet now. Just do a few clicks. Pick up Chat GPT. Fucking talk to it. Ask it about Arsenal's history. With the original pub team, Dell Square FC pub, Armory's pub. We were a bunch of people who worked in an armory, got in a pub, thought, you know what? Let's make a football team. About a couple of months later, we were a football team. We are the original fucking pub team. We're a pub team. Arsenal are a pub team. And we have like fucking 12 titles and fucking, I might have got that wrong slightly, and like 15 FA Cups and blah, 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 and a couple of European trophies. As a pub team, we are originally a pub team. And most of these fans who we talk to, who give us grief and call us fake and call us all the stupid shit that they call us, don't even know that we're a pub team. And they can't even conceptualize, and they can't even give you the story behind how we went from being a pub team to getting our kits, and then playing our first few games as Dow Square FC, and then moving on to being Royal Arsenal and then Warwick Arsenal. I think we should have kept Royal Arsenal. I liked Royal Arsenal. I'm not a royalist. I'm not a monarchist fan. I'm absolutely not a monarchy fan. But I just kind of like Royal Arsenal. I don't know. It has a kind of thing to it. Has a kind of ring to it. But yes, we went from Dow Square FC. We were Royal Arsenal. We were Warwick. We had that wrangle in 1918 over the war with Tottenham and the relegation, and we stayed up and blah blah blah, and all this kind of thing because we kind of paid the league off, and so we kind of haven't been relegated. And then Herbert Chapman did his thing in the early 30s to the mid 30s. None of these men have a fucking clue about this. I had to read it out of a book, and these guys have got the fucking internet that they can just go and type it in and look at it within 5 minutes. I had to learn it for fucking ages, and other people like you guys and other people who are listening and other like proper real ones, we had to fucking learn it, and none of these guys give a fuck. And that is the thing. They don't understand what we are. And I'm not trying to like come across and claim that we are so superior and so this and so that. But I'm just saying, learn about the history of the thing that you are into. Is that too difficult a concept? Too difficult a concept, maybe. It's not just online. My friends for professionals, accountants, CEO, lawyer, HR, also like you. I mean, if you go, yeah, I mean, do you know what? I think that sometimes as well. I think sometimes kind of like, I don't know, it's not even that. It's just kind of like, well, do you know what? Sometimes, I mean, I don't know what your job is, by the way, but I can see from your name title that you're kind of like fairly intuitive into what is happening with the Arsenal realm. CEO, lawyer, HR manager, all talk like you. Yes, unfortunately, a lot of these people do, and it's kind of like how it's so jarring to be at work. I mean, I have my side hustle. I do have a 9 to 5. I have like a management job in a hospital, 9 to 5, and then my side hustle is I come home after I go gym. I come home, and then I do like my music work mainly. I've got a bit of AI stuff that I do, and I would really like to push this YouTube channel a bit more, and obviously get a proper camera and get a proper setup and everything. Because we've been going for 2 hours 52, and I've just been talking all the way, and it's been nice to talk to you too. Like, can you imagine if we had loads of people in the chat, and it could have been really, I mean, it's still been fun, but you know what I mean. It's like it's something that could work. So there's all those kind of things. To your point, basically, that we are more free thinking. That's kind of the point I was trying to make. That we are people who are a bit more free thinking, and we're kind of a bit more open minded. And that doesn't mean necessarily. That doesn't mean That means that we can say that we're wrong sometimes. That means that That doesn't mean that we're kind of like like laissez faire about things. That doesn't mean that we're kind of relaxed about things. I mean, we have our ideas, we have our views, and sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're right, but we can kind of accept that, and we don't have like big egos that dictate that we have to be right about a certain thing. Like, I will be perfectly happy this time next season to be sitting here having this same conversation with you guys, with Arteta having won the title, and going, do you know what, guys? We were fucking wrong about that. We fucked that right up. But I'd be perfectly happy to do that, because that would mean that Arsenal have won a title and we're fucking winners. That's that's my preference above anything else, man. Is, in terms of football, Arsenal win. In terms of me, I win. In terms of my music, I win. In terms of my job, I win. In terms of gym, I win. I make progress. And that's not me being, I don't mean that to come across as being selfish. It's just like, I want everyone to win. Like, I'm not a conceited person in that sense, I go to my gym. My gym is just literally here. And if I see someone making progress, I'm going to go to them and I say, do you know what? You've done well, sort of thing. You got to be a little bit careful when you say that, because people take it a bit the wrong way. But my point being, like, I'm happy to see people progress. And it's great to see people, especially when you see them over a long period of time, like in a place like the gym. They come in and they spend sort of 6 months. You see them for 6 months every day, and suddenly, they get into shape, and it's like fantastic to see. And I am happy for other people when they succeed. But there's so many people in this world who are the opposite. And there's so many people in this world who just want to sort of like bring you down at the first available opportunity, because inherently they are unhappy with themselves. And look, it's sad, but we just got to keep being us. Do you know what I mean? We just keep trying to be, trying to be better. And you guys are like, what? AJ said he's 25. I don't know if Why Not said his age. You don't have to say your age, by the way. I think you maybe said it earlier. I can't remember. But yeah, you guys are lucky, man. Look, if you're younger than me, I'm 41. Believe it or not, obviously I look like 30. Obviously. So you were 12. Why Not was 12 when was I saying that? I was making a point about something. Ah, dear. Fuck it, I can't remember now. Societal, the culture of soy boys in the pub and personal friends around our age. So obviously, yeah, culture of soy boys. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, well, I literally just saw it. Do you know what I mean? It was very strange. I was out a little bit earlier. What time are we now? 3:20 a.m. where I am now. Anyway, we continue. It's fine. We're going 3 hours. It's fine. We could go whatever. it was really strange because I was I was stood outside the pub because basically I've been working on. I've had a few days off my 9 to 5 because I'm working on an EP. I'll be working on a music EP, drum and bass, and it'd been a lot of hours that I've been putting in to that since Thursday. Basically, since Thursday 9 p.m. I've been working on that through till about like 9 p.m. Saturday, 8 p.m. Saturday. We're just sleeping and like a couple of sleeps and a couple of gym sessions, and that was it basically. I've just been working solidly on that EP. I just needed a break mentally, and my ears needed to take a break. It's good to give your ears a break. And I was stood outside a pub close to me, and some guy came down, riding down in like one of those e-scooters. That alone is bad enough for me. Like for me to see a grown man who is probably at least 30 on an e-scooter, that alone is enough to trigger me into thinking, what the fuck are you doing? Why the fuck are you on an e-scooter at the age of 30? Are you a fucking 13-year-old? If that wasn't enough, another guy about the same age, 30, jumped on the e-scooter with him, and he's like in front of him, and they just ride off. I'm like what the what the fuck is this? You've got two men like next to each other, basically on top of each other on a fucking e-scooter riding around Wood Green. Bro, I don't know if it's just me. Is it just me? Am I getting too old? Is it just me? I don't know. It's just craziness, mate. It's just craziness. I don't know. E-scooter, bro. Look, I'm not. I've never been on an e-scooter. I'm not going to be on an e-scooter. I've been nearly hit many times by these motherfuckers who jump on e-scooters. I do not understand how. Okay, so it gets you there a little bit quicker. Like get a car. I mean, like learn to drive. I mean, it's just it doesn't get you there that much quicker that like it's worth being seen on a fucking e-scooter. Like if you're on a fucking e-scooter as anybody who's over the age of like maybe 14, you're just a fucking failure, basically. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Not a like, and that is the thing. Is like the guy stopped, and then the guy jumped on in front of him, and the guy was borderline humping him, and then they humped off. They humped and rode off. And I'm stood there with my Stella just outside the fucking pub, looking at them humping and riding off, rolling off down the pavement, thinking, "What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with the world right now? This is normality right now. Do you know what I mean? It's quite crazy. It's quite crazy. It is quite crazy. Right, I'm going to be back in 1 minute. Just bear with me 1 minute. Just got to grab another drink, and I will continue. I'll go through these Twitter bits for another bit longer, and we can like complain about life as well because life is worth complaining about. Anyway, just 1 second. Just kind of like, you already. So yeah, fucking hell, man. Honestly, it's still so warm here. I mean, what the hell is the temperature? I've got 2 fans on me right now. Yep, big up AJ, man. We've been here 3 hours, which is light work, really. We could do another 3 hours. I don't know. However long is fine. I find out what the temperature is. 18 apparently. 18. It doesn't feel like 18. It feels like fucking. It feels like fucking more than 18, to be honest with you. Anyway, let's have a little look at what the hell else is going on here. Arsenal have held to. Oh, do you know what this piss? Don't you guys just get pissed off with this? Like, I know these guys have to produce content. I get that. They have to produce content, they have to say things, blah, blah, blah. But this is why I took a break from it, because I was just like, oh my God, like, there's another story and there's the same name, or here's another name that I heard kind of before, but now it's come back and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you just get tired of it at a point where you're just sort of like, this is kind of why I said, like, I feel like I should really start to launch pad this channel when the season starts, because it's like there's just so much more to talk about. Um, you know, it's fun to go through X and like talk to you guys, and like it's great that you guys are in the chat, and it's been like so much fun tonight. I mean, like it's been great hanging out with you. It's been 3 hours and it's flown by, and just do another however long. I'm in no rush to finish. I've got a podcast I'm doing tomorrow, which is on the Truth Shock podcast, which we're going to talk about. I think we're going to talk about a bit like sort of controversial, sort of like cultural and scientific type things usually. So one of the things we're talking about a lot is like the sun's activity at the moment. The sun is like blasting the fuck out of the earth with a load of like solar flares and all this kind of stuff, which is causing a lot of like power outages and all this kind of stuff. So we're going to talk a bit about that and various things in that sense. So it's not like a football-y thing. But that's at like 6. So I've got kind of obviously a lot of time. And I'm not going to start doing my music work until Monday again, because my ears are fucked, man. I've been working on my EP, which is going to be like my 100th release. I've been working on that since Thursday about 8:30 p.m. until about what 8 p.m. tonight. Straight, basically. I wasn't at work. Just sleeping, obviously, a few hours in between, and I had like a couple of gym sessions as well. So it's my 100th release, so I was like, I've got a mentor in as well, so I'm really trying to make it proper kind of thing. So I just was like, my point of that being that like I just wanted to have a break and everything. I just wanted to have a break, and it was good to come and like it's been good to come and like chat to you guys, man. I would take Lutman though. I would take London. Inside my flat in East London. Oh, okay. So are you what are you over in near Shoreditch, AJ? You don't have to say, obviously, I'm not forcing you to say, but I do like East London, I will say. I used to go there quite a lot. I used to go quite a lot more around Shoreditch High Street area. So I used to, like, this is about 10 years ago now, to be honest with you. Fucking time flies. But I used to date a barmaid, Polish barmaid. Little tip, don't date barmaids. That's kind of what I would generally advise. Anyway, point being, long story short, yeah, I was dating her for a bit, and that got me used to going around like Shoreditch High Street and down towards Dalston Station. And I started DJing at I think it was called the Junction. No, was it the Junction? I swear it began with a J, or it was a place that was opposite the Junction. And I know my friends used to go in the Paladine. It used to be called the Palatine or Paladine a lot as well. So yeah, East London is a place I keep meaning to go back. You can get the Delirium Tremens from there, can't you? You can get the beer, the Delirium Tremens from that pub that's kind of made of wood. It looks like it's made of wood when you walk inside it. Again, I can't remember the fucking name. It was so bad with names of things. So bad with names of tunes, names of pubs, names of places. Jesus Christ, man. I was talking to this guy at the gym the other day. I asked this girl out at the gym back in November-ish time, and I can't remember her fucking name. We were talking, he was like, oh yeah, remember when you talked to blah blah blah, and I was like, what was her name? It's just he was like, I can't remember her name. I was like, I can't remember her fucking name either. Anyway, so yeah, East London, as I was saying, is a place that I used to enjoy going to, and so I quite like it. And there's a few good drum and bass artists who've come out of there as well. Culture Shock, one of the best technically gifted drum and bass artist. I believe was born and raised in East London. I think he might. I'm not 100% sure. He definitely lives currently in North London and has lived in North London for many years. I know that for sure. I don't know for sure if he was born there, but I think he's lived there since he was a kid. One of the best players the Premier League has ever seen. I don't care about your racist opinion. Paul Pogba. Yeah. Paul Pogba. Do you know what? This is true. Actually, I would agree with this. I'm not sure about the video. But yeah, Paul Pogba, man, massively underrated in a mad way. Massively underrated. Like, I don't know about showing a video and fucking crying. I'm just going to scroll off that. I don't really want to see a picture of him crying. What's the comments saying? Oh, he's got no comments. Okay. Elite Gunner is quite cool, actually. He posts some good things, I've noticed. But yeah, he's right. I mean, Paul Pogba was such a talent. Like, if I was Arsenal manager, because I think he's a free agent. Okay, so is Paul Pogba a free agent? Is Paul Pogba a free agent? I think he is, isn't he? Oh, he's joined Monaco. Oh, this is the point of the thing. Sorry, my bad. I'm like I say, I've been working a lot recently. I'm a bit slow on the uptake. So he signed his contract with AS Monaco. Okay, I didn't read that. Sorry, my bad. And he's emotional because he's signed. Yeah, because he goes, okay, so I get it now, man. Yeah, I get it. I totally get that. This makes perfect sense. Yeah, and he's a great player. Big up. I'll give that a little good shit. Yeah. I've got J.K. Rowling. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, my days. What are we doing here, man? What are we doing? On this day in 2023, ... Kai Havertz joined the Arsenal. Heart. Why is there a heart? I mean, I'm not saying that you should be like hating, quote unquote, him in a post, but I also don't think you should be putting a heart like that. I don't know. I guess maybe they have this sort of like policy that they have to do this. But it's just like, okay, you can look at it this way. All right, you're giving us, you're chatting all this, yeah? Arsenal are chatting this, official Arsenal channels are chatting this. official people associated with Arsenal are chatting this. All the Arsenal and Arteta top gooner type people are chatting this as well. Okay, that's fine. No worries. We'll deal with this summer. We're not mentally weak. Let's wait until late August starts, early September, October, November, December, and then let's see what happens and let's see what the conversation is like. Is that a fair deal? Okay. I'm happy to do that. I'm happy. I'm not going to say that Kai Havertz is going to smash it. I'm not going to say that Sesko is going to smash it or even Goycrez is going to smash it. I'm happy to just wait for this summer transfer window to be over and we see what happens in late August, September, etc. So I'm happy to do that. Let's just see what happens. So, and then we will reconvene because I'll be ready to have conversations. I'll be ready to have conversations, as I know you guys will as well. Like seriously, and this is absolutely spot on. I know we all agree with this. Sure, on this day, Arteta killed his career. Yes, on this day in 2023, 29th of June, 2023. The problem is, on 2023, 29th of June, he sort of delayed all our lives as well. He sort of like put our lives into an almost backwards motion. So this is a very actually this is interesting. This is a day to kind of like keep in the back of your mind as a sort of like a very I don't want to say dark day, which is a bit over the top, but you know what I mean? It's a bit of a dagger from Arteta, isn't it? It's a bit of a dagger on this day in 2023. The dagger Havertz. Yeah, man. I mean, how can you? Like usually you need to win things, but anyway, look, maybe they're entitled to maybe they're just obliged to just fucking say that about whoever. I mean, Arsenal itself as wasn't it a guy from Southampton used to post for these guys? Is it still Jesus? So you got hang on. So you got Ethan Waneri. You got Ethan. Right. Look, I apologise. I'm very bad at pronouncing his surname. Waneri. Ethan. You got Saka, and for some reason, Calafiori. We know why Calafiori. 20. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know if you guys ever speak to this Callum Sterling. He's slightly irritating. Lulu Gunner is all right. She's Arteta in person, but she's all right. And she'll sort of like actually talk to me and not like think I'm trying to kill her or something. It's a family thing. Yeah, look, do you know what I'm happy with? Do you know what I am happy with? One big positive thing that I am happy with over the past 12 months is the emergence of Miles Lewis-Skelly. And I would say about this time last year, we were over in America, I believe, and we were playing a variety of friendlies in America in some kind of tournament that I can't remember the name of because it wasn't important. And I remember seeing this guy at left back who just kept beating players. I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" And I looked at the number and I was kind of like, "I don't recognize the number." And I was just, "Who the fuck is it?" So I looked at him. I was like, "Okay, Miles Lewis-Skelly." So I started texting people, and I text my mate Russ. I was kind of like, I've just seen this guy Miles Lewis-Skelly playing for Arsenal in like a friendly against. I think it was against Barcelona, and I was like, fucking hell, this guy's decent, man. I think this guy could be pretty fucking good for Arsenal. I saw that he was going to be good and could break into the team, but I never realized he would just get into the team and just solidify his place and then just be a starter. I thought he would be threatening the team. That was my point to my mate Russ. I thought, oh God, this young youth player could really threaten getting into the first team. I didn't mean like every fucking game. I didn't mean as the starter. So it was really, really great to see. And it's been really great to see. And I love his attitude and I love his, when I say attitude, I mean, I love his attitude on the pitch in terms of duels and like battling. I like he's got a very battling attitude. And I think that's more of what we need. And I think that's more erring towards what we were talking before when we were talking before about characters. I think that Miles is getting more towards that more traditional characterful player that we used to have. And I was even on Northside's show one time a few months ago, and people were kind of side eyeing me a little bit when I was talking about him. And I was saying that there's a little bit of Patrick Vieira in him. And I don't think anyone really agreed, but they didn't. They weren't being like rude, like nasty about it or whatever, mean or whatever. But I think you can see when he, especially when he kind of like brings the ball forward and shrugs people off. I think there's a bit of Patrick Vieira. In fact, there's a fair bit of Patrick Vieira in him when he does that. I'm not saying he's like totally like Vieira, but like he's got certain traits that are like Vieira, in my opinion, from my observation. And when I pointed this out to people, they've then gone and watched our games subsequently and like sort of agreed. And go, okay, yeah, no, I can kind of see what you mean. So yeah, like Lewis Skelly, a really positive thing to come out of last season. Probably, I mean, guess the most positive. What else? What would be more positive than what happened than Lewis Skelly coming out? Because I guess it's positive that we got to the Champions League semi-final and gave. I mean, I don't know. We didn't give PSG a good game as such, but we at least we had. I don't know how I describe that game. We had chances to make that game better. If we'd have beaten PSG, we would have gone, oh, okay, it was a semi-final. We wouldn't have been saying it was like a dominant performance or whatever. Do you know what I mean? We would have been kind of like, yeah, okay, it's a Champions League semi-final. These performances happen. We're there in the final. It doesn't matter. That's kind of what we would have said. Like we're there in the final. It's it doesn't really matter how you get there. It's just the fact that you got to. We just say that kind of thing. I think that's kind of fair. PSG clearly looked like a superior team, but to be fair to us, we just had moments. I think we just had moments where we rocked them, and I think we just almost took advantage of their nervousness. We just didn't take advantage, and that's kind of the difference between a top-level team and a team that doesn't quite make it. You take advantage of those moments, and this is kind of the thing. We lack moment players. That's the thing for me, anyway. I think that's a big thing for me. Moments players. Let's have a look here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. All the paid transfer. Yeah, I know it's so. Like fate loves irony, right? After all that money spent trying to sort that left back position out and all the messing around with it, MLS comes along. Oh, he just wanders into it, but he should. And again, fate loves irony because he shouldn't be there. He should be in midfield. He's going to be so much better. Hence my Vieira comparison. He's going to be so much better in midfield. He's very good at left back. He's very good at what he does at left back. But he will be at least 20, 30% more effective in central midfield playing a box-to-box type role. Just give him the ball in midfield and let him do what he wants. Man, get another fucking... Stick Calafiori there. I don't care. I really, really want Arteta to bring Miles into... I don't want to keep calling him by his first name. MLS. Look, it's because it's a double-barrel surname. It annoys me to say... Let's just say MLS. Bring MLS into fucking midfield. I just don't get why this isn't like a priority. He's so clearly a ball carrying midfielder who can do like as much as we spoke for like fucking 10, 20 minutes about respecting how much we respect Thomas Partey. He can do a much better job than Thomas Partey. I'm sorry, he can. I guess you can maybe say he needs a year or two. Oh, that would be fair, maybe. But like, in terms of his growth, oh my God, imagine MLS at 21, 22 as a ball carrying midfielder versus Partey. That is not to say that Partey isn't bad. I still think MLS is absolutely outshining him. And I think MLS is the next Vieira. as I keep apparently controversially saying, like I think MLS is going to be the closest thing we have to Vieira for a while. But what's going to happen is this fucking manager isn't going to move him into midfield. He's going to keep him at left back and do the midfield with Zubimendi and Odegaard and everyone else. So it's not going to be as exciting. It's not going to be as effective. Basically, Arsenal, we need that ball carrying midfielder. Zubimendi isn't part of the Arsenal excitement and part of the Arsenal kind of like play at the top level of Arsenal play is having a ball carrying midfielder. And everyone thinks maybe that's going to be Odegaard, but I'm not convinced, man. I'm not. Oh God, what did I do then? I nearly knocked my speaker over. Anyway, I'm not convinced it's going to be Odegaard, man. Seriously. Whoops! I ranted for a second and didn't look at the screen. I will read this now. Do you believe if we had made the final, we would have actually beaten Inter Milan? Because I honestly don't know. It's so hard to say, isn't it? Because it's a final, and you wouldn't have predicted that PSG would beat Inter 5-0. So it's then very difficult to predict, unless you predicted that PSG were going to thrash Inter. I guess your opinion doesn't really matter because otherwise it's just speculating. It's difficult, isn't it? Because I would like err on the side of maybe no. No. Let's be a bit more concise about things. So you know what? It's just because we didn't have a proper striker. I would say I would err on the side of no. If we had a striker, even if we had Marino, even if Marino had like got us through against PSG because he'd scored, I would still be wary because no natural striker, right? Why wouldn't you be wary? And then into Inzaghi and all that behind it, you obviously wouldn't have predicted PSG 5 into 0. So it's a little bit of a tricky. It's a good question. Good question, AJ. Though it's probably the best, most difficult question that's been asked on my channel. Actually, to be honest, that is a difficult question for me. But for fuck's sake, why does this keep falling off? One second. Stupid fuck. What was that? No Inter would have looked, but shut us down. PSG are a different breed. Yeah, no, that's kind of along the same lines as what I think. I think it would have been a way different game. I think it would have been like a 0-0, and it might have gone to penalties or something like that. We might just have lost on over in extra time or something like that. We were losing maybe 1-0 to Inter. It wasn't going to be like a sort of like big loss or whatever. It was probably. Well, I mean, I said it at the time before we even went out to PSG. I said to my friends here, to the guys in the gym, I was saying, like, look, if we get through and we play Inter, that's going to be a fucking boring game, mate. It's going to you neutrals want PSG Inter or PSG Barca, sorry, and yeah, so I was kind of like thinking, if we get through against Inter in the final, oh my god, it's going to be like the worst final. But they would have taken it. Obviously, I want to watch us in a fucking Champions League final. I don't really care. I don't care. Like, as much as I don't like Mikel Arteta, as much as I think he's arrogant, as much as I think he's made so many mistakes, as much as I think he's ridiculously lucky to still be in a job, as much as I think he's well overpaid, as much as I think he's just so fortunate to be where he is and to be as arrogant as he is, I wouldn't even mind that much if he wasn't so fucking arrogant. And it just makes you want to like bring him down a peg or two. But then you're not allowed to, because even if you get to be a journalist, and even if you get to that point where you can ask a question that can bring you down a peg or two, they fucking vet the questions before you ask him. So you can't ask him the question in the first place. So you could have that as an ambition in your life, to take him down a peg or two with a question, go and study journalism, become a journalist, and then you get to the actual fucking room and they tell you that you can't ask the question that you've been working yourself up to ask because he won't take the question, because he only takes certain questions. And that's how these football fucking things work. And the ones that go off script, because there's clips on YouTube of people going off script on him and other managers. And it's funny how they react because they're not, expecting it. The one they don't get asked. Let's just say they don't get sacked, obviously, but they don't get asked back to the. They don't get asked back to certain press conferences. They won't get asked back to an Arteta press conference. They'll get sent to maybe the Brentford manager instead. This kind of thing. So, yeah. I did predict PSG 3-1 KG game, but I did not see into shit in the back. Do you know what? After it happened, I just kind of I just tapped out for the season, to be honest with you. After that happened, I just sort of tapped out for the season because it was just kind of I've just had enough now. And it's kind of everyone, you just became, you were pinning your hopes. You were pinning your hopes on the Champions League, because obviously we kind of knew the league was fucked, even though it wasn't technically fucked. We knew it was fucked. And then everyone seemed to be pinning their hopes on the Champions League. And I just sort of after we lost to PSG, I think it was after that. Do you know what fucked us? As much as look, football is momentum and all that kind of thing. One massive moment that fucked us was that Edu, fucking hell, man, was that Marino header. I was thinking header, Edu. That Marino header goal that didn't go in. I think that fucked us a little bit. But also, we were going to still, even if that had gone in, we would have gone back to Paris, and it would have been so difficult still in Paris. Yeah, you would have. But also at the same time, as much as I bigged up Thomas Partey, he fucked that a lot. Hence, Rice was going crazy at him. So I don't know what they're going to do with him, because technically speaking, I don't think they got rid of him. So actually, let's have a little look. I keep sharing. Do you know what? We've got Kai. Why have we got Kai Havertz on the screen? Why is Kai Havertz on the screen, Arsenal? Because you're a bunch of artards. That's why. Oh my god. Sesko's fee. Apparently, Sesko's fee. Oh, this is breaking news. Breaking news. Sesko's fee. This is from @ClinicalKai, who obviously is always correct about everything. Sesko's fee down from 90 million to 60 million. Berta Gegenpress is unmatched. Crying emoji. Heart. They know what they're doing. They do this on purpose. They're not doing this because they believe this. They're doing this because they know the algorithm, and they know just what they need to write and post, basically. That is it. Dan Bilzerian's posts are always funny. The world has woken up. It hates you. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Okie dokie. His posts are always good. Quality and value. Where's the Arsenal stuff? Well, who cares about the run, bro? This guy, Clinical Kai, I'm telling you, this guy is just irritating to me. Anyway, let's go back to what you guys saying. I got waylaid there. Actually, Rangers don't want him because they believe he won't be able to win trophies against Celtic. Yeah, I mean, was he even a legend at Rangers? How long was he? I just paused then because I was thinking, how long was he at Rangers, and I can't remember. He seems like such a sort of he seems like such a sort of forgotten. He's like such a sort of forgotten player, if you know what I mean. It's like, you ask anybody who's like an Arsenal fan or a Rangers fan or an Everton fan. I haven't actually. No, I must be honest. I haven't asked an Everton fan. But if I ask either Arsenal or Rangers fans, so I've asked a few Rangers fans what they think of him. They're like, oh well, yeah, he's all right. Rangers record. What is his record at Rangers? This is an overview. Oh, for God's sake. He did win 2. Oh, fuck off. I don't know. Transfer market is annoying. He scored 14 goals in 65 games for Rangers. 14 goals in 65. So there we go. I'm not sure. To be fair to him, I'm not sure that's necessarily his job. I don't know who he was playing with at the time. Why is this ball green? What's a green ball mean? Well, I clicked on the green ball and everything went wrong. So there we go. Never mind about the green ball. Yeah, Rangers fans don't want him because they believe he won't be able to win 2 trophies against Celtic. Well, this is the thing, isn't it? It's a different thing. In the Rangers Celtic thing is like you have to outweigh them, don't you? And what proof do you have? That's the thing. What proof do you have that Arteta is able to do anything like that? What proof do you have? You don't have any proof. You have an FA Cup, which is fine. However, you have him at a club where the owners, up until now, and I think this is going to change very soon, because I think they'll get a bit too much grief behind closed doors, like I was kind of alluding to before. But up until this point, which I think is a changing point, but up until this point, he's just been allowed to do what he wants because he can get into the top 4. And that's been the general idea up until kind of this point. But I think the Cronkies now are getting a little bit of heat more in the background. And also, it's been 6 years. It's been a long time. It's going to be 6 years at least before we win a trophy. If we win the Carabao Cup, it's going to be in March. So, it's 6 years, isn't it? So, and that's like, even if we do win something, so even if we don't, then it rolls on till 7 years. So that's all great. So, yeah, the fact that a manager of Arsenal Football Club, who isn't Arsene Wenger in our lifetimes, is still at the football club despite not winning anything for 5 years is a very, very fortunate situation for said manager. And I don't think it's controversial to be pointing that out. Yet it apparently seems to get the people who point these things out a load of grief. Anyway, let's go back to comments. Real game was a good game. I could see PSG was on a high plane to us. Yeah, I could see that a little bit, to be fair, but I thought we could nick it. I read the Madrid win and said no chance versus PSG. I think the run. Yeah, I kind of did the same. I was kind of like, I kind of like put my chest out a bit with that Madrid win, but I also said we're probably fucked against PSG because you could just see with the way that PSG were playing, couldn't you? They were just kind of like, they were just different gravy, and there was nothing to suggest that they were going to stop it. And then everyone went, because they had that game before they played us, didn't they? I can't remember if it was the first or the second leg. They had that game. I think it was against, I want to say Lens. I'm probably wrong. Basically, PSG had a game, I think, before the first leg that they played us, where they played quite bad, and I think they lost 2-1. I think they played their full strength team, and everyone was saying, "Oh, look, PSG have just lost 2-1. Oh, it's going to be difficult." They lost 2-1 because they didn't try. They played us, and then they tried. It's like people are quite silly about this. Like they had already pretty much, well, I think they'd already technically won that league by then. They didn't try. What Enrique did was put them out there just to give them a bit of fitness and said to them, don't try that hard. Don't, go so hard into tackle, blah, 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 blah. Enrique did that on purpose. He knew they had won the league. He didn't send that PSG team out to win the game. Well, I mean, look, yes, he did obviously send them out to win the game, but not as usual. And he basically just put them out to get them a bit of fitness ahead of the game. And yeah, it actually kind of worked in their favour, I suppose, that they lost because they still won the league on. And then, like, it also made, I think, Arsenal underestimate them. And everyone who was Arsenal was like, "Oh, look at they lost," blah, blah. So it actually made everyone underestimate them, and I think that worked in their favour as well. So we've got to be very careful. I did say at the time, even though they've lost this game, don't underestimate them. And obviously, there's people who understand that, like yourselves and stuff, who are listening. Like you guys are real ones, you understand. But there's plenty of people who don't, and they keep on crowing and giving it blah blah blah. And you just tempt fate too much. The universe, there is a way, the universe does, like, if you keep tempting it, it will go a certain way, and that way, if you're tempting it in the wrong way, that way is going to be the wrong way to you. So yeah. and that was all fucking predictable, though, wasn't it? It's all predictable. I was kind of like, when we got to the semi-final, I was kind of like, oh, just get me to the final. Just please get me to the final. I just didn't care how we got there, to be honest with you, man. I didn't care how we got there. All the gas when PSG lost, Enrique wrote today. No, he didn't, though. Why not? I think he played. The point of it was, no, why not? The point of it was that he didn't rotate players. And that's why there was gas, because like PSG were playing a pretty full strength team and they lost. I can't remember which fucking team it was. I can find out in a second. I'll just keep chatting away whilst I do this. But yeah, the point was that they played quite a fully strength team, and then they lost to a team that wasn't that great, and they lost at home. And I almost want to say it's like Saint Etienne. I suddenly get a little bit of a feeling that it's Saint Etienne, but I might be wrong. And then obviously live score is making it difficult for me to find. Here we go. Let me have a little look. Let's have a look here. Sorry, just bear me 1 sec. No, I don't want to look at games now, do I? I want to look at historic games. Why does it make it so difficult? Fixtures, overview, standings. Oh no, because it's refreshed, hasn't it? So hang on. League and results. So it's going to be like 2024, 2024. Let's have a look. Which game was it? Here we go. Oh, okay, I can. Yeah, 34, blah, blah, blah. Just go back a little bit. Sorry, I'm not going to share the screen. I'm just going to look myself. Was it? It wasn't Strasbourg because they lost to Strasbourg. Nice. That's it. I knew. Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, Nice. It was Nice. So Nice 3-1. And then there's the team lineup. Let's have a look. Fabian Ruiz scored for PSG. Why don't you give me the here we go, lineup. Yeah, so the lineup for PSG, the lineup was Donnarumma, Hakimi, Marquinhos, Pacho, Mendes, Neves, Vitinha, Ruiz, Doué, Dembele, Cavo. That was the lineup, which is crazy, man. So that was like a pretty full strength team at the time. Well, I mean, it was kind of a full strength team basically. So yeah, you got Hakimi. You got, well, you can just see. You can see. I'm not going to fucking repeat it like a dickhead. Why the fuck did I start repeating it? Anyway, yeah, you can see. So crazy, isn't it? And they lost 3-1 to Nice. So that's basically because they were told not to play very well. Basically, what Enrique did was like, well, I need to give you, because Enrique understands they need to play. Because they need to play. You need to play before you play a big game. So you can't rest really. So in a sense, the best thing to do to some degree, especially when you've already won the league, is to just play kind of below par your full strength team ish kind of thing. It's a reasonable way of looking at it. But yeah, no, it's interesting, man. It's very, very interesting. Like how, but this is the thing. This is a proper manager, though, isn't it? This is what we're saying. This is like a proper manager. It's a proper manager. What do you mean by this? Sorry, have I got the game wrong? No, that was definitely the game. April the 25th. That was just before. Oh shit! Or was it? Did we play them after? Hang on. Did you play them at? Yeah, we played. That was before the second leg, wasn't it? April the 25th. April the 25th was before the second leg, wasn't it? That was definitely before we played them. 100% before we played them. What was the first day? Yeah, exactly. So 29th of April. So the 29th of April was when we played PSG at home. The 25th of April was when they lost 3-1 to Nice at home. And did they have? Let's have a look at their lineup against us. Well, no, we don't even need to look at their lineup. The lineup was pretty much the same, basically. And what he was doing, Enrique, was he was just letting the players play for a little bit, so they didn't have a bit of not fatigue, but there's a kind of fatigue, obviously, if you don't play, just like out of rhythm, sort of thing. So it was quite a clever play. So he probably just told them just to play at like fucking 50% or something like that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. That also apparently made Rice the player of the season. But yeah, so let's be real with Rice taking action for himself and shooting both of them free kicks out to across it. Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like it, doesn't it? It's fucking crazy, man. At least he had the wherewithal to actually do his fucking thing. Thank God. I mean, like we've just and like also we've got the camera views of it as well. It's just so great. They are like, look, I can't get it wrong. They are like amazing goals. It's such a shame. He must feel. Do you imagine how he feels? He must feel kind of like a bit weird that those two amazing goals just amounted to nothing. He'll be aware more than us. Like we're aware because we get told from the idiot section of our fan base about how amazing everything is and blah blah blah, and we all that stuff. And Rice's goal gets referenced and all that kind of stuff. We all get told that. But like he will. Don't get me wrong. He will be thinking about those two goals in relation to the fact that he hasn't won anything. He will be thinking about it. He'll be thinking, but like, it doesn't matter. He will enjoy them. He will enjoy them for sure. But he'll definitely be like kind of hurting that they didn't win anything. That's not me kind of like making up for it. I'm not trying to um sort of back Arteta up or back the team up or whatever. Like, it's their fault that they lost. I'm not trying to like back Rice up or whatever. It's his fault that they lost. We lost. But like, no, make no mistake, he ain't going to be. I don't think Rice would be really celebrating those free kicks. Funnily enough, because it will be annoying to him. You can see how annoyed he was at Thomas Partey when he got this yellow card. So I think Rice. Yeah, I think Rice is pissed about that whole thing. To be honest with you. Damn, 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 damn. Yeah, Harvey Elliott scored like two goals, he says, isn't he? I hate the way they do this, right? I hate when they do this. I hate when they fucking just put them in, like, use the AI to put them in fucking Arsenal shirts. It just irritates me. Like, why do this? I mean, I know why they do this, but like, it's just so irritating that they do this. But he's not in an Arsenal shirt. Is he? Why? It's just the attention seeking. I can't drive with the attention seeking. I'm not an attention seeking kind of guy, although I am like a drum and bass DJ, so you could say that that's like attention seeking. But I'm not like an online attention seeking person. Like, I don't like, because this is attention seeking, click seeking. It's only got 296 likes. It's got 37K views. It's nothing. This guy's making no money off this. But he's trying to build. They're trying to build and build. Whereas I don't really give a fuck. I just like the ability that I can host this now and we can all sit and chat. And like, a couple of you guys are in here and we're all sitting and chatting. We're in here for fucking 3 hours, 45 minutes sort of thing. So yeah, I just think that's kind of cool. And if it grows, it grows. Maybe I need to put more effort into it as such, but yeah. Um, duh, 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 duh. So here's a well, yeah, yeah, exactly. He would. He would. I mean, you can't blame him, although he had won a trophy, isn't it? Um, but you'd buy into it, wouldn't you? You'd buy into it. You'd buy into the whole thing. You've just won a European trophy with West Ham. You're obviously a competent player, to say the least. Um, yeah, man, fucking. But apparently, this is it. This is going to be our answer next season. What we're literally watching now is going to be our answer next season. Literally going to be our answer next season. It's going to be Rice and Saka who hopefully will be able to run. Because I do worry. My main worry for next season. Let me just. I don't know. We can have Saka scoring on repeat, but let me just put it off so it's sort of distracting. My main worry for next season. What are girls hitting each other for? Oh, dumbass bitches. My main worry for next season is that injuries are going to catch up with us straight away. Like by November, October. Just because if we're going to be coming in for an early preseason after everything that's happened in the last sort of 12 and 24 months with all our players, then how the hell are we going to stay injury free? There's going to be some major injuries. I'm not saying all the players are going to get injured, but like there's going to be some major injuries before November, December. And how the hell are we going to win the league doing that? And then it's going to be the same old excuse of injuries. Well, hopefully people will see that the injuries are more self-manufactured than random, as has been the opinion of the past kind of like, season, basically. But that's my main worry about this season. That and also Liverpool and Man City being much stronger. I can see us being a very much third place, a vying for third place team with like Chelsea and maybe Newcastle, something like that. Well, could be completely wrong. I mean, there's still until September the 1st to go. So let's fucking hope that I'm wrong. Let's definitely hope that I'm wrong, because it's like we spent a long enough time waiting. Like, we've been waiting for, I've been waiting for 21 years now. 21 years, that's a long time. And as Vin Diesel said in Pitch Black, a long time for something to go wrong. It's a long time for something to go wrong, and a lot of things have gone wrong. And yes, we picked up 4 FA Cups. It's not been enough. I mean, how the hell is 4 FA Cups enough in 20 years for Arsenal Football Club? And that goes back to my point earlier of fans nowadays don't see us as a big club. And it's kind of ingrained in them partly because we haven't won much. Like, if you've only seen us win 4 let's say you started supporting Arsenal in 2010, 9, or whatever, and you've only seen us win 4 FA Cups, like, why would you naturally presume that we should challenge for the league? I mean, I naturally presume we should challenge for the league because I grew up on Arsenal and Man United challenging for the league every year. And we won European trophy, and we won like domestic cup doubles and doubles, league and title doubles, and they went invincible. But these men haven't grown up on that, so they don't see it from that perspective. Yeah, that's a lot of things. That is a lot of things to be concerned about, and they are genuinely concernable because, like, injuries, yes, and then Arteta incompetence. This is the thing, and people will say, like, "Oh, well, he's been 6 years now, so he's not like a novice." It's like he is still a novice. He's still in the learning process. Like, how do guys not understand this? It's like he is still in the learning process, even though he's 6 years in, and we've allowed this to happen. We've allowed this guy. Like, this isn't personal against him. I don't have anything against him or Spanish men or people, like, whatever. It's like we are Arsenal Football Club. We should have an elite, previously proven, title winning, cup winning, major honour winning manager as our manager. A world class manager should always be the Arsenal manager. I don't care who it is, where they're from, what they look like. Don't care. It's always the barometer should be you're a proven world class winner, and he wasn't. I'm not trying to say that he's shit manager. I'm just saying that he's not been good enough. That's been repeatedly proven, and I don't think that's a controversial opinion. And it's repeated. It's not Arsenal standard. This isn't Brentford. This isn't fucking West Ham. This isn't fucking. And West Ham won a European trophy, like I said before. Like, it's just you didn't do it, man, at Arsenal. That's not saying that you can't now go to somewhere else. You might even go to, I don't know where. You could go anywhere. You might even go to any other A-list club and win something. You could do that. And then the Arteta fans will be like, oh, well, we told you. It's not always that simple. It just doesn't work sometimes in a certain area, but then it works sometimes in another area. And there's a lot of different reasons for that. Again, like I just said, I don't think he's a shit manager. I just don't think he's an Arsenal Football Club level manager. And I think that's backed up by the fact that he hasn't fucking won anything for 5 years. He came in, won an FA Cup somehow. There was some dubious decisions, let's say, in that game. And basically, the referee and Aubameyang, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, won him his FA Cup in the COVID year. So since then, he's had everything to his own devices and hasn't been able to do anything that he said that he would do. In fact, he even laid out a timeline and said he was going to win the Champions League by 3 years. That's what he said to Willian. That's not happened. That's now 2 years ago. I'm not trying to say you're terrible and you're shit or whatever, but I don't think you deserve a fucking tripling of your wages. And I don't think you should be here in our football club. And I think we should get a proven world-class winner in. I think you've done an okay job. I think you've got some players in that are good, like Gabriel, etc. You've got Saka. You've got Rice. Fine. You can build from that. But you ain't the man to do it, man. You ain't the guy to do it, Mikel. I'm sorry. You ain't the guy to do it. Yeah, this is the thing. Either West Ham or Tottenham would have sacked Arteta by now, and that is the kind of thing. And this is what, even when I talk to these Arteta fans, and they're kind of like, oh well, which club? Can you name a club that would keep a manager? It doesn't matter if it's Mikel Arteta, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Who of the big clubs would keep a manager if they didn't win anything in like 5 years, 4 years, 4 years, 3 years? Which, in fact, okay, Mikel Arteta hasn't won a major trophy in 5 years. Forget 5 years. Which big club would keep a manager who hadn't won a major trophy in 3 years? That's 2 years less. You know what one guy said to me sometimes? Why not? Which is quite funny. They said to me, they said like, oh, well, yeah, Chelsea probably. You're telling me that Chelsea would have kept a manager for 3 years without a major trophy? Chelsea. Okay. And that was his proof that I was wrong about Mikel Arteta. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, obviously. Did not know what the fuck he was talking about. Bro, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, crazy work out here. Crazy work out here. See, the only reason it's good to have a bit of debate here. The only reason I would disagree with that is because of the somewhat progress that we made, but the progress isn't good enough. This is the thing, it's not good enough. It's like, okay, yes, so you got us back challenging, quote unquote challenging. Do you know, why did I put that in the screen? Let's move that out of the way of the screen. Quote unquote challenging, but it's like, you know, it's not enough, is it? It's like, great, but then what do you have to do? But then, you know, keep doing what you have, keep doing it. If you're going to say trust the process, if you're going to say it's a process, the process needs to keep going forward. The process can't just stop at like being in top 4 and then you kind of say, oh, well, you know, everything's working out all right. Maybe we're going to get another couple of players. No. You told us there was going to be a process for us winning the Premier League and winning the Champions League. So what? Now the process is suddenly get back in top 4. That's actually a good question. Oh, who's first, Mariska, Amarim, or Arteta? I would think Amarim. I think Amarim would be my immediate answer to that. Arteta won't be fired during the season unless there's some real extreme thing that happens. Just bear me 1 sec, I'll be back. Sorry, 1 sec. Yo. Whoops. I say it's on failure. This is just feeling a highlight. Oh no, it's like, look, progress is. I was kind of like holding that in inverted commas. Like the progress that I saw, was more from about like 2019 to 2020 to like 2023. I don't maximum. I don't think since the 2023 we've made any progress over the past 2 years. So I think he should be sacked. Is my opinion. So I don't think we made any progress. But yeah, I was just saying progress in the context of at least that. But I would also say that Emery had us fifth. Emery didn't take us bottom when Tottenham were top. Emery didn't take us eighth. Emery didn't take us eighth again. So this isn't like me being like pro Emery or whatever. But I'm just saying that like that guy was never meant to be Arsenal manager. They wanted it to be Arteta. They wanted it to work. So far, it hasn't worked, and they're trying their best with their PR. You can tell that they're trying their best with the PR to make it work. That's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to make it work so much. Well, I mean, like, yeah, you technically say it's kind of like progress until 2023. But from 23 to 25, I would say it's regress because slightly worse in 24 and then like much worse in 25. And if you want to blame injuries, well, that's disingenuous because then you have to look at what's been happening with the coaching and the management style and the sending on players who were already injured. Ben White was already injured. We know Timber was already injured. We know Saka was already injured. Those are three players at least who were fairly prominent in the team. So that's at least that's just off the top of our heads. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that he should stay. I wanted him gone 2 years ago, and I wanted him gone last year. I wanted him gone this year. I still want him gone right now, but unfortunately, he's bloody staying, isn't he? And he's going to stay for another year. And like that's to your question of this question here of who's first. Maresca, Arteta isn't in that conversation unless there's some crazy mad random situation that's really extreme. He's not going during the season. Arteta will not go in this season. The Cronkies won't do that. They can't be bothered to do that. They can't be bothered to get into all that. There's no way the Cronkies are going to mid-season get into a sacking, but he will go at the end of the season if he doesn't win anything, in my opinion. I think that they're going to be a little bit more ruthless than people realize. I think there's a lot of people that don't realize how ruthless they're going to be this year should Arteta not win anything. And I'm happy about that. That's kind of what I see happening. And I think Berta, Angia Berta, is part of the weaning off process. I think that he's initially in here to kind of like do, okay, well, you wanted that. Okay, you wanted that. But I think he's here probably for when the new manager comes in more than anything. I think it's more of a long-term thing, and I think that's why you see Arteta quite rattled at the end of the season in his press conferences and subsequent press conferences. And yeah, you know, he's gallivanting around with his wife and all this kind of stuff, and that's cool. I'm not against that. Obviously, gallivant around with your wife, but I think that he's looked a lot more rattled recently, and I think he realizes that this is his last year. I mean, I would have sacked him when he was bottom of the league when Spurs were top for the first time ever in history. But yeah, I mean, I think when we finished, it might have been eighth. Spurs of the Super was sacked in the second, eighth. Yeah, the second eighth place. Yeah, the second eighth place. I would agree. Would have to have been it. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I think that second eighth place. I think that second eighth place was the time when we kind of really realized that they sort of wanted to invest in him as a project because or at the same time like they didn't really understand like football, but then again you see that they've got a big desire for top four, so it's kind of interesting because they've been a bit funny owners. But you can't also help but feel that since they've come in, what has Arsenal Football Club been? What has Arsenal Football Club been? And as it gets light outside and it gets slightly light, I would say that there is not a lot of dawn on Arsenal as is presumed, because you can see that there's still ins and outs going. What is growing in the team inherently? What is growing? Okay, MLS. Oh, the defense, basically. Right. So after 6 years, we've got a growing defense that seems okay as a first choice. And even MLS should be fucking playing midfield. MLS should be playing midfield. I'm not going to go on another rant about it, but MLS should be playing midfield, and we should have another left back, and that shouldn't be Calafiori. So look, man, this is the current state of the process, and this is kind of what we all sort of take the piss out because it's kind of like, come on, can't you see? Can't you see that this process? When I take this out, hopefully it won't mess up. My Mac is really funny. when you undo things like I say undo, when you take out like a battery charger and all that kind of stuff, or headphones, it stops the mouse working. So then you have to reset the mouse and all this kind of stuff. It's a bit weird like this. But anyway, yeah. Jesus Christ. Do you know what? I wish I could have showed you this. In the time that I've been talking to you, in that very few seconds where I started talking about the light being dark, the light it has got so much lighter outside. I think I just sort of hit the first period of the sun coming in. As such, I had this debate with my friend of mine. So, a friend of mine thought that the sun was its hottest when it was noon, because it's noon, right? It's the highest, right? And I was saying no, it's about 3 o'clock, sort of thing. It gets a bit, it's hotter about 3 o'clock. It's hottest about 3 o'clock. So we went back and forth about this, and so I mean, she's wrong. She's factually incorrect because there's something called like thermal lag. So, like, if you put on your oven, sorry to digress, we'll get back to Arsenal in a second. When you put on your oven and you put it on for like 20 minutes, when you if you turn off the oven suddenly, it's still going to heat up, isn't it, for another 2-3 minutes before it starts to cool down. So that's the same sort of thing as the sun. So when the sun hits high noon, it's cooking proper. It's cooking high temperatures, but then it sort of drags those temperatures with them. Anyway, that was my little physics hat on for a second. Now I can't remember what the fuck we were talking about. Yes, the second 8th place, man. Fucking hell, how did he survive that? It is very weird. You'd think that anybody else would have not. Like, why did Emery didn't survive? You know, Emery didn't survive finishing 5th. So why did Arteta survive finishing 8th twice? Emery didn't survive finishing 5th. So why did Arteta not survive finishing 8th twice? Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's called thermal lag. We talk about it a bit on my other channel, Truth Shock. If you guys want to hear about us talking about like things like this and things about the universe, my friend, basically, it's a bit to platform my friend James, who's a quantum physicist who is somebody who is able to talk about quantum physics in a way that's kind of accessible and understandable to some degree, as much as you can. And then, yeah, he talks about so many interesting things. It's very, very interesting. And whenever he talks, I decided let's do a podcast together because it makes sense. Just let him talk and I'll ask questions and all that kind of thing. And I bring up my own stuff as well. And so we've sort of achieved a balance. So that's Truth Shock. So if you want to, that's at Truth Shock. It's a sun in the corner. I'll stick it in the link actually if you guys want to. Let me just find it. I'll stick it in the link. But yeah, we it's good to chat about that. Like the sun activity at the moment is crazy. It's really crazy. The sun is actually at the peak of its activity of its solar cycle. So essentially, the sun has like these 11-year solar cycles, which is quite strange amount of years. Anyway, at the moment, it's at the top of it. So so like June, July, August, September, November this year. September, October, November this year, it's going to be quite peak sun activity, and then maybe a few big earthquakes because of that. Yeah, just 1 second. 1 second. I was trying to find the True Spoon. True Shock. True Shock. Oh, we got a subscriber. That's good. YouTube True Shock. There we go. Sorry about this. Just 1 second, my friend. Yeah. Yes, we did about like on our last on our, oh god, like we're gonna end up here on another 5 hours. On our last show, we did about an hour on gamma rays. Absolutely amazing. You know, what can you say about gamma rays? It's just absolutely amazing. And so some of the things that you kind of learn about the behavior of light and the behavior of these things. It's absolutely amazing. And my friend James, like I say, he's an actual sort of quantum physicist, and he has that ability of a good teacher to break it down like properly for you, like as much as you can. Anyway, there's a certain level that you can go down to, obviously, and so yeah. And what I'm going to talk about on the show probably tomorrow is there was a random meteor hit. I don't know if you saw that. It was in Utah. Let me see if we get the video. I can probably get the video. I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw this wind up. There was a sudden meteor hit in Utah that was unexpected. A blind hit. I don't know if you saw that. Let me try and see if I can get the video. Utah meteor, and someone captured it from their car, and it was like the scientists were kind of like, whoops. It's like more. It was kind of like more happened, and it was kind of like, oh, okay, whoops. Like, because nobody really saw, well, definitely nobody saw more coming, and that makes you wonder, okay, so is more connected to something that's a bit bigger? And that something that's a bit bigger doesn't have to spit out more mores next year or the year after, but it could do it in 5 years or 10 years, because this is kind of how the universe works and relativity and the way that there's a lot of factors involved, because there's planets and stars, and it all gets quite complicated, and it kind of makes you wonder who the fuck come up with all this shit. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, I think what probably happened is this code. I think what probably happened is essentially at the beginning of the Big Bang. I don't know in what way as such. I think there was essentially some kind of coding. I don't know. I know that sounds kind of simple, but like I think there must have been just some kind of coding, and that just kind of like and allows for the hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen, and carbon, and the other one I forget, to come together and make a universe. Anyway, I digress. But thank you, because I enjoyed digressing on that. What was I trying to show? Oh, the meteor. Fucking hell. All right, so let's have a look. See if we can find the meteor. Sorry, I'm on YouTube at the moment. You're still seeing Kai Havertz. So I'm going to torment you by putting Kai Havertz scoring a header on repeat. But now this puts pressure on me because I need to find the fucking thing, because I know you're going to be pissed off. Hang on. So meteor. Oh, for fuck's sake. Meteor, Utah. Fucking hell, Utah. You have about 8 wives. What are you doing, you dickheads? It's not there. Why is it not there? Meteor and belied me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, this is pissing me off now. Oh, my belied meteor. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what this Mac does as well? It fucks everything off so quickly. Yeah, do it. All right, here we go. Here we go. Do me a little bit though. Don't do a fucking. Why do I need to have a like 10-minute video? All right, so we've got to have a 10-minute video, which I'm going to just skip through. But anyway, yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Let's get to the right bit. Blah 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 blah. Guy with glasses trying to explain it. Where is the meteor, you bitch? Can we get to the meteor? Sorry, it's probably right at the end. It's not even there. Fucking hell. So there was a meteor. Oh, for God's sake. All I wanted to show was... Actually, this is it. Is it going to show it, though? Oh, this is pissing me off. I mean, if this doesn't work, it's not going to work. I don't care. I don't care that much. Oh, for God's sake. All right, balls to it. So basically, this ain't fucking working, this stupid thing. Anyway, so the essential point was there was a meteor, and nobody expected that it was going to happen, and it hit in Utah on July the 28th, and that was one of the things we were going to talk about in our next podcast, because there's quite a few of these things going on. It's related to the solar flares and solar activity of the sun and all this kind of stuff. And so there's a really good guy called Stephen Burns. If you want to like look more into that. Thank you, AJ. Big up. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Also appreciated. Thank you. I'm not sure what time we're going to be doing it tomorrow. I think it's going to be 6. I think our Sunday show is usually 6. But yeah, look, listen, my friend is great to listen to. Like, he talks about these kind of things quite in depth, but also like in like relatively simple terms. And yeah, it's really, if you want to learn about it, he's quite a good teacher. So I try to probe him with like the proper questions and all this kind of thing. But yeah, so yeah, thanks very much, guys. All right, AJ, thanks for coming along, man. Really appreciate it. Like, thanks for your support. Hope you have a good sleep, man. Enjoy your dreams. Dreams are to be enjoyed. Enjoy them, man. And have a good day tomorrow. And I'll see you soon, my man. Big up to you. Well, I think it makes kind of sense. I mean, it does make sense to the degree that, well, we know already that like the sun, or if you have a sun, um, which is what most so basically, so most things that die in the universe create nebula, and then most nebula create suns, and then most nebula create suns and planetary dust, and then most suns and planetary dust create solar systems. So essentially, there's many solar systems forming all the time, just as we speak. And so when people say about aliens, for example, there's no aliens, I don't think there's aliens. It's actually more likely that there's very many aliens that are quite similar to us in, not necessarily here, there, and everywhere, but like quite, let's say, in our quadrant of the galaxy, which is quite large. It's quite likely that there's at least quite a few um, Earths, and those Earths may have, similar human civilizations. But also, what's probably likely also happening is anybody who's advanced enough is using those Earths to sort of like generate um, or organisms like humans, Homo sapiens, and things similar to that. So I guess the question becomes, what purpose for? And whether that purpose is just to study, because the purpose is like, the purpose that we're here is either to be watched or there's something else. So I personally think we're just being watched. I don't think we're being watched right now, like you and me having a conversation and people else in the chat having a conversation. I don't mean it in that kind of paranoid way. But I think that I do think that there's probably, most likely in terms of probability, I think most likely aliens. There's some kind of aliens that like seeded us here, and they keep an eye on us, kind of thing. And that's why you see the spike in unidentified flying object sightings after the nuclear bombs and stuff like this. So they're just kind of like, I think there's quite a lot of that going on. I think there's quite a lot of them wandering around at vast sort of like parts of the universe, the galaxy and the universe. I mean, it's hard to say the universe. The universe, we can only see we can only see something like 0.7% of the universe. So when you say the universe, it's kind of like, it's a bit presumptuous. I can't seem to pronounce that. Presumptuous. Anyway, so yeah. So if it came, let's have a look. If it came out something, is it worrying? Yeah, no, that's exactly what I said. So like, more. If it came out something bigger, is it worrying they haven't picked up on an Armageddon type meteor? Yes, 100%. So yeah, this is actually my main worry about. So when you look at things that are potential to harm Earth, there's not really anything like in the next 10,000 years at least. Like, there's not really anything going on. But Oumuamua came out of everywhere. Like, so if you could cite Snowball Earth, not really going to happen. You could cite like a big meteor impact, Jupiter Jupiter's orbit and Jupiter's gravitational field pretty much stops a lot of them, or all of them, in our kind of lifetime relativity. And any other Armageddon things would be like, passing through the Tauri meteor shower stream, which we do twice a year, or passing through the other meteor stream, whose name I forget, sorry, which is the stream of the comet Swift Turtle, which is a funny name comet. But I can't remember the fucking stream of it's the Perseus stream. So none of those are that difficult, and climate change is which is not really, it's not a massive issue. But my main issue is sort of this Oumuamua type incident, because scientists were just like, whoops, like we didn't know where that came from. But as an outcome of that, they've trained the telescopes on that area a lot more. So that area is being watched a lot. My thing, I suppose, about that would be, well, fragments could come from anywhere. But yeah, that's the only thing that would kind of worry me, that a fragment like that, because it was a fragment that just was shot by. Essentially, what happened was, usually they're able to spot these things, but because it came so fast, it sort of came at a fast and strange trajectory around the sun, and a lot of people are suggesting on purpose. But it came around the sun in a way that was quite difficult to track, and then it sort of like appeared like a missile, just shooting past, I think, the Earth and the orbit of Jupiter, which is quite close. Quite close. Haven't seen that movie for so long, and I can't remember that. To Alien versus Predator, The Engineer is the closest story plot to mind. Alien versus, yeah, I mean, all I remember Alien, I remember Sigourney Weaver, I remember Ghostbusters and Sigourney Weaver as well. How old, am I too rude to ask? I don't know, I think I asked this before, didn't I? Why not? Why not, I think, is a little bit younger than me, because I was gonna figure it out mass wise. There was a message before I was trying to figure it out, and then I got misled. Well, not misled. I can't remember the words. I can't find it. Fuck it. Bollocks to it. Bollocks to it. Anyway, Alien vs. Predator is a great movie. All the Alien movies are pretty great, but it's like the 1979 Alien, the original Alien, so creepy. So creepy. And it's like, yeah, this is great. This is a great movie. Just the creepiness of that. So that's like a situation where, like, if you think about that as well, if you think about, there was no CGI, there was no AI, there was no internet, there was no, well, there probably wasn't internet, it was in secret. But there's no this, that, or the other. And they still managed to make those effects. The effect of Sigourney next to an alien as a prop is way more effective for me personally than her not next to some CGI or something like that. See, I don't know about that. I mean, like, I think so. My perspective on it in terms of engineering, like other sort of civilizations and races and stuff, is like, like if you build a car and the car crashes, you don't blame the car for crashing. So my perspective on it is, if you build a race, if you're a sort of entity that can build a race, and you build a human, say, and the human has flaws, that flaw is based in your um, your design, so you can't really judge it. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think there's this ultimate judgment from nature. I think that, like, when you go up to the ultimate sort of, I guess, divine level, I think that it understands that you are half matter, half spirit, and as long as you sort of try, and this is a bit wishy-washy, but I think as long as you sort of try to do the best you can, I think you're kind of always forgiven. And I think that you always kind of like a more easier sort of ascendancy. And I think as long as you try to sort of stay away from things like religion and try to get more into like how you can have a relationship with the universe, and how you can like communion with the universe, and how you can observe its reactions to what you speak to it about. I think that's more of a sort of beneficial way. Having said that, I'm not a millionaire, I'm not like a billionaire or anything, so maybe it's still a work in progress, but that's just kind of like how I see it. But yeah, Will Ethan Wanweri, fucking hell, why can't I pronounce his name? Bro, why can't I pronounce his name? That's so bad. It's not a difficult name to pronounce. Waneri. It ain't difficult. You don't pronounce the N. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake, man. Why? Oh, God, for God's sake. Yeah, you're not far behind me. You're not far behind me. What I would say is just enjoy being in your 30s. Enjoy it. Like, try and enjoy it as much as possible. I don't know what your life is like. I don't know if you have a wife and kids. I don't know if you're single, or you have a girlfriend, blah, 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 or whatever. I don't mind. But my point being, just enjoy it as much as you can. I'm not saying that when you hit 40s, you get depressed or anything, but things are a little bit more difficult. Unless you got a bit of money behind you. And I do have like okay money, but I'm living in London in a place of my own. This is the thing. I do have okay money, but I'm living in London in a place of my own. So it's kind of like that's cool and everything, and it's all right for like girls and stuff. But it's kind of like, you need to do. You still need to do a bit better. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's real at the sort of like the sort of like the threshold of it, sort of thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, I still think. Would you say Alien? Would you say Alien is the one of the best like sci-fi? Would you say Alien is the best sci-fi horror? I'm struggling to think of a better sci-fi horror. What would be a better sci-fi horror than that first Alien film? Fucking hell, seriously. That first Alien film was crazy. But that's a lot of that is to do with Sigourney. I'm a kind of little Sigourney fan. I like Sigourney, but like my favorite movie, not my favorite movie, but like one of my most fondest movie memories is watching Ghostbusters, the original one, and that was made in 1984, and I was born. Sorry, that was released on June the 5th, 1984, and I was born on June the 1st, 1984. I have a very much of a fondness for the movie, and I don't. Well, I just didn't. I was going to say I don't know why, but it was like I just enjoy it. But it seems kind of like it's coincidental, and it sort of like path weaves itself together, because like I was born on June the 1st. It came out on June the 5th or 6th or something like this. It wasn't beyond 6th. It was 5th or 6th. So yeah, and then you had Sigourney Weaver in that with the big hair, just pretending to be some girl who was beset by ghosts in her New York apartment, which is a fucking weird concept. Oops. So where would you go? Like if you could choose? Because for me, I would have gone Seville. For me, I want to go to Seville. I was gonna like. I'm still tempted to. I'm still tempted to use ChatGPT to try and learn Spanish because it looked like there was a way to do it quite quickly. But anyway, whether it's that or anything else, I was tempted to learn Spanish, move to Seville, man. Just like I said before, I'm a Real Betis fan as well as Arsenal. Betis is the mistress to Arsenal, the wife. And I could just get a season ticket. I would very happily live in Seville, get a season ticket for Betis, which is 300 quid, and just follow Betis around. Because Betis is brilliant, man. Betis is like, they still actually, funnily enough, they still demand high standards, even though it's Betis. They're actually the fourth or fifth biggest club in Spain, by the way. We're not, no fucking like, dingbats who wandered in off the street or anything. We're behind Real, Barca, Atleti, Bilbao, then us. We're fifth biggest club in Spain. Little known fact: Real Betis, and the fans are mental, pleasantly mental, and the city's mental, pleasantly mental. So I would love to live there and work remotely. Love to do that. Love to do that, man. I don't know, yeah, go with those Colombian or Brazilian girls, man. Colombian and Brazilian girls, man. They did this poll on X, I think it was. And it was like, oh yeah, what is the sort of like nicest girls? And then there was no Colombian girls or no Brazilian girls, and I was like, how can you have no Colombian or Brazilian girls in your top 10 women of you know of the world sort of thing, or top 10 races of the world? What the fuck is that, dickheads? Absolutely weird. So let me just show you a little thing. Did you know? I don't know if you knew about this. Why not? Because I know a keen, you're a keen and knowledgeable person about the universe, which is interesting to find out tonight. I am going to show you, if I can. Did you know about Jupiter being Earth's bodyguard? Well, not just Earth's bodyguard, but the bodyguard of the inner solar system. I don't know if you knew about this and how it does it. If I can find the image, oh, the image comes up straight away, which is nice. Okay, let me see if I can get this going. Okay, lovely stuff. Let's have a look at this. So basically, we would die quite quickly if it wasn't for the planet Jupiter, and here is the reason why. Look at what Jupiter is doing here. So basically, you can see Jupiter here on the outside. What these green and red bits are asteroids. So those are asteroids that are the sun and all the planets with all their movement are trying to pull into the vortex of the center of this. What Jupiter is doing here on the outside, just doing it, because of its hugeness and its gravitational pull, it's shepherding them away from the center of our solar system. So if Jupiter were to disappear, all those green and red asteroids would just go into the center. Now, it wouldn't be straight away because there's not just Jupiter, there's other things that are affecting this. But within about maybe 1,000 years, well, we'd be fucked, basically. So, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Basically, Jupiter is Earth's bodyguard. That's kind of mad. Kind of crazy stuff. But yeah, there we go. yeah, so it's kind of crazy things that are going on in the universe, and like not many people are really aware of it. It's like that's what we try to do with our channel. We try to kind of like make people aware of what's happening, and they can be interested in it if they want or not. But there's quite a lot of things happening, interestingly, with the sun at the moment, and the sun is at the height of its solar sort of system, that solar um, cycle. Why Guyana? Why Guyana so much? I'll be back 1 second. I can still see. Just 1 second. Whoop. So does Guyana have nice mushrooms? Does Guyana have mushrooms? I wonder. I wonder if it does. I wonder if Guyana. I've heard a few people talk about Guyana, to be honest with you, and yeah, one of my biggest regrets is kind of like not doing what I should have done with a Brazilian girl from the gym that I go to. I know it's not like Guyana, but saying like I find that like South American women generally, because I've been out with like Ecuadorian, Chilean, Brazilian a couple of times, Argentinian, um, quite yeah, just like nice like people, and yeah, no, really enjoyed it. And I don't know why. Actually, funny is like I don't really. I guess you don't really think about it so much because it's like a bit further away. So I thought to myself, because obviously I've got other things that I'm interested in as well, like obviously with Betis and everything, with south of Spain and Betis. So it's kind of like you don't. There's only so much signal to give out, sort of thing, um, in so many strengths. So yeah, but yeah, for you, Guyana, man, fucking Guyana has beautiful views of women. Does it really? Now you want me to? You make me want to look up Guyana views. But yeah, I think South American women in general. Guyana's got a big waterfall. Yeah, South American women in general, I think are you're onto a winner with that. Generally speaking, like quite loyal, quite bubbly, like quite sort of. I don't know why. I mean, maybe you point me to more why. I mean, I why in terms of like why they're so sort of like they're quite bubbly and always quite friendly and just sort of like more lively. But I guess it's kind of like they've not been sort of like weighed down by living in England or like the USA or something like that. Maybe that's it, but I don't know. What do you think? Why not? What do you reckon? because I should have dated this Ecuadorian girl, but I kind of was a bit silly about it. But she was super nice. Oh no, that's even worse. Well, that makes it even worse. Yeah, because I used to have a massive thing for Indians when I was circa 19 to 25, 6 or so. So yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Well, I mean, I'm sure they'll be good. That should be good. I should try to keep on and yeah, yeah, Guyana. We don't care about Martin Odegaard. We don't care. Arsene Wenger might be the greatest man to ever influence the beautiful sport. I mean, I suppose what it is they're just trying to create the best post. They're just shit at it. They're just trying to use words nicely, but they're just kind of mid at it. Arsene Wenger might be the greatest man to ever influence the beautiful sport. Well, it's a nice use of words, but it's not nice enough. It doesn't really capture what he did enough. So, fuck you. Anyway, Zinedine Zidane, bald as fuck. I forgot he was so bald. He was such a baller. He was such a bald baller. Fucking hell, he's such a good player, Zidane. Jesus Christ, honestly. That's not Rod Stewart, you dickheads. I don't know. I can't remember his name. This is punk rocker Rod Stewart. It's not Rod Stewart. Wankers. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, man, I'm gonna jump off in a sec then as well. But cheers for coming along and keeping it fucking real, man. Very much enjoyed it. Very much enjoyed chatting to you and AJ, who he went at some point. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. Cheers. I think I'm probably gonna go to. I think I'll probably just go till 5. I should go till 5 and then call it a day at 5. I think that'd be nice, little round number, even though it's not a round number. But yeah, if you want to go now, that's fine. I'll just do the last 15 minutes. If not, just hang around for 15 minutes and we'll just chat as usual. But yeah, no, but either way, cheers for being around, isn't it? And yeah, I've enjoyed it. This is kind of this is kind of what gives me the sort of impetus to keep making and getting and putting more stuff into a YouTube channel, because I do enjoy talking to people. And it's been like, if I get a chat that's kind of full of people, I've already enjoyed talking to you and AJ. If I get a chat full of people, then that would be good, right? That would be a really good thing. Surely we can really build something with all our little comments and stuff like this and personalities. So yeah, I mean, when I've got some bloody time, so I just don't have time. It's so difficult. Maybe I need to just be better at time allocation, but I'm already very good at time allocation because I've had to become good at it. But yeah, anyway, man, 6. It's 5 hours. I've done, it'll be 5 hours. Uh, on my whoops. On my live, it says 4:46. It's six. It's where are you in Spain? Like I'm at 5:11. I don't mean six. I don't mean six as in the sort of time as such, but the amount of time will have been live will be in 14 minutes. 5 o'clock. You fucking confused me for a second. Yeah, so in 14 minutes, it's going to be 5 hours in it. I can't show it for some reason on the screen, but there you go. Yeah, man, Aaron's great, man. I'm glad he does that call in. I just can't always make it, which is annoying. We did it on a Saturday one. The Friday ones, the fact that he does it on a Friday is slightly annoying because it's like I can't really make the Friday one. It's a little bit tricky for me to make the Friday one. But when he does it on a Saturday, it's like, it's way more sort of accessible. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, very much appreciated, and obviously very much appreciated, and obviously like you're the same kind of thing. So hence I mean, look, we're coming up on 5 hours. Whatever happens now in the next like 30 minutes, whatever, it doesn't matter. We've done like 5 hours. Like you guys pretty much joined. I mean, I think I started streaming for about 10 minutes, and then like you guys, well, at least AJ joined, and then you joined a bit later on. But the point is, it's been a long amount of time that has passed. It's not like we just sat here for like an hour. But yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. Iggy Pop. I don't know why they said. Yeah, totally. That's the guy I was trying to think of. I don't know why they. Yeah, that's weird how they didn't like name that properly. There's people even leaving my house to go to work, which is crazy. But anyway, well, it's not crazy. I'm used to this. I'm used to this time of day. This is the time of day. Do you have to go to work? Why not? Or do you have to do anything tomorrow, sort of thing? Well, I didn't even click for that to come up. That's weird. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I've been working. I've been off my 9 to 5, and I've been working since Thursday, 9 p.m. on this EP, which is going to be my 100th release. So I'm trying to make it as like good as possible. I'm paying a mentor to help me, which is yeah, he's helpful, but it's expensive. Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, it's I won't be working tomorrow either. We will be doing a podcast. If you're around, we will be doing a podcast about the universe, some solar activity. I'll be doing some stuff about um, some mad spinning stars that we found, the fastest spinning stars in the universe, and all this kind of stuff. I'm trying to find the time. Did we agree to a set? I think it's going to be maybe. I think it's going to be probably 6. If you keep an eye out, I know you subscribed. If you keep an eye out, oh, okay. Oh God, okay. I'll probably stay even longer. Um, I forgot what I was going to say now. But yeah, anyway, that's what we're going to talk about. I don't know. I don't know what time it's going to be out. Usually we do 6 p.m. on a Sunday. But I don't know because he was going to do because he thought I wasn't going to be around tomorrow, and um, yeah, he thought I wasn't going to be around tomorrow, so he said, "Okay, I'll do a show on my own." So that I suppose implies it's going to be the same time, which is always 6. But I don't know. He might do a different time. Or he might want. Want to do a different time. So I've messaged him to see, and we'll let you know. We will announce that. Sorry, we will announce that. Sorry, it's a boring thing there. Boring thing, and it is fully. Do you know, I'm actually sort of tempted to open my curtain because it's light outside. I'm going to open the curtain. One second. This type of light is the best type of light. Like this early in the morning light. Um, it's not advisable for me to do this, but it'd be quite fun to sort of like go outside and just keep this going whilst walking around the area. But I live in Wood Green Stroke Turnpike Lane, so it's not advisable to do that. I could probably do that on the phone. It'd be a bit of effort. It'd be too much effort. It'd be too much effort. But yeah. Um, so when you actually planning to go to Guyana then? Like, are you really planning to do? Is this something you want to do? Is this something you're fantasizing about, or is this something you're really planning to do, like putting stuff in place to do? Because humans a lot of the time live in a fantasy world, and I include myself in that. And I literally say this because I include myself in that like heavily. I mean, so are you living in what I would live in, which is a fantasy world, or are you actually going to move to Guyana? Yeah, I was thinking of doing that with. I was just sort of chatting to the Chat GPT app about it, and it was kind of like saying to me, "Oh, well, you go to gym every day. You should be able to learn a language every day. It's the same thing." Which I thought was okay. That's kind of yeah, I can get what it's saying. Like if you're that disciplined with something repetitively, you should be able to learn at least the basics of a language, and I kind of get that. Because I was just thinking to myself, like, if I could learn Spanish, then I can just go. If I learn Spanish, then I can just go. I can go to Seville. I'm not even that bothered right now if I get a job that pays less in Seville, because if I can just get to Seville, I can get my laptop and shit here. I can just keep doing my music work. I can keep doing my podcasts. I'll be in Seville. I'll be next to Real Betis, and I'll have to do it like I'll be the sort of Real Betis person, and it'd be a bit of a unique thing as well. Um, so I'm just kind of in that situation where I'm kind of, oh, should I? I'm kind of thinking I should, but then there's so many other things as well that I want to do. This is the problem. This is my main problem. Um, but yeah, and I do need to. Do you know what? I do need. The last time I went on holiday. When was the last time you went on holiday? Fucking hell. I mean, I will go ahead. So we need to change going. Thailand. Yeah, I mean, I ain't fucking been on holiday for ages, man. The last time I went on holiday was Sardinia to a drum and bass festival, which was very nice indeed. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Sardinia, island, obviously, you probably know, island off the coast of Italy, basically Italy. And yeah, the plane flies over there, you just basically land in Italy. But yeah, it's a really nice place called Santiago. That's quite close to the beach, and yeah, that was the last time that I was literally abroad, which I'm not going to admit how many years ago that was. The thing is, I'm not that bothered. I don't find it that much of a crush. The last time you were in Morocco, yeah, I'm actually working on a sort of Eastern themed EP at the moment. So that's kind of like Egyptian themed, like North Africa, Eastern Africa, blah blah blah, Middle East, sand dunes at night, girl, blah 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 type influence. How was Marrakesh then? Because I've been thinking of going around there. How was it? Was it good? I know a friend who, my friend, my friend who I do the podcast with used to live in the podcast I was telling you guys about. Used to live in North in like North Morocco. I know Morocco is north of Africa. I just mean North Morocco. North Morocco. Sounds like good plans though. Sounds like good plans. This is a place of the world. I don't know, man. Like I was always feeling a bit of a connection to that place of the world, but I kind of thought I was kind of dubious about it in the sense that it can't be that deep. Maybe it's just the fact that I grew up in the countryside, right? I grew up in the countryside of Yorkshire, so it's kind of understandable that you might feel what you might term as a connection to the desert or something that's different. When I say you might term, I mean you might term it because it's like you feel like a connection, but it's just because it's a difference. Because you grew up in the countryside, I grew up in the countryside, and you feel like the desert or the city landscape, which is another thing that I'm really fond of, the city lights. You feel that that is not. Sorry, well, you just feel it's just very different, and you just kind of enjoy that. Um, it could just be as simple as that. It could just be as simple as that kind of human nature. I think probably most times it is because otherwise you start to overanalyze things, and humans are not necessarily that difficult. They're not necessarily. They are difficult. Don't get me wrong, but they're not necessarily that difficult. Yeah, I've heard that for sure. I've heard that like there's a lot of problems. You got to be very careful when you go over there. Someone literally just came back from there. It was about God Almighty. It's probably about 5 weeks ago now. I feel like that conversation was last week, but it's probably 5 weeks ago. You know how time is. Time is relative. You observe time, and it starts to behave differently. That's strange, isn't it? Anyway, actually, I need to make a point of that. We need to talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to talk to James about that tomorrow about how like when you observe time, it just behaves differently. But when you observe, so basically, like the whole point of like collapsing the wave is you observe it and record it, and it behaves differently. That's fine. So then when you're behaving a person occurs differently. It occurs differently. That's fine, and that's a bit of a weird sort of trend. So, but also when you observe time, it behaves differently as well, which is strange. in terms of the fact that you can, to some degree, slightly slow it up and down, slightly. You've not got much leverage. You're not going to start sort of like doing mad shit, but you have a little bit of leverage to slow time up and down depending on the way that you interact with it. So I got down a rabbit hole for a little bit watching YouTube videos about, when scammers try to scam whoever, from the Indian call centers and all that kind of stuff. There's people who actually sort of like do the opposite. So they sort of like have developed technology that will kind of like infiltrate the scammers. And they post these YouTube videos about them having conversations with the scammers before they scam the scammers. And then before the whole companies kind of infiltrate the scammers. And they're just so great, man. It's just so great because these scammers, they really, like, for the most part, they take advantage of old people. They take advantage of old elderly people who don't really know. I'm not trying to call them stupid, but like, they don't really know so much better about what's happening. So these guys take advantage of them, and it's so great to see them just taken down, and just see not just them as an individual taken down, because sometimes even they're begging as well. Them, not just them as an individual, but just seeing the whole companies get taken down, and then they also get the money back for the people. They do really good work. I'll try and find the YouTube channel, but like my friend, sorry, let's have a look. Sorry. Yeah, do you know what, man? Do you know what? It was kind of like, it was good to see that. It was good to see that that shit was going down. Yeah, I think you know the ones I mean, innit? Like, yeah, hacking their webcams, and like they go crazy when they find out what they're doing and what they're capable of and all this kind of stuff. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's really, really good. And it's like they fully, I mean, like I can't even describe, fully deserve, they fully deserve to have themselves fucked up for the people that they fuck up and the people that they target, and for targeting anyone in the first place. If you're going to be in that job and you're going to be targeting anyone in the first place, regardless of whether they're elderly, I mean, especially the fact that you target the elderly, you're bad enough as it is. But regardless of that, almost, not almost, regardless of that, I don't care who you're trying to target, fuck off. I don't give a fuck about you. These people, man, honestly, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Um, but it's funny to see them getting fucked up, isn't it? It's so funny to see them getting fucked up, and they start to panic, and they start to beg, and they really, really beg. They really, really beg. Oh, please leave us alone. Please leave us alone. Okay, they beg so much. Beg, 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 beg. Thailand. I haven't been Thailand. I haven't been Thailand. What's Lulu saying? Lulu's usually nice. Let's see what she's saying. Is she saying something reasonable or no? What's the fucking Arsenal post, you dickhead? Where's it gone? I thought I was going to click on an Arsenal post. For fuck's sake, piss off. Okay, so all this is exciting week of coming Monday, Kepa, Tuesday, Noah, no, Friday, Happy You, but the last three haven't happened. Oh, she's just been obtuse. Anyway, balls to that. Well, that just sort of like fucked me right, didn't it? Yeah, hacking their webcams is funny as fuck though. Hacking their webcams is like funny as fuck. Hang on a second. One second. Da 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 da. My internet's moving a bit weird. What are you doing? No, don't do that. What are you fucking doing? I don't know what the hell is going on with my. Yeah, some weird stuff was happening with my computer just then, but everything seems to be okay. Lovely stuff. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. Like, I don't know, man. That would piss me off a little bit. I can't lie, that would piss me off a little bit. I get what you're saying. But I would just be like, I don't want to barter and haggle. I've come on holiday. I'd just be one of those annoying people who would do that. Go back in 1 second. I would just be one of those annoying people. Oh, sorry about the delay there. So where are you now? Did I miss that? Sorry, did I miss that? Where are you now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how it's just getting light, isn't it? Like, I actually went out yesterday. Like, I've been working, like I was saying about this EP, this music EP. I've been working on it for basically 2 days straight with just a bit of sleep in between. And it got to about 4 a.m. yesterday. So it's about 24 hours ago. Literally about, yeah, this is about, it was about 5 a.m. yesterday. 5 a.m. And I got to this point, and I was kind of like, oh man, I just want a break. I just want to like, I've been working on music for like 8 hours straight. My ears were kind of fucked. So this left ear and also down the throat is a little bit fucked because ear, nose, and throat. It all obviously affects, especially when it's vibrations, especially when it's drum and bass. Lots of dynamics, bass, and loudness. So anyway, so yeah, I went outside in this sort of like light because it's kind of like my favorite time of day because I like this light and everything. As soon as there's no one around, that's the general idea. As soon as I walk out of the house, person. As soon as I walk down the road, person. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It's like 5 a.m. Why I'm not supposed to bump into people. I get down to the bottom of the road, person. Why the fuck is everyone around at 5 a.m. today when I've chosen to fucking like come out? Do you know what I mean? Like it was kind of amusingly. It's just like it was the universe jabbing me a little bit. But it was kind of like it was all right in the end anyway. I walked around Wood Green High Street and back round and everything, so it was kind of cool. But it was just nice to take a break because I've really sort of like locked into the kind of like music production side of things, and it just like it's quite literally worn my ears out. It like literally here. It's not even inside the, it doesn't even really feel inside the ears. It's kind of here underneath. It feels like sore and worn. So I didn't want to drink, but then I kind of thought, do you know what, Rob, you've done all right. Like you've got things, you've progressed things quite well over the past few days. Just go out, have a few beers and rest your ears. Have a few beers, rest your ears. That was basically what my inner voice was saying. And it's been good. I've enjoyed it. And then I come back here, then we've been on here and like we've been here and chatting and stuff. It's like, okay, do you know what I'll do if you want? Well, what I will do, I will upload one of my tracks that is unreleased, and it's going to be quite a jungly track as well, and I'll play it. It's an unreleased track, so I'm not going to get fucked over by YouTube from it as well. I'll just do one, man. I'm not going to sort of start battering you with tuners, don't worry. But this is it's a jungly one ish. Should I do the VIP? I think the VIP is more jungly. VIP is more jungly. It was like 5 minutes long, so I'll put it. I won't put it on right now. But I'll just stick it in my media assets. They won't let me do it because you're a cunt. That's why I have to go through the long process to do it. There we go. Okay, you process. So fucking stupid. Anyway, yeah, it's processing. It's going to process at some point. Stupid thing. Yeah. There we go. Lovely stuff. All right. Bye. Go on. Bye bye. Can't get rid of this fucking page now. Jesus Christ! All this, all this behind the scenes stuff is very irritating. Oh no, I need to help back on there. There we go. Sorted it out. Well, yes. Anyway, so 5 hours 14. That's quite light work anyway, isn't it? It's quite short. The thing is, YouTube only allows you to do 12 hours. And I was thinking kind of like, well, what if you just wanted to stay live, like all the time? What if you could just stay live 24 hours? Well, apparently you can only do 12 hours. Well, I suppose that kind of like guards against any, that guards against crazy people, if you know what I mean. Okay, I will play the track in, let's say 10 minutes. I will play the track at 5:50. Fuck it, at 5:45. I'll play the track at 5:45. And yeah, it's quite a jungly, it's kind of a sort of like sci-fi futuristic jungly feel to it, if that makes some kind of sense. Well, see, I don't know. I don't know about this. Like, what is that all about? Like, literally, I don't know. Like, I can't talk about it. What would you say about it? Okay, I didn't realize that. Anyway, look. Okay, put your headphones in. I'm going to put it on now. I think it should work. It should work. It's actually a remix. So, like the original one, I kind of want to play the original one. Should I just put the original one on? No, you know what? Fuck it. I think the VIP is probably better. This is a track that's going to get signed to Dread Recordings by, Ray Keith. And then he unsigned it. I think it was kind of left, and then I never really gave it to anyone. And now it's here. And now I'm going to probably play it. I'll play it in like a minute if you want to put your headphones on. I'm going to put my headphones. You know what? I'm not going to put my headphones in. This isn't even going to play through the fucking thing because this thing is fucked up. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll play this in 1 minute and then I'll be back. I will be back. I will be back. And we shall reconsume and we will have a little look again at what these dickheads are saying on Facebook or X. Facebook doesn't exist anymore. That's the point, isn't it? It's all gone. Facebook. Oh no, it's all gone. It's all gone. All right, I will play in 1 minute. Man, it was a long day. Long day. It's been long since Thursday at 9 p.m. to be honest with you. I came home from work, which I didn't enjoy because I knew I had so much work to do, music-wise, on Thursday, and then just work from Thursday about 9 p.m. till fucking Saturday at 8 p.m., breaking to sleep and one gym session. Anyway, here's the tune. I think I need to mute myself. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Tune incoming.
best and worst are possible. Terminus City. Welcome to Terminus City, where best and worst are possible.
Well, yeah, it's still unreleased as well. So what I'm going to do in the comments is I'm going to share this, which is that's basically my attempt at being kind of like Andy C, basically, because Andy C is sort of basically my favorite DJ. Sort of basically, I say that, but there's also LTJ Bookham, and they're very contrasting styles. They both had such a big influence on me. It's very difficult to differentiate between LTJ and Andy, even though obviously their styles are very different, but they have a massive impact on me in like sort of almost equal measures, despite the difference in their styles. So, I've never met LTJ. I've met Andy loads of times. Andy remembers me even. Like, he's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. He's a nice guy, as he would be. I've never met LTJ though, but because LTJ was the first, like, LTJ was before Andy. Basically, LTJ got me into drum and bass. Andy got me into mixing, I suppose, is the most correct way of saying it. So LTJ Bookham got me into listening to jungle and drum and bass, and getting into it from there. And then once I got into it from there, I came down to London from Yorkshire, and then it was going out to places like Fabric and The End and Turnmills and these kind of places that made me see Andy C DJ live, and want to do that as well, and then kind of basically successfully emulate that, except doing it live so consistently, which is the sort of aim that I'm trying to do at the moment. So it's interesting that there's like a jungle connection as well, my friend. It makes a lot of sense, of course. So anyway, let me get the X thing back up because I can't get it. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go back to the top. Let's go. Nazi was my favorite, so I became a snake. Well, look, what was our club doing to him? Nazi was a sick baller, though. I remember that goal against Wigan. Fuck me. What do we even do with this guy? What do you mean? What about? I mean, what are you talking about? Messi? They're not talking about Messi? Okay, all right, fine. I'm not sure what that's about. I might go there wrong. Pogba being back is good, man. Pogba being back is good, man. I'm glad that Paul Pogba, fucking hell, Paul Pogba is back in football. Glad about that. My older cousin had the original drum bass. Yeah, so basically that original drum bass Andy C mix, I was at the live recording of that because they allegedly, I'm not sure how true this is, but anyway, allegedly they live recorded that at Fabric, and I was there for the alleged live recording. So yeah, and then I was like following Andy a lot from that, and just sort of like basing my mixing style on that. Yeah, and that's kind of like how I just sort of like got into mixing drum and bass, and then like kind of like I understood what he was doing, and I didn't copy what he was doing. I didn't copy Andy, although we copied a few mixes each way. Satellite Type 2 into Lowdown, by example, was a mix we kind of copied of each other, for example. Satellite Type 2 is such an amazing tune. The bass on that tune and the drummers and bass on Satellite Type 2 is just an absolutely ridiculous tune. And to the point where it even makes me forget what the fuck I'm talking about. But yes, listen, I love him as well now, did he? Been to a load of his sets myself, man. And like I say, like our mixing styles fit together. It's the way that you think about the mix. I'm not trying to sit here and say that I'm as good as Andy C, but I just sent the link, so when you get a moment, listen to the link and see what you think. I don't think and that's on 2 decks as well, by the way, 2 1210s, not anything else. That's on 2 1210s. And this is my problem. I never got CDJs. I should have got CDJs because I always saw Andy doing. Like 1210s. So I was like, okay, we'll just keep doing 1210s sort of thing. And unfortunately, yeah, in the end, Andy changed to CDJs, and it's kind of like, okay, he can do that because, like, obviously, he's getting paid shitloads of money, and I can't do that. Well, I can't. Well, no, I can't do that so easily. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's kind of annoying. But yeah, I'm on the verge of 100th release, so I've released 99 tunes. Funnily enough, I can't play any of them via YouTube because they will then try and sue me for playing my own tunes. I went through this on my other channel that you guys hope you might have subscribed to, the True Shot channel that I was talking about earlier. I played one of my tracks on there, and then we went through a mad, like, 2-week process. 2-week process of me trying to tell them that this is my track. I made this track. I sat here for ages on the keyboard. I have a keyboard here. It took like fucking 2 weeks to sort this out. God, it was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Yeah, that's my last ever UK based radio show, man. Crazy work there. It was a good set. I think I did about 4 hours, did about 5 hours. You can see the decks behind me. Anyway, look, you see the decks here? You can see them right here. They're right to the right of me. Well, one of them is anyway. One of the three. But yeah, we used to go to mainly the end. The end's the one I miss the most, to be honest with you. Of all the places that shut down, I think the end's the one that I miss the most because it just had its own unique vibe about it, because there's nowhere quite like it, because you had the DJ booth like sort of within the crowd. It's a very unique layout, and I don't know what happened with the den. I would love to know. I would love to know from anyone who's in the know what happened to the den. So basically, what happened is the end was the end, and there was ramen, there was all these kind of things happening there, and then it somehow wouldn't be, it couldn't pay its money or whatever somehow, and blah blah blah, and then it became the den, and I don't know what happened to the den. Whoever took over the den was obviously terrible, and I need to know what happened. I need to know what happened. Oh, YouTube gives you all kinds of weird shit, man. YouTube gives you, fuck this. YouTube gives you all kind of weird nonsense, mate. Oh yeah, it's just our youngsters are still gonna do it. By the way, if we don't win the league with anyone else who we paid shitloads of money for and probably overpaid for, our underpaid youngsters, or actually probably overpaid youngsters, will do the trick instead. So that is great, everyone. Anyway, so I've never heard of the Den either, other than Millwall, which is, what the hell is going on here? Again, my Mac is starting to fuck up. Anyway, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's, it's not been the same, has it? So is drum bass the main thing that you go out to or not? Because, like, for me, I find drum and bass and tech house, I know it's kind of like a different speed and sort of a different approach. It's kind of like, I find that, like, it's sort of a sort of similar atmosphere in a way. Um, it's a similar atmosphere. I sort of like a sort of, I guess, like a techno night, or a techno night, or sort of like hard house, not even hard house, or like not soft house. But what's the fucking like tech house? Like a tech house versus drum and bass night, like a critical night, is not that different. Is sort of what I think. Well, yeah, he's magic. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we're waiting for that. Yeah. It's like a delayed magic thing. Yeah. We're waiting for that. It's still going to come at some point. The magic's going to come. Yeah. When's that magic coming? Yeah. When's that magic coming? When's that magic coming? Yeah, I didn't really realize I'd stopped on that. Oh, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. What's my note? Is anyone taking the piss at me? Is anyone being like kind of rude to me? 1 second. Was anyone being rude to me? My Isaac and Haaland are both significantly better than Havertz. Havertz is still an above average centre forward. What? Also, you stop by saying goals. It doesn't matter, and then which is it? Havertz is that aimed at me? Oh no, okay. What's he done? Yeah, that's my thing was what's he done? If you need to rely on goals just to judge a so-called 9, then just know he is utter shit. I'm liking that. Havertz is average, and the only reason he starts is because Arsenal's system is good and gets him that. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, yes, exactly, because we haven't made a better system. That's kind of exactly true. He only starts because there's not a better system yet. And the thing is, we're now trying to get a better system going. Put Isaac in his position or Haaland, Arsenal walk the league, and they've also I don't know if we walk the league, but we certainly have a much more potent fucking striker. If you need to, like, I mean, Arsenal walk. The idea of Arsenal walking the league is very kind of like alien to me. I mean, it could possibly happen. It could possibly happen, man. Why not? You know? Why not? Why not? Listen, let's dream. We learn to dream. We learn to dream, man. We learn to dream. What's this? Somehow in the league. Oh, this is just a reply to this thing. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man. This fucking guy. Seriously. Football recruitment as an investigation into truth and oh, for fuck's sake. Are you serious? An investigation into truth and realities. That couldn't be more fucking opposite. Bloody hell. I didn't even realize how many 152.2. For fuck's sake, man. Wow. That's bowled me over. Do you know what? Fucking, that is ridiculous, mate. That is fucking ridiculous. 152.2K followers, mate. Jesus Christ, man. He chats so much fucking shit and lies. Oh dear. Anyway, well, such is reality. Unfortunately, I understand that I'm a 4D being. Thank God for that. Thank God for 4D, eh? Thank God for 4D awareness. Why is this thing not working, you dickhead? Why is this thing not working? That's pissing me off now. Oh, it's annoying me. Why is this not? Trying to find this thing. There we go. Balls to you. So this is like what I think kind of like are they taking the piss? Honestly, are you taking the piss with that? I mean, come on. Are you taking the piss AFC stuff? Come on. Why is it? Whoa, hang on a second. So, like, just say that this guy doesn't give a fuck, mate. This guy doesn't give a fuck. Ignore what this guy says. This guy's a dickhead. Pogba, on the other hand, is a great player, and I'm glad that he's back playing. So, fuck that dickhead who is commenting on it. Triple M, yeah, he's, I don't know, he's a bit. Okay. What? This is weird shit, man. Weird shit. In the right direction. Where is the right direction? Where is the right direction for Benjamin Sesko? Where is the right direction? I think the right direction is not towards Arsenal. It's away from Arsenal. Oh, it's just this goal fight again. nothing really happens because nothing really happens. She just hits her a bit. Ha! That's quite funny. God, they're so shit at fighting, aren't they? That's hilarious. They're so stupid at fighting, aren't they? I think that actually might be worth another. Oh, do you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to watch it again. Fuck it. That was better than I thought it was going to be. The stupid bitches. When you get to 41, everyone's a stupid bitch. By the way. All right, fine. We'll watch it again. Watch it one more time. One more time. One more time. I don't want sound. I don't. I know there's guys filming it. Now I know there's guys filming it. If there's guys filming it, that's even worse, dickheads. I mean, the red girl dress does all right, and then gets out of it all right. Jesus Christ. She deserved a little clout at the end, the stupid black dress bitch. She deserved that clout from the fucking green dress bitch. Because fucking hell, what are you doing just kicking her when she's down, you little dickhead? I don't know. It started between them, didn't it? So it started between them. The phone goes, and she goes because she's a fucking idiot. Goes, both they go. No one's. She's just hitting her. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not really doing anything. No, none of these things are doing anything. Then they come to break it up. Oh, we don't. We can't. I can't be bothered to watch it anymore. Sorry. I'm sorry. I subjected you to that for too long. Sorry about that. Sorry, I subjected you to that for so long. Fucking hell, stupid idiots. Anyway, blah blah blah, Lulu, blah blah blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. Where's the Arsenal comments? Nothing tops. That's not an Arsenal account. Oh, is this? Dear. Anyway, where is it? Where are the Arsenal accounts that are posting things that are good? Where are they? Where are they? It was always Arsenal. Okay, there we go. That's the best thing we found so far. That's the best thing we found so far. Yeah, I thought you might be enjoying that. Like, yeah, come on, like these girls, they just can't. What's the point? What's the point? What's that fight even over about? Do you know what I mean? I guarantee you that fight was about something ridiculously stupid. Honestly, I definitely guarantee you that. It's a ridiculously stupid thing. So, yeah. So, like, it's not the sort of thing that would happen over here, of course. So, this time last night, I don't know, it was a little bit earlier than this. I just walked out of my house. I was just wandering around, and it was kind of like, I think I went to bed about this time last night. It's like this EP thing has fucking done my head in, man. Honestly, like it's just really been, it's really been kind of long, not just long. It's just been fucking pressure, which is good, which is what I wanted. But like, it's kind of like you want the pressure, and then when the pressure comes, you're kind of like, fuck this pressure. So it's kind of a weird thing. But yeah, no, it's fucking nice out here, man. Do you know what? Like in these kind of situations, they're just probably both fucking idiots, man. Um, you get to the point where you just like you can't be bothered with it. You just can't be bothered with it anymore, and it's kind of like, well, you want to do this, you want to do that. Okay, fine. I don't care anymore. And I've had issues with that in the past, where it's kind of like I've just been too, you know, uncaring about what the outcome was of a situation. It's just kind of like, I just don't care anymore. I'm sorry, I just don't care anymore. Okay, like it's just like I don't care. Like, I've read the Bible to a few girls now. I'm 41 years old, and I just like I can't really be bothered with dealing with them a lot. Like every now and then, someone will come along. It's nice and all that sort of thing, but I'm not that fussed, man. I need to get my money up. I need to get my I need to get all these little things like my music and stuff and my AI stuff money up. That's what I need to be concentrating on more than fucking going on dates and all this shit. So I'm just bored of it. It's just bored. I mean, I go, I start, I literally started talking to some girl the other day, and I say the other day, yesterday, and I've already made an excuse not to meet her. It's so stupid. I've already made an excuse not to meet her because I'm just kind of like, oh, I can't be bothered. I'd rather tomorrow. I'd rather just like try and do some music. It's stupid, isn't it? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's just so crazy, man. Just so crazy. I just need to go to the bathroom. One sec. Yo, how you doing? So kind of like what it is kind of like um, it's sort of each track is there's four tunes, and each track is about 70% ish done. So basically, what I've done is I've employed a mentor to try and help me. A mentor who's kind of already a very established artist in the scene, who's offering kind of like mentorship and advice or whatever. Basically, the way we set it up is like I just send him the tracks in the state that they're in. He goes, "Oh, you need to do this, you need to do this," and then I go, "Oh, okay." And then and I try to do that. It's not quite that simple per se, but like that's basically what I'm looking for in the sort of like trade off. And then we take it from there basically, and I paid for a month, so I got until 25th of July to try to get the tracks. I've released 99 tracks so far, so this will be the 100th release. And the point of it was I want to revisit a release I actually released 10 years ago, almost to the day. And I thought that'd be quite good for it to be my 100th release, the release that was 10 years ago, like the celebration of that 10 years later, along the same theme. But that theme has caused like a bit of problems and stuff, just like trying to get things correct. But I think we're on the right track now, and we still got what was 29th of June. We still got until August, so we still got a full month to work on it. So he's very helpful, and with his help and my sort of speed and work ethic, obviously not working on it so much today, but I've been working on it a lot since late Thursday till pretty much Saturday at like 8 p.m. So from Thursday till Saturday at 8, I think that's quite a long, decent time to work on a thing. And so I decided to have a break. Saturday night, and then just I decided to come online live, and it's good to it's good to have like you and AJ being here, and we're nearly at 6 hours, man. We're nearly at 6 hours, so we're just going to keep going to 6 hours at least, man. Come on. Not quite. I need to kind of like redo the whole. I mean, possibly I have thought about that, but then like you can't kind of like see. Yeah, I can't stream the studio. It's a little bit difficult to stream what I'm doing in the studio. I mean, I can do it, but also you want to keep it private to some degree, if that makes sense. That's not like a sort of personal against anything, but you just want to kind of like you sort of keep that, unless you're trying to teach people. You're sort of like keeping those kind of things private, I suppose. But yeah. So did you try? Why not? Did you try to make it? Did you try to make drum and bass yourself? Is it something you've tried to make? Or jungle or anything like that? One sec. Um, I mean, depends like when you started, because I've got like the 1210s. The 1210s it cost about 750 quid back in the day, and then you keep them. I've got the mixer as well, the X192. That was the expensive one. That was about 2 grand. No, that wasn't. That was about 1,600. So I suppose, yeah, there's those two things combined. But then also, um, I guess these days everyone's on CDJs, isn't it? So CDJs are way more expensive. So I do get that. I do get that. I do get how it's expensive. And this is kind of like the problem that's fucked me up, because I'm like a natural mixer, and I really, really should be. If money was no object, this whole thing would be completely different. It's just like, well, also you could argue, Rob, just put your money into it, sort of thing. Um, but yeah, it's because it's I need to get CDJs because obviously everywhere has CDJs now, and I could still kill it on C. I could definitely kill it on CDJs. I'm just a DJ. It doesn't really matter what I'm using. I can use a pair of fucking tapes. Do you know what I mean? But it's just like $5,000 to get CDJs, so it's like quite pricey. So, yeah, it's just pricey. So yeah, I mean, I'll do it at some point. I'm not sure when that's going to be. We're coming up on 6 hours, which is good. Which has been cool, man. It's unfortunate I can't check in like when you checked in, sort of thing. Why not? But I remember you from other streams and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, why not? I remember you from like maybe North Stride, fucking hell, North Side, or like Lee streams and stuff like this. I definitely remember the name. It's not a difficult name to remember. You know what I mean? So, and we agree Arteta is a loser because, like, technically speaking, since the FA Cup, he's been a loser. I don't count the Community Shields. Sorry about that. Sorry if you get offended. I don't count the fucking Community Shields. Arteta's not to be a genius. Arteta's not a genius. I mean, how many times do we have to tell this story that Arteta is not a genius before people will realize that he's not? How many times? How many times? I'm going to try and change. I don't know how to change this stream title. What should I change this? Calling show. Oh, first mention calling show. Yeah, I mean, why not? Just keep it. First mention calling show. These streaming sites have been so weird for me recently. Like, I was locked out of ChatGPT for like 12 hours, and I've been locked out. I was locked out of YouTube. It's so strange. And we're on 6 hours. 6 hours is good. For me, I think that's kind of cool. Anyway, never mind. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you, anybody who's been listening all the time, because I go out on X as well and all this. So that there's a possibility that someone could have been listening for 6 hours. It's a very small possibility, but it quite could possibly be true. An evil genius. Who's an evil genius? About the 1 hour 10 mark. So okay, so we got to go another. So basically, for you to get 6 hours, we've got to go another hour and 10 minutes. Right? Okay, whatever. An hour and 10 minutes till 6 hours. We'll do that. Why not? Is an evil genius? Maybe. I'm trying to get suddenly struggling to get these things off the screen. Ah, there we go. There we go. There's a lot of evil geniuses around me right now because there's a lot of fucking what sounds like foxes at the window. They're not. Anyway, fuck it. Arteta is to some degree an evil genius because he has sort of mastered this way of making a lot of money from not really winning per se, but he's understood that, like, given the context of the situation, he can do what he's doing and he will get away with it. He's kind of figured out a way to get away with what he's doing and get a tripling of his wage, by the way. Not just get away with what he's doing, but get a tripling of his wage, which is quite interesting. And like, you can't underestimate the man. You can't underestimate him. Like, people who say he's stupid are a bit, they're stupid themselves, to be honest with you, because like he's made a lot of money from, what exactly has he done? to make all that money. Hmm? What exactly has he done? He's not really done anything, has he? What has he done? He's not exactly done anything. So, yeah, this guy, I'm so glad we signed him all those days back then. And it's one of the best signings we've ever made for the football club. And yeah, what can I say? Emotional genius. Absolutely emotional genius. So, yeah, one of the things that's sort of often lost is that this club, you know, because it hasn't had so many games where it's kind of like possible to be successful, that kind of successful wash has been lost. It's kind of been washed off a little bit because of the way, say, 2010 to now, I suppose, has gone. So it's kind of like it's just frustrating, man. It's just frustrating because people don't see it in that way, and they just see it as something that is like something that is just like an unacceptable. It's an acceptable kind of process of things. This is it. Like Arteta is like the original. He is the original specialist in failure. Because when Mourinho said it, it was kind of like tongue in cheek because there's already been some success, or quite a lot of success when he said it. Now, Arteta really genuinely is the specialist in failure. Well, of course, what else would you call him? You can't like if you were to call Arteta a specialist in failure, it's not really you don't really feel bad about that. You don't feel that that's incorrect. You don't feel that's incorrect. You know what I mean? It's a strange one. It is a strange one. Oh yes, Danny Ceballos. Yeah, Sheffield United. I remember this, and I still remember winning the cup. And everyone thinking this is Unai Emery's work, but it was actually Arteta's work. So you got to give him credit. You got to give him some credit. You got to give him some credit. Which three players? Oh, for God's sake, this is such a woman question, isn't it? Such a woman question. Like, which three players of any era are you having to dinner and why? Why the fuck would I have them to dinner, bitch? Like, why would I have them to dinner? I hate dinner. This is what the thing. So I've seen a few videos recently about fucking oh, who pays first on a dinner? Well, if you invite her for a dinner, you should probably expect to pay. It's your fault for fucking inviting her for a dinner, you dickhead. What you do is you invite her for a coffee or like a drink for like 20, 30 minutes. Then you can ascertain like if she's like compatible or not. You don't take her you don't take her to a fucking like restaurant or that. It's not about it being like I wouldn't want to do that if it was free. It's like okay, if I take her for a coffee or a drink and it's cool, then I'm all right. I'll take her out, whatever. I don't care. Like pay for whatever. But it's like to do that for the first time. Nah, come on. And girls don't get it because they don't think logically. Because they're also like we think more analytically. Let's say um, girls don't get it. I don't know why that spawned what it did. Anyway, Lulu, it says, because Lulu's all right. Lulu tolerates me, which is fine by me. She knows what I'm about. Which the answer are you having to dinner and why? So let's reply to her. Why not? Which three are she's all right. She's all right. I'm not trying to be like a dickhead or anything. Which three Arsenal players of any are you having to dinner and why? Why? What should we have? Who should we have? Yeah, why not a drink? Yeah, exactly. Let's have a drink instead. Um, Adams probably for one. I would say Adams. The thing is, you say Adams Merson. You saw all the fucking madmen, wouldn't you? Adams Merson. Who would be the other one? Adams Merson. Would it be Bergkamp? I guess I would have Bergkamp just to balance it out. The latter to balance it out. The latter to balance things out. I think that's right because Adams and Merson are both kind of mess heads. Then there's Bergkamp, who's just the genius. So put the mess heads together with the genius, and then I suppose that's about as close as you can get, really, isn't it? So there we go. There we go. I think that's a reasonable answer to that. Reasonable answer. This is a true tweet. Someone who knows their it's about basically wasting potential, wasting talent. Oops, God, let me do that. What is going on here? Nazi was my favorite. Oh, we go. Here we go. Still that's AI, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's AI. I don't know. Yeah, that's AI. I don't know. I mean, I know this is pretty horrible. What is that? What is that? Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, so well, this is kind of it. Like, she doesn't want to be the one that the guy doesn't want to spend money on because she knows that all her mates are getting money spent on them. So she doesn't want to be the one that is not getting money spent on them, you know? So she doesn't want to be the one that they don't want to spend money on because that obviously makes her look like really bad in her friends' eyes. This is why a lot of men can't be bothered anymore. This is why a lot of men are like, okay, well, that's fine. We don't really care that much now. Just because it's kind of like, we just don't care anymore. Because it just gets too much hassle in the end. Even if the thing is, it sort of like finds itself down as well. It sort of trims itself down to the fact that even if she's borderline sort of like perfectly feminine and everything, you're still going to get pissed off by something. So you kind of like, you end up being like, oh, okay, so then like this is going to be quite tricky. So you don't really sort of like end up looking that hard. You don't end up looking that hard basically for it. Yeah, I thought it looked like AI, but it was kind of like, I don't know, man. I mean, the sea's big, obviously, but it had that look about it, didn't it? That's the thing. It had that look about it. Oh, who cares? Well, mascara is a done deal, right? Okay, right, fine. Let's wait till he's in a shirt, though. Don't care. Where's the Arsenal stuff? Where is the Arsenal stuff, by the way? Well, I mean, I guess you would say that, wouldn't you? I mean, that's not like a silly thing to say. Yeah, I mean, look, Lewis Skelly, man, seriously, move him into midfield. I mean, he just seems so fucking obvious. He seems so obvious to move him into midfield. Where are the okay? So like, anyway, why are you taking all my fucking football posts away? We didn't really appreciate this kid enough. Yeah, we go back down to that. So we're kind of around to where we were. Bollocks to it then. Anyway, so who cares? Yeah, it seemed maybe the boat was a bit too high, but like, yeah, it's quite incredible. It is quite incredible what this club does, but also it's not that incredible because they just sort of understand. I guess how difficult is it to understand what to market to the masses per se? And that's the funny thing. It's not even that many people. That's the thing. Whenever you have something like this, it's not that many people. You're not marketing to that many masses. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, so yeah, I went out yesterday. So way beyond the time that I was at. I mean, if that woman is still walking around, you remember I told you the story. Because there was a woman, like, you never expect to see someone at this time. And I literally walked in my house and there's just this woman and she looked at me and she walked right across the street. And it's like, as soon as she saw me, she walked right across the street. I was like, fucking hell. I was like, am I that fucking, worrying to okie dokie then? That was kind of crazy. More PR about being good with the youth. Well, we're not that good over the youth. He's not that good with the youth. I know that's what you're trying to say. He's not that good with the youth, is he? That's the thing. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. So yeah. Ah, dear, oh dear. Okay, okie dokie. We've come to the end of me looking through X and all that kind of stuff because nothing new is getting posted quick enough. Blank. Not enough is getting posted quick enough, like I say. Anyway, mate, probably going to log it off here. But thanks so much for being around and chatting and fucking hell, you've been here for a long time. I kind of don't want to stop it, but I'm just kind of like running out of steam. So yeah. Just want to big you up. Why not Dot Arteta is a loser, so are you backing him cuck? And I said that sort of all in one go, sort of thing. But I shall see. I shall see. I shall see. I've got a few things to sort out music wise, and it's been like great to chat. And yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I will obviously put a notification on. We will also have a notification on the other channel about the conspiracies and all that. So you should see when one of us is going live. And yeah, jump in the chat as usual, as you have done. I will keep talking. I would like to do that now, but like I'm getting kind of too wavy, so I apologize for that. Yeah, it's been chill, man. It's been good, all good. Yeah, I'm gonna end things now. So do you know what? Let me see. Is there a tune I can end up? I got one of my tunes here. No, just the other one that I played. Okay, actually, do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what? I can add this one. Oh, I know what I did because it's a WAV. That's annoying. We won't add the WAV. Dickhead. Well, that's that. I can't add a tune. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Right, you. Cheers, man. Take care. See you later.